Well, you hear those drums? If you're in the Chattanooga area right now, that can only mean one thing. That something extraordinary, something totally unique, and something rather fast is about to happen.
Set within the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, rests a city surrounded by sweeping views in the southeastern region, the Volunteer State. This is Chattanooga, Tennessee, a place filled with a collection of rich history ever since the mid-1800s. And today, history comes back to life as fans and drivers gather along the Tennessee River to witness both vintage and historic race cars as they hit the track on the 2.75-mile road course. It's a spectacle unlike any other, set in a location known as the Scenic City.
Drivers to your cars.
Its history, its speed, its cars. This is the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
In the world of car events, you get two types normally. Either a wonderful social event with great cars to look at, or a racing-themed experience. But here, today in Chattanooga, Tennessee, you can fulfill all your automotive desires. In this vibrant, energetic, and forward-thinking southern city, set against the backdrop of Lookout Mountain and the Tennessee River, a demanding street racetrack, but also an elite car concours. In Chattanooga, if you know, you really do know, but now it's time for the rest of the world to discover what this incredible destination has to offer. It is time for the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Welcome everybody, I'm Justin Bell, this is Tommy Kendall. We are here with the talk show, and I tell you what, Tommy, I think what a way to round off a summer of the world's best car events.
Well, it's funny, I've heard a lot about Chattanooga over the years, but when you came back from last year's event, you were a changed man, and now we're here in a big way. What was it that opened your eyes?
Well, first of all, who hasn't heard of the Chattanooga Choo Choo? Even a little British boy knew that, sitting at home in Sussex. So to actually come here, the first thing I did was head over to the train station and check it out. But really, everyone talks about Southern charm, everyone talks about hospitality, but I was less aware of the vibrant, dynamic business nature of cities like this, where you have these stakeholders in the town, some of whom who have been here for for generations, and they all have this one commitment, which is to make this city have a bigger place on the map. And our timing is just right, because Byron DeFore and his brother Ken, they have really helped energize, we're in front of the Western Hotel right now, energize this area of the city, which has had a knock-on effect. But then with the audacity to really put on a car concours and a race track on a street track all in one place. Now, I mean, it would just got to me, because that's exactly what I'd do if I had the chance.
Well, there's a lot of history to this. I mean, that was kind of how the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, all these great, the Vanderbilt Cup in Rhode Island and so forth, people have long known that racing in cars is something that invokes deep passion in people. And so they've built their towns and cities. That's what built Indianapolis. And so it's an old playbook, but it works well. And to come here, there's a lot of car events, there's great vintage events, there's some street events, there's some great concourse. No one has all of them in one place except Chattanooga.
And there's a lot going on. You know, this whole weekend is about literally bombarding your senses, and that has been, Byron and his family have been around the world, seen these events, and they brought these little nuggets home and said, let's do that. As you can see, it's fall here, we're surrounded by these beautiful pumpkins and hay bales, because it suits the mood, the fall trees, it's gorgeous, but there is so much happening. We call it the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. The Bend is the development right down by this perfectly manicured riverwalk that is, you see people running, hiking, walking their babies, taking their dogs. It revolutionized the whole waterfront area by the Tennessee River. It's also where we're doing the street race. We'll get into that a little bit later. The work that's involved in turning something into a street race is something extraordinary, Tommy. But Jim Pace is called the Pace Grand Prix because of our dear friend Jim Pace, who actually helped initiate and get things going here with Byron and his team. And it's in honor of Jim, who passed away last year.
Yeah, and he was part of the early days of the 50 Plus Foundation racing that Byron started to, and we'll talk about the beneficiaries of this event in terms of the charities that it supports. But Jim Pace, his fingerprints are all over the race team, the organization, this event, and so you'll see a massive banner at the end of the Avenue of the Greats celebrating Jim Pace. And so his spirit lives on here at the Grand Prix.
And there's so much more. Here in the village, we can actually bring back up that list again. There, we have art galleries, some very notable artists. Just if you are here on location, and there's two messages here to you. If you're watching at home, you need to be here next year, but we're going to do our best to cover it throughout the whole venue. We are in what's called West Village. We have two locations. West Village, we have car clubs. We have, I mean, right now, as I'm looking back down the street, I see a mix of vintage Corvettes all the way through to the latest Z06s. We have Ferrari clubs. There's so much going on this weekend. We also up here have
ADD Person's Paradise.
It is
ADD Person's Paradise. I think 30 plus hours of this live stream goes all day today, all day tomorrow. I say all day and into the night because we have concerts and laser shows later. 30 hours over the next 3 days of events happening and programming.
Yeah. One of the big features of any concours worth its salt are the panel discussions they put on. And it shows almost the end result of Southern Charm and also the way this event is gaining momentum on the world stage. And that is we have some big figures in the automotive world, both from design all the way through to legendary race drivers who are going to be sitting here at various times during the next 3 days doing these seminars. It's going to be fantastic.
What strikes me, all of us that are, at least me, we were drawn by the cars as kids or whenever we were exposed to it, but it's the people and the stories that we've made our career telling the last couple years. This event seems equally focused on both the star cars and the star people. They don't just have one or two dignitaries or Grand Marshal. You got this whole fleet of people, and it's the racing legends we're used to, but you have people like Chip Foose and Corky Coker, who's a local legend, but also really well known in the broader sense. Keith Martin from Sports Car Market, and I don't want to leave some out, but they're going to be circulating through our shows, through the racetrack, through the events. So if you're here, you're going to get a chance to meet all of them and also those seminars. Look at that list.
Yeah, that's why we don't say it aloud, because it's better to there. But I can't wait to get to talk to them. Some of them will be guests here, and some of them will be down at the racetrack. Now,
you know what? Since not everybody's watching at home on a screen or in front of a big screen, Ray Evernham, Chip Foose, Ken Gross, Jeff Hammond, Donnie Allison, Wayne Carini, Lynn St. James, Linda Vaughn, Keith Martin, Brian Redmond, Tom Cotter, Mike Tilson, Corky Coker, and Bill Rothermel.
Yeah, there you are. That is pretty good. And us too. You know what? Right now you have a Brit and a Californian guy, both united by a love of the automobiles, trying to describe what Chattanooga really is all about. Well, let's let Chattanooga tell you what it's all about.
Growing up in Chattanooga is a very different experience than living here now.
In the 70s, Chattanooga was proclaimed the dirtiest town in the United States.
First air pollution emergency of the year is reported in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
It was dirty and polluted and crime-ridden.
It was not really very appealing.
You know, it was a pretty smoggy place to live. Businessmen would take 2 shirts to work.
As a kid, I can remember you didn't really come downtown. You know, it wasn't, family friendly, let's say.
So what did Chattanooga do? Chattanooga transformed itself. From our dark days have come many bright spots that, quite frankly, have produced a new Chattanooga.
There's a great deal to do in Chattanooga. The outdoor life, the lakes and the rivers and the forests and the mountains and the hiking trails all play a part. But Chattanooga also has a very vibrant downtown, a very vibrant cultural component to it. And of course, it is a town that, in terms of economic growth, is absolutely on fire.
We've been named twice by Outside Magazine the best outdoor city in the U.S.
The beauty of our city, I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, we're a city in the midst of mountains and a beautiful Tennessee River, and just the outdoors, the God-given amenities that we have here themselves are phenomenal. But then the city, through the years, has figured out ways of taking advantage of that. So average citizens have the ability to walk along the waterfront, to ride their bikes, to participate. And so in that way, it's a most unique city. It's very difficult to replicate what is here. And the people here and the embracing nature of them and the enthusiasm that they share with others who come here, it's a remarkable place.
It's the people that really do make this the community that it is.
It's just citizenship that roll up their sleeves and say, I want to help.
Whether you come from Georgia, whether you come from Alabama, whether you come from other parts of Tennessee, people come to Chattanooga, they see the opportunity, they make this their home, and they improve it. And then they give back.
We take care of each other. And when people come to Chattanooga, I think they feel that.
The fact that this wonderful event is taking place in our community, I'm grateful for that. Very, very expensive automobiles. They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them, who want to share them with other people and be with other people who have the same interests. It's pretty cool for Chattanooga. I don't know how it could be any better.
The first time I saw that video, I hope it meant the same to you. It really gave me a sense of that passion and loyalty, and also some of the people we talked to. I did all those interviews about 2 months ago, and there are people involved here who are running the town today, whose families quite literally came in on the wagons and settled this area hundreds of years ago and made it their home.
Well, there's a lot of places people can't wait to get out of. And I meet people all over the country, and you ask them where they're from. Some people say places, I won't mention names, almost apologetically.
Like
here,
California.
Yeah, well, people are pretty proud of California, but not as much lately. Maybe Chattanooga's on our future. But my point is, like the Osbornes, who are from the Austin Houcher Foundation at IMSA, they've been begging me to come to Chattanooga. People from Chattanooga want to share how special this place is. That's part of what we're here for. And the event and the town are kind of in similar places. You've got a competitive calendar of car events. The collectors choose where to send their cars to. People choose how many they can go to attend. The VIPs get a lot of invites. And so I think both of them are kind of parallel. They're both on the rise, and they both want to tell everybody, hey, look at us.
And it really does bring the best of what the talk show has to offer and what we do during a year. Just in case you're not familiar with who we are, Tommy and I are both former world champions and Hall of Famer in his case, from behind the wheel, and then we realized that we could maybe make a bit more money talking faster than we actually drove. Well, that was me. Anyway, but in the course of this year, we get to see Amelia Island. We go to Le Mans. We go to Petite Le Mans with the IMSA series, and we also host the famous Pebble Beach Concours d'Elegance. But all of them have led us here, where you get a little bit of everything. And I think that's what makes the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, presented by Millennium Bank, just quite so special. And Tommy, it's that mix of everything that I think we're very proud of, bringing together our whole crew under our producer and partner, Jason Jacobson, who is down at the track. The track. Now, that is something we don't often get the chance to say when we're doing one of these shows, but they have put in this 2.7-mile street racetrack, Tommy, which is an extraordinary feat of not just willpower, but also engineering and know-how. Just talk us through what putting together a street track means.
Oh, I mean, you know how much work it is to set up your campsite when you go camping. Multiply that literally times a million times. The infrastructure, the cabling, the safety barriers, the communication network to communicate, then the actual content itself, the tech inspection, the class organization. It really is a massive undertaking. And none of this was here, and you come back in a few weeks and it'll all be gone. All temporary, except that structure is not, and it's become a new hallmark. This is part of the new, that's the Avenue of the Greats. This is the new infield section they've added to boost the track length, and it really is a signature thing. Those banners are, I think, probably 30, 40 feet tall,
Amazing.
hanging underneath the skeleton of that old warehouse.
Well, that is as epic a viewpoint as you will ever see at a street racetrack. Take a look at this feature and you'll find out a bit more.
There's nothing better than going fast. Doing the vintage racing dance in a racetrack here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a thrill it is.
To build a racetrack in the downtown city, absolute kudos to them.
It's amazing everything that it takes to make this happen has happened.
When I came down to Chattanooga and I started seeing the banners up and the preparations for the show, and I just thought, look at this is car culture.
The automobiles brought to this community and the people who display them with such pageantry is just phenomenal.
Goodness knows the value of these cars.
They're beautiful, they're loved by the people who own them. That's pretty phenomenal.
The Motorcar Festival is another great way to sort of showcase Chattanooga.
Having a motorcar festival in Chattanooga is a dream, and it's coming true.
I look around, who's in the crowd? Who's here? And I see families.
Families can come for the weekend, watch professional drivers drive these beautiful cars, and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the city. So that's exciting.
I would have never dreamed my wife would enjoy a motor car rally. We got there early and we stayed there late.
Racing, auction, concourse, rally, it's all right here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Looking wildly forward to seeing it again. What's new and what's different.
It's going to get even bigger every year.
If you haven't seen Chattanooga, second week in October is the best time to do it.
And Corky Coker actually drove me around the circuit yesterday in a 1911 Mercer raceabout. It's probably 50 years older than anything else I'd ever been in, and he doesn't pussyfoot it around there.
Tommy had long flowing blonde hair before the ride, let's put it like that.
And so the track is really special. It's the other, I feel like we're on the host set of the Olympics and we're throwing it to the downhill or whatever, but it's the racetrack. And we have a very special, we didn't bring in a lightweight. One of the names that I hear people talk about, some of the great race calls you've heard over the years. I watched one yesterday. Brian Till is down at our race center down there. There's the Mercer raceabout that I rode in yesterday. And so we brought in the big hitter to cover the race action for us. Brian Till is joining the team here at Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. And there he is inside Betty, our Airstream production trailer. And that is the race hub down there. Brian, welcome. And tell us a little bit about your impressions first time coming to Chattanooga.
Well, the whole heavy hitter thing, you must have been looking at my waist the other night when we had dinner. And speaking of dinner, Chattanooga, man, what the restaurants here, the nightlife, everything that you guys have talked about is so real. And this pace at the Jim Pace or the Pace Grand Prix here at the Bend couldn't be named for a better person. Jim Pace, a great friend of all of ours, a great ambassador for the sport. His memory will live on. In fact, on the Alley of the Greats, he has a banner hanging there. But this racetrack is very special. Tommy, you and I drove around it yesterday, and I think it encapsulates everything that vintage racing is. I mean, it's like a vintage racetrack in that it is built on the city streets. It's rough, it's tumble, it's exciting, it's challenging, it's technical, it's all of those things. And I think anybody who comes down here, that's the great thing about this festival. There's something for everyone, and everything that's here, everyone will, I think, enjoy. But the best thing about it is that entertainment that everybody gets actually is going to benefit, and it will benefit the Neuroscience Center at the Chattanooga Heart Institute. And I think that's the underlying cause of all of this that makes it so great. Strokes are such a prevalent health issue in our society. We all have friends or family that have been affected by those, and all of the proceeds from this event, the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, will go to the Neuroscience Center there at the Chattanooga Heart Institute. And I think that's what makes this even that much more special.
Well, Brian, you know what? I've waited 4 years to get you inside Betty, our production trailer. Just so everyone knows, it's the affectionate name for this 1971 vintage Airstream, as shiny, you can see it from space, but inside, as you can see, it's a full TV truck. We normally do not broadcast from the trailer, but all the production equipment, Jason and the team normally do that. However, today, Brian's doing it from in there. Brian,
and you didn't turn the heater on when you guys left either. This is why I'm wearing a jacket. It's cold in here today.
Well, it's either an Airstream or tomb. It's pretty cold in there. So, Brian, you've had the chance to walk around. We're going to explore West Village for everybody over the next 3 days. But you're at the track. You're at the Heartbeat. You've done racing from around the world, and not just as a participant, but also as a host. You've been seeing the guys, meeting the drivers and their families, seeing the cars. First thoughts?
I think it's awesome. I mean, you see all kinds of drivers here. There's a father-daughter combination in the Formula V field, which is awesome. Great story there. We'll talk about it. 7 different groups of cars will compete here. We've got practice today, qualifying later this afternoon for all 7 groups, and then races start tomorrow. So there's something for everyone. And when I say something for everyone, I mean all different types of generations of not only drivers, but cars from the early 1900s all the way through modern cars of today. And so between those 7 different classes, there's something for everyone. The Formula V field, Volkswagen powered. Those are all Volkswagen Bug powered cars that you would see. It's a Formula car, meaning it's open wheel. Volkswagen, obviously very near and dear to the business side of Chattanooga these days, but also cars that were built here back in the early 1900s. So Chattanooga has a long history in the manufacture of automobiles. I think Dale Earnhardt's number 3 is here as well. I know there's a modern stock car from Tony Stewart. It's got smoke on it. All of these cars, at least 3 of the modern stock cars I saw, Justin, have a right seat in them. I think you need to come down and go for a ride.
Unfortunately, that might not happen. I'm really busy, Brian. I was about to ask, what do you, when people have now had the chance to drive the track, this is what happened last year. I saw it firsthand. Street circuits, whether it's Monaco, Long Beach, Belle Isle in Detroit, where you and I have raced in Trans Am. Tommy obviously has won there. Those are the first few laps. You go, what am I doing here? The bumps, the way the steering is so violent in your hands. By the end of
walls everywhere.
This is no different from any other track. I mean, yes, it's tight, but so is Long Beach. Yes, it's fast, but so is Belle Isle.
And what you're getting at is some people say, what are we doing here? And by the end of the day, they're like, oh yeah, this is
as
awesome.
Much fun as I've had. Yeah. That's what I find, Brian.
Well, and 2, the challenge this weekend, the weather's absolutely perfect. But yes, I am wearing this jacket inside the trailer because it's cold here. It's very cool. I know you guys are outside on stage, and Justin, you've got your very trendy little leather driving jacket on, but it's cold, and that's going to affect the way these cars work. The other thing that we all know about street circuits is it is going to evolve from the time they first put wheels and tires on it yesterday until we finish on Saturday late in the day. The track is going to change completely. There's going to be a lot of rubber put down. That's going to change the amount of grip. And so every time these drivers go out, it's going to be a bit different. You look there at the complex that goes into the Alley of the Greats, down the back straightaway here, and you can see, like I said, vintage cars on a somewhat vintage track. This is how racing started. This is taking a road, public roads, and making a racetrack out of it. And so some of these areas, it's hay bales. Other areas, it's concrete walls. And so it's a really super unique environment as far as that goes. And I think it's one of the reasons that the drivers love it. And it's amazing to watch a 900 horsepower stock car around here, and then you turn around and watch the cars from the early 1900s in Group 1. The Nyberg, was manufactured here up until 1912. There's a Nyberg out there in Group 1, and on little bitty skinny tires, and then you get up to modern GT race cars that have big racing slicks on them. There's some of everything.
Yeah, to talk about, you see those views with hay bales, and we haven't had hay bales on FIA type circuits for a long, long time. At the drivers' meeting, both the concours on Sunday is a competition. These are races, But above all, they're more celebrations, and all the drivers were reminded this is more exhibition style. People want to see these cars move. They want to hear the noise. They want to see, but it's not. No one's going to get plucked out of this and hired by Red Bull to go race Formula One. So they're not going to be going for the 11/10ths, the low percentage passes. It's a celebration of all this stuff and bringing the racing to the people. It's pretty cool to see those throwback. That's how Pebble Beach Road Race used to look.
Yeah.
They put a hay bale here and so forth and go for it.
Brian, which car would you want to be in? I mean, you weren't around when the steam cars were done, were you?
I look at the Group 1 cars, the early 1900s cars, and Tommy and I were standing there yesterday. I mean, these cars are as they ran. No seat belts in those cars. The Nyberg, the Mercers, those vehicles, the Wasp, no seat belts in those cars because that's the way that they were raced. And, they have an extra seat for a riding mechanic that rode along to make sure that the engine got oil through it. I'm not sure I want to be in one of those. I think a Formula V might be more my style these days. I like open wheel cars. That was pretty much what I focused on. And they're pretty much my kind of speed. So we'll start with Group 1 with those early 1900 cars. Then we move into some early production cars, then to the Formula Vs. We've got early production stock cars, modern production sports cars, and stock cars. And so, like I said, it kind of runs the gamut through those 7 categories.
The other thing to mention, of course, is that while motor racing is inherently has its risks, the whole team here at Chattanooga Motorcar Festival has spent a lot of time, energy, and money in making that track as safe, secure, and ready to go as can be possible. Brian, listen, we can't wait to talk to you through the day. You're going to basically be taking over after we finish this intro show, talking about some of the practices. We're going to find some guests here to talk to, but thank you, my friend. I'm so glad that you are part of the crew. We have waited a while until your rates dropped so we could hire you.
Well,
he did fly private down here, though. What's the deal with that?
Well, it's a vintage airplane as well. It fits in perfectly with the vintage cars.
I also want to bring up that while the Formula V may be more your speed, it's not your size anymore.
Well, there is that. Once again, heavy hitter, as Tommy said earlier on.
Perfect. All right, Brian, we'll catch up with you in a minute. So the schedule for today is really fast moving, but if you're on site, pace yourself. You have 2 days to see the action in West Village and at the track. And on Sunday, it is all about the car concours, which will be taking place right on this stage.
The 2 panel discussions today are stroke recovery, which ties into the charities that benefit from this, and which literally touches almost everyone in the country. You had a stroke less than a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
And then also the Ferrari Mystique, and then the Mecum auctions are taking place just over here. So there is literally something for everyone.
Let's talk about how important it is having Mecum auctions on site. They were here last year. They're based in the Marriott, which is another DeFore Brothers property just up the street. I'm pointing at it, you can't see it, but it's right up there. They have so many cars. The attendance, the buy-in last year from the car community was huge. They have an extraordinary array of cars, and they are in that right price point. You go there and you go, ooh, keep my hands down.
I was going to say, you're going to get a bidder's paddle?
No, I'm going to get you one. Okay. That's how it's going to go. So a lot happening today. Guys, we are going to pass, before we do that, Brian mentioned about the foundations and the charities. We actually also have to really talk about the sponsors that have helped bring this event together. Tommy, you can see behind us Millennium Bank. We are going to have the president of the bank on sometime tomorrow in the morning. But the support locally for this event is key. But also there's a big international, global manufacturer, OEM as we call it in the car industry, who is here in the area, who's committed to Tennessee and Chattanooga.
Volkswagen, and right across from the main stage here in the West Village, they've got a big activation with some of their newer cars. It's funny, the car that catches my eye the most recently in California of all the electrics is that new VW ID4.
Oh, yeah.
Electric, so they're a big part of the community, but people forget Volkswagen Group is not just Volkswagen, Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini. So arguably the biggest player on the global scene, and they have chosen Chattanooga for a huge facility and looking at maybe even expanding or doubling that.
Yeah. We'll talk a little later about they're doing a very special giveaway. There is also a ride along that people can come along to where the Pete's Coffee drive-thru is. If you're here on site, you can come along at certain times of the day and get the chance to drive in classic cars around the streets of Chattanooga without you being behind the wheel. This is all for a tremendous cause. It's very important, Tommy, neurological research.
I'm going to try to paint the broad picture. There's the 50 Plus Foundation, which is the DeFore brothers, and they had a race team for a while. Brian Johnson from AC/DC raced at the Rolex 24. Jim Pace, who the Grand Prix is named after, Dorsey Schrader. And they don't just walk the walk. It is part of everything they do to end, basically they want to end Alzheimer's, but it's broadened out a little bit. You've got the CIH hospital that's doing a lot of, this is the number one health threat in the world is stroke. It's the one thing that disables more people than anything else. And so this is the stroke corridor, the highest incidence of stroke. So it's something that's really near and dear to this community. So it's broadened out to stroke. But then you also have the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, which is really tackling the Alzheimer's. And they are funding research as far away as Israel and so forth, innovative technologies and medications to try to understand. Neuroimmunology is a new promising area to try to understand finally this elusive thing, Alzheimer's, that is such a nasty way to go. And so there's a ton of work. People are operating on no sleep. A big part of that is there's real good being done by these foundations.
Can you tell? There's so much to talk about, so little time to do it. We will be back with the talk show at 11:50, which is going out around the world on all this Chattanooga Motorcar Festival YouTube and website and Facebook page. Also, our talk show channels, same Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and you can catch that. And if you are on site here, stay tuned, because any minute now we're going to have the first of our panel discussions right here on the stage. Enjoy the racing for the moment and watch those beautiful cars. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Well, we'll move from West Bend, or West Village, I should say, down to the Bend, the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, where Group 5 cars practicing right now. Group 5 cars, sports and GT cars from pre-1972 and under 3,500 cc's. Some great-looking cars, different Porsches, 911 style as well as 914s. Got a Spitfire in the group as well. We'll take you through some of those cars right now. as they head down the long front straightaway. It actually isn't straight. It's got 2 bends in it, turn 1, turn 2, and then you get down to the far end of it. Things tighten up a bit at turn 3, down through turn 4, where you're looking right now as the cars head around and down the back straightaway, back towards turn 8, a tight right-hand corner. Certainly is challenging. This entire racetrack challenging, especially because of the weather. Like we said, quite cool but sunny, so the track temperatures are going to come up, and that is going to be good for these drivers. Those cars are going to be coming in. That beautiful Porsche right there, the 914 2.4 liter. Had a 914 street car, and there's nothing better. And good look at the 167 as well. Porsche 912. Wyatt Foster behind the wheel of the 912 as they streak around the bend and down the alley of the greats. You see those banners hanging there from some of the great sports car drivers of all times. David Hobbs is in there, Ascari, Brian Redmond, Lynn St. James, Jim Pace down at the end, as well as our good friend Alan DeCadenet, who we lost last year. As you watch the cars now out of turn 14 and 15, and they'll go through the long bend and then back around. This is one of the more challenging areas and one of the more picturesque areas of the racetrack. I've never driven through a structure like this in my racing career. I guess the closest thing would be back in the day when we used to drive through the parking garage at the Long Beach Grand Prix and then back onto the back straightaway there. And this is somewhat reminiscent of that. Out of turns 14 and 15, the car's streaking. As Tommy and I were talking about, as well as Justin, there's a certain nostalgia to the way this racetrack has been laid out. Safety certainly paramount, but it maintains that nostalgia that these vintage race cars have themselves, and it makes for some of the magic that you see here. And who doesn't like to watch any type of Porsche streak down the straightaway? That screams vintage race cars. Also, you see the number 8, a sports racer in this group. Somewhat of a more modern sports racing vehicle, but thrown in there as well based upon the speed. And these are not necessarily the classes that you would see at a typical SVRA weekend, because there are only 7 groups here this weekend, so they might be spread out and put in different classes. But here it's based upon horsepower and speed and what can you expect on the racetrack, so that the cars more equal around here. And as I said, as a fan, you will get to see all different types of cars and vintage cars as well as the 77 streaks by. Obviously, more modern Spec Racer is, or Spec Miata, I should say, is a Bug-Eye Sprite, an MG, a Spitfire, all different types of vehicles on the racetrack right now, and all different speeds. Their tires will be coming up to temperature. Saw the Volvo of Gary Jepson move by. That's a P1800. And yes, if you're not a longtime sports car fan or a fan of vintage racing, Volvo quite involved in sports car racing over the years, as was Triumph. You see the Spitfire head down the back straightaway, the 776. The fastest car on the racetrack right now is indeed the number 8 of Efren Ormaza. And that was the green, purple, and white Porsche 914 that we saw just a little bit earlier. A little bit of telltale smoke out of the Spitfire as the number 6 914 comes around. Such a cool paddock of cars to look at. And as we were talking about, all different types of vintage. And these are cars that I think as kids we wanted to drive. That number 6 Porsche, the orange and black 914, is actually a 914-6. And that 914-6 GT was a race-configured version of the 914-6 street car. The factory offered the GT option, which was distinguishable by its box-like steel fender flares, so wider than the basic 914 back in the day. And it was a wicked car. They took the basic 914, which had a 1.7 or 2-liter 4-cylinder Boxster engine in it, and dropped the 6-cylinder out of the 911 base cars, and obviously it produced a lot more horsepower and a lot more performance. It was a very highly sought after street car and race car as well. That little Fiat Abarth through the alley of the greats right now, and you get a really interesting look at history there, those 3 different cars and the different performances they put in. And I think it's one of the great things about SVRA and the racing that they produce and the classes that they put together. As I said, very different cars, but the speeds and the performance very, very similar. You watch history here throughout, whether it's at the Concours d'Elegance. Don't forget, you might be able to buy a car similar to the ones that you see on the racetrack at the Mecum auctions. And if you don't want to be involved in any of that, you can come down here to the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend and enjoy the performance of these sports cars around the racetrack. What a cool little Fiat Abarth 1000. Just a 1-liter power plant in that car. And I was looking at it yesterday, and it looks like the engine is almost as big as the chassis itself. I think you could put that in the back of a pickup truck and take it home. And being chased down by the number 107, that's an MGA just behind it. That black and white MG being driven by George Carl. And what a great opportunity for these drivers to drive on this facility in front of fans who really appreciate what these cars are all about. The 2002 BMW, that's not 2002 year, that's the model of 2002. The 2002 was made in the TII configuration as well. This is just the 2002 model, and what cool little cars. This was a car that was highly sought after back in the day. The number 74 there that you see. They were such good handling cars, so reliable, still a great collector car. You can pick one up for reasonable amounts of money on the collector car market and drive it as your daily driver. We're going to move to panel discussions here before long. Stroke recovery is the first one. We talked about how important the Chattanooga Heart Institute Memorial is with their Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, and that the proceeds will go to that to help study the neuroscience disorders as well as stroke and Alzheimer's disease. So we'll move there shortly, but we're going to stay with some racing for just a little while as Efren Ormaza in that number 8914 still leading the pack. We're watching these lap times coming down as the drivers get a little more accustomed to the circuit here, as we said. As the temperature picks up, and you can see how the shade is there in the back. The shaded area of the racetrack is going to stay cool longer. It won't have a lot of grip. Good thing is it's in a straightaway, most of the corners now in the sunlight. And as that track temperature picks up, the performance of these tires will get a little bit better. You're looking for not only heat in the tires, but tire pressure as well. As the tires heat up, the pressure in them builds, and the tires are as much a part of the suspension as the springs and shock absorbers, because as the pressure builds, the sidewall becomes stiffer and the handling performance of the car changes with the pressure build in the tires. So it will take a little while to get them up to optimum operating temperature and pressures, and still some damp areas on the racetrack in the back in those shaded areas. And once again, as the temperature picks up, that water will evaporate. Expect the racetrack to just get quicker and quicker all weekend long. Tommy Kendall was talking about it. Really more of a display of what these cars can do, and all the drivers know that, but for some reason, when you pull that Nomex flame retardant overall on and the helmet goes on your head, sometimes it's hard not to get those competitive juices flowing and just push a little bit harder. And these drivers will do exactly that, and they'll give you a great indication of what these cool sports cars are able to do. Basic city streets right there as you go through turns 1 and 2, the right-hand bend. And then down towards turn 3, it's a little tighter right-hand corner. Fiat Abarth off to the side is the number 8 Spec Racer Ford comes by, and look at the difference in cars, the difference in vintage there. The 107 just in front, that MGA that we talked about a little bit earlier, being passed by a more modern, up-to-date sports racer, and then looking back through the Volvo and the MG in the field. These Group 5 cars, once again, pre-1972, with the exception of that Spec Racer Ford that we saw in the field, and the checkered flag is now out. Ormaza stays on top in his Porsche, then Tom McGlynn with another 914. I'm sorry, Efren Ormaza, he was the driver in that Ford Spec Racer. It's Tom McGlynn in the green, purple, and white Porsche 914, and then Wyatt Foster rounds out the top 3 in his Porsche 912. So first practice session for Group 5 is in the books, and the drivers will head to pit lane. We'll get ready for Group 6. Sports and GT cars from 1973 to 1999. So a much more modern era of GT cars heading out to the racetrack, and larger displacement engines, over 3,500 cc. It's really interesting how this racetrack incorporates a couple of different areas, current city streets that residents of Chattanooga will drive on every day, and then some of these areas in the industrialized area of the Bend that have had new blacktop put down and purpose-built racing surface laid down. And it really gives these drivers a variety of surfaces to run on, and that increases the challenges. They've learned a little bit. They'll come back out for qualifying later in the day and see if they can apply what they have learned. But we talk about the panel discussions and how important they are. We'll go to the first panel discussion of the weekend, stroke recovery.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 3rd annual Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. This is our kickoff on-stage interview, I guess you could call it that, although I'm not going to be doing any interviewing. However, I do have the pleasure of introducing my guests, or our guests immediately to my left. Keith Martin, who is the publisher of Sports Car Market Magazine. We all know and love Sports Car Market Magazine. And with him is Dr. Thomas Devlin, and I make sure I get this correctly, physician executive at CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center, which is one of the beneficiaries of the Concours weekend. Yes. With that note, Dr. Devlin and I were just chatting about the fact that please stop by the convention center where the Mecum auction is taking place at the Marriott. There is a silent auction of all kinds of interesting items to benefit the CHI Neuroscience Center. Yes. Dolly Parton signed 4 guitars. There's NASCAR memorabilia, things such as that. And it would be a great way to go home with a wonderful souvenir from this weekend, but also a great way to support a worthy cause here. Along those lines, another, if I may steal the phrase, we're going to have a look under the hood of what Keith's life has been like over the past 3 years as the result of having had a stroke. And I think just you and I have known each other for quite some time. I said to Keith when I saw him today, or yesterday, I said, you look great. You look different. You know, you've been dealt lemons and made lemonade. And you don't need me to direct what you're going to talk about. So I'm going to quietly sneak off stage. But gentlemen, it's all yours. And we look forward to what you have to say and what you be doing to bring us in terms of the education that we're not familiar with relative to being a stroke victim.
Thank you very much, Bill.
You bet. Gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And greatly appreciate the opportunity here. A very unique opportunity. And I should say we want to thank Byram DeFore and the whole 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar event for making CHI Memorial Hospital and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation, a private foundation that supports Alzheimer's research and stroke research all over the United States for this to be beneficiaries. Wonderful event. We have an opportunity to talk with one of the real bright lights in the world of motor car racing. Everybody knows Keith. But what you don't know about Keith, you may not know, is Keith had a stroke, a particular type of stroke, a hemorrhagic stroke, a bleeding type of stroke, about 3 years ago. Keith gives us an insight into that in ways that I don't have myself, because it allows us, from his perspective, to learn what it's like to be a person that's had a stroke, how he's dealt with that. It really allows us to look under the hood of stroke and how we can better able to treat our stroke patients. So it's been a tremendous learning opportunity for us to talk about Keith. So Keith, tell us, every year you bring us such insights. Tell us what the last year has been like for you and some of the insights that you've gleaned in this journey that you've been taking for the last 3 years.
Well, Dr. Devlin, first I really appreciate being here and having this conversation with you and how helpful you've been to me. I think that this past year I have finally come to grips with the fact that I had a stroke. That I think when you first have one, you're kind of in denial and you think, well, if I just work out, it'll get better. I'll be back to the way I was before. And with the passage of time, you come to realize this is the new me. And now I have to figure out who I want to be given the strengths and weaknesses that I have. And so I have been busy thinking about what things can I do? Where can I rehab that I can actually make progress? You know, when you're in a stroke, you end up being on medications, and some medications affect you and some don't. And so you're working your way through this labyrinth of getting better, and it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I feel now that I am at peace with the fact that I will never be the same person that I was before. In other ways, I am, I think, a much healthier person than I was emotionally. When you come close to mortality, until you have a brush with death, you don't ever conceive of it. And once you have it, you realize you could not be here. And once you realize you could not be here, you start saying, it's really important to be here. One of the things I did, I sent my daughter and her fiance on a 2-week trip to Egypt because I wanted to experience them having the joy of being there rather than having money later. And so I'm doing things now to enrich I go to dinners with my close friends once a week now to see them and talk about our lives and the experiences we've had. So what I'm trying to do is draw the richness of my life experiences and share them with people. And I wouldn't have done that if I hadn't had the stroke, because I would have just taken everything for granted.
Tell me, what are some of the hardest challenges that you've faced? And to what extent do you feel that the medical community has really helped you deal with those things? One of the things I'm concerned about is I'm not sure, as doctors and medical providers, we talked to you about your therapy, we talked to you about what caused it, what you need to do to keep it from happening again, but how good is the medical community really dealing with the challenges that you've faced? And what are those challenges?
Well, that's a very good question and a very complicated one, because the challenges of stroke surviving come on the neurophysical level, the mental level, the emotional level. I mean, as I've said to you, what I've had to learn when I'm trying to rehab, my left side was paralyzed. And what it meant was that my brain was shouting, but that my muscles couldn't hear it. So your brain is busy trying to get your body to respond, and your body's like, whatever, you know, it's not hearing you. And trying to understand that you can't muscle your way through that is something you have to come to grips with. That if we're used to rehabbing 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5, it might not work that way with a stroke. You know, your muscles just might not hear your brain, and you have to learn how to get your brain talking to your muscles again. I think the medical community has been good to me. I think that the challenges that I think that PT and doctors face is that the primary responsibility at some point comes back to the patient. That I can't, you can give me advice, but I have to act on it. I know from I was thinking about this, the first day I had my stroke, they had me at OHSU and they had me doing arm movements with my semi-paralyzed arm because they were trying to get me to back into action immediately. And I think things like that where they're trying to get you to be functional and to be using yourself, those are critical. The doctors, as you know, every stroke is different. So you try to thread a needle to what is your path to more functionality.
Tell me, over the last 2 years, we've all been dealing with this COVID situation. Did COVID make it harder for you?
My stroke came just before COVID, so I was back out of the rehab. I went to an intense rehab center for 3 weeks right after the stroke, and then a skilled nursing facility. But that was all pre-COVID. Okay. So when COVID hit, I was already back home, so it didn't really have much effect except for being able to go out to a restaurant or something like that. So I kind of, if my stroke had happened in the midst of COVID, it could have been a nightmare.
You know, one of the things we know is that there's an overlap between stroke and dementia, for example. Did your stroke affect your thinking in any way? And how did it affect you emotionally in terms of ups and downs? Was that part of the process?
Well, first, what I've learned by being in the intense rehab centers is how fortunate I was in terms of how the stroke affected me, because it didn't affect my cognitive skills. Right. I've been in rehab rooms with people that couldn't swallow, that had aphasia, I was lucky enough to be able to go back to my job working from home, publishing my magazine almost immediately. And that work gave me that and raising my children gave me a reason to live. If I had not, my left side was paralyzed at first, and so while I was in rehab, I taught myself how to type with one hand. I downloaded a 10-key program. But if I couldn't type or keyboard or speak, I would be facing a monumental set of challenges. So I feel fortunate that my cognitive skills were not affected by the stroke at that time. The ups and downs emotionally, when I look in my closet and I see my Hoka running shirts, I used to run 3 or 4 miles every single day, and I ran 3 miles the day before I had my stroke. And I was a Juilliard dancer. So I've had a career of physical activity. To realize that I will never, ever again get up at 5 and put on my Hokas and go pound out 5 miles is sad. Yeah. You know, it's sad that I've, but there are many things in life that we leave behind. I'm probably not going to climb Mount Everest. You know, I'm not going to go skydiving. And so you have to put those things into perspective and say, well, I'm not going to pound out a 5K, but I've got a great relationship with my children, and I'm still able to be a forward-thinking force in my car community. So you have to constantly shine your own light on the positive things and the things that you left behind. Like, I can't drive a stick shift now. I've been driving a stick shift since I was 16 years old. There are cars now that are automatics that I would have looked at with disdain that I have bought because that's what I can drive. So I've had to ask myself, so in the scheme of life, how important is driving a stick shift? Well, pre-stroke, it was the most important thing. Post-stroke, it's like, yeah, whatever. So
let me ask you a car question here for a second. We have these bump shifters, right?
Yeah.
Are they the real deal? Are they legitimate from a car standpoint in terms of somebody that has had a stroke and is a car aficionado, or is it not quite the same?
It's not the same. There will never be anything that's the same as putting in a clutch, putting something into gear, and driving. But I view it as different kinds of wine from different kind of cellars. In other words, that the shifting is one thing. I have various other kinds of shifters that are slap shifters and manumatics. They're all different. They're not as good, but they're good.
So I asked you that question as kind of an analogy.
Yeah.
So you've had to make adjustments in your life. You've had to use things. You've had limitations. And it's been a process where you learn what your limitations are, but how to defeat those limitations in a way and to adjust. Is that right?
Yeah, it's not defeat, it's accept and work with. You know, I've got handicap bars in my condo. I've become more aware. I've become monumentally more sympathetic to other handicapped people in terms of curb cuts, in terms of in the cardio rehab room I go to at OHSU, they don't have a handicapped button on the door. And so you would think that hospital would have a handicap, but instead I stand there and wait for an aide to come and open it. So you become aware of the various things that handicapped people have to deal with. And I've become two things. I've become much more patient with other people who have limitations, and I've become so at peace with asking for help. If I said, Dr. Devlin, can you help me get up and get to my scooter? Can you? All these things that I would never thought of before, and now I just said, well, can you give me a hand? And people always do.
So one of the things that a lot of people don't know about you is you were a professional dancer.
Correct.
You were with the Portland Ballet, is that right?
I was at Juilliard.
At Juilliard,
yeah.
right? And so you were very in touch with your body,
right, as
part of your professional training. How did that help you in your discovery process through this journey?
Yeah, I've been through a lot of PT, and PT people like working with me because I have a very strong kinesthetic awareness. In other words, if they ask me to lower my shoulders or sit more upright or turn, I already have a brain communication with my body that helps me do that. It can be frustrating for me because I have a clear sense of what I want my body to do, and it won't do it. But it's definitely a plus. My whole life is working through a series of concerns. Am I going to trip? Am I going to fall here? If I put weight on my leg, will it support me? And so you just have to have that subtext running all the time. You can't take anything for granted.
So, a lot of people come into my office and they say, I had a stroke a couple years ago. I wish somebody had told me this. This is something I've learned. It took me a while to figure this out. And nobody ever really explained this to me. Have you had that experience? Is there anything like that you would like to share? Things that you know now that you didn't know before that you really wish early in the course somebody had told you?
That's a really, really good question. I know that when I first went into the Rehabilitation Institute of Oregon, Rio, that we spent a lot of time doing things like transferring from a wheelchair to a bed. And I wish that they had told me then why I was doing that, that they were explaining they're trying to get my mobility back. And part of mobility is being able to get to a wheelchair and get from a wheel. And so there were all these disparate things were being taught, but not explained that it was part of a system for that had an end goal of more options for moving around. I think that I think I could have been encouraged to have more patience and to just be easy on myself, because I really beat myself up a lot because I wasn't making progress I wanted to make. Dr. Devlin, it's so personal, a stroke, because it affects each person so differently, and you have to figure out who the new you is, and you can't worry about who you've been. You have to say, okay, now I'm here. I mean, when I have a rollator, I had to find rollators that would fit in my sports cars, so that when I could drive somewhere, I could get out of the car and be able to go into a bathroom. So I've had to make adaptations constantly about how do I live the life I want to live. What do I need to get? What tools do I need? Do I need a 3-pointed cane or a 1-pointed cane or a rollator? For my house, how do I get things in that? So I just think that it would have been good if I'd had a counselor who would have addressed how are you adapting to your new life.
You know, a lot of the lessons that you're talking about obviously are applicable to other patients that have had strokes, but I think a lot of the lessons that you're talking about are applicable to people that have not had strokes. And a lot of us, as we listen to you, are probably thinking, boy, I wish I could incorporate some of those things that you're talking about to my life now. I probably could do a much better job and would be a happier person. If so, does that make sense? Do you think that's true?
Well, it does, because what's happening is I'm dealing with not only a stroke, but I'm 71 years old. So we're in really a closing chapter of our lives, whether it's 5 or 10 or 20 years, but it's not the birth chapter.
Right.
And so what I am trying to understand about myself is, what does personal satisfaction mean? And where does that this chapter, I've started getting rid of a lot of stuff, because I look at the stuff and I think, do I need all this stuff? What matters to me? My children, and my relationship with my friends, and put energy into those things. And I wouldn't have done that 10 or 15 years ago. I wouldn't have done the stroke. And again, stroke and aging, you have to say, how am I going to peacefully and nurture myself and become a richer person and enjoy all of the rich. I mean, look, I'm sitting here talking to you. We're in Chattanooga. We're at a motor car festival. I'm blessed to be here and to be part of this. So why not enjoy and bask in the joy of being here?
Was your life very busy before you had the stroke?
You're asking a really good question. I was on a plane almost every other week. I was at events like this. And what I've learned from the stroke, because I haven't traveled since Chattanooga a year ago, those things were really good for me, but maybe not so good for my business or for my raising my family. Because those, when you're being an MC and things like that, it's a self-focused, the spotlight's on you. I was extremely busy. I'll tell you a quick story. I've got a lot of college, but I don't have a degree. So I'm a few units away. So I thought I'll go to Portland State and finish up my degree. I thought, I'm not that busy. I'll just take a few credits. I found out once I signed up that I was incredibly busy already, running my business and taking care of my family. And that...
Was this before or after your stroke?
This is after the stroke.
After the stroke.
So I decided to go back to school. But I found out I didn't have 2 or 3 hours a day to read about the history of modern dance in Israel and add it to running my magazine and taking care of my family. So I'm still incredibly busy, but I'm busy at home now and busy around friends and family.
You know, it sounds like in some ways you are more content, or perhaps in some ways even happier, or more understanding.
I want to, I agree with you on one hand. On the other hand, I don't want to fool myself, and I'm still sad that I had a stroke. I will always wish that I hadn't had one, but I don't have the option of not having one. So since I've had one, I agree with you that I am more content in terms of my sense of self, because before the stroke I had an limited sense of self. Now I have a limited sense. Okay, I took my 15-year-old son 3 years ago to the Galapagos. I couldn't take him there now, but I took him there. So now he and I will do other things together. I'll have to find other experiences to have with him. But I am more content because I am more aware of the limitations of life and how much we can enjoy what we have.
That's a wonderful message. I think if there's a message that I remember in talking to you at it today, it's exactly that we need to enjoy it, we need to work towards enjoying it, and we have the ability to enjoy it if we don't let ourselves get in the way of it. What does the future hold for Keith Martin?
Well, my rehab has turned a corner and I'm getting better.
Okay.
For a while I was walking more with a cane than I am, and so I'm going back to more cane. I might be able to drive a stick shift. I'm working on that. Although I just bought a 1975 Porsche 911 that has a Sportomatic, so it's like the Volkswagen Beetles had Sportomatic transmissions. That interests me.
Yeah.
My business is doing really well. I've got a new executive editor, Jeff Sabatini, who has been a real boon to us and is taking the magazine forward. We're doing better than we've ever done.
Fantastic.
So my job now is to just rehab every single day, eat healthier, lose a little bit of weight, and nurture my relationships with my friends and family.
So we're coming to our end of our time at this time. If people have questions for you, Keith, if they want to reach out, if they want a little insight, is there any way they can reach out to you through the magazine, or how can they do that?
Yeah, if they Google Keith Martin, it'll come up. And,
there you go.
My email address is there. It's keith.martin@sportscarmarket.com, but it's there. Just Google Keith Martin sports car and boom, you'll have everything.
Now, how many people can say if you just Google yourself, you'll see all this stuff? Keith, you're famous, you're infamous, and you're a wonderful inspiration to us as patients, as people, as the medical community here, and I really look forward to seeing you again next year. And I look forward to hanging out with you tomorrow and having a cup of coffee and talking some more about this wonderful
Thank you,
stuff.
Dr. Devlin.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, folks. We'll see you at the car race.
Well, and thanks to Keith and Dr. Devlin for some great inspiration and a lot of information there that I think many of us can use. In the middle right now, Group 6 practice, the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, and welcome everybody here into the family area energized by Novonix at the Bend. What a great event this is, and the event schedule for today is absolutely packed, and you can make sure you can get to all of it. There's shuttle service between West Village and the Pace Grand Prix from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There's a VIP shuttle service as well. And don't forget, in West Village, gates are open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Car clubs, art shows, panel discussions, exhibitor booths, the VIP area at the Mountain City Club, and certainly the Street Festival tonight, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then, of course, where we are located, where all of this energy is, and that is the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Gates open 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. today here on Friday. And right now, enjoying watching Group 6. Bobby Kennedy in the number 11 red, white, and blue Corvette. Man, this may be an exhibition, but he's almost put in a drifting exhibition because that Corvette is flying around this racetrack. Second quick time right now, only second to Kurt Swearingen in a modern Porsche GT3. And Kennedy has been sideways off of the corners. I don't know how much horsepower that Corvette has, but he was sideways into the alley of the greats last lap by, and just really cool to watch. Once again, that's the magic of this event, the exhibition, and kind of reliving history of the motor car and of sports car racing. Here's Kennedy back through the turns 4, 5, and 6 area. Just absolutely flying. Now we'll come hard on the brakes into turn 8. Down a couple of gears, the hard right-hander, then up towards pit in at turn 9. Far right, setting up for that late apex left-hand corner. Kennedy also using all of the road through this section. Watched him through there last time through 10 and 11. And keeping some tires on the red paint, red and white paint of the apex curbings right there, but just a little bit. Only left side tires, trying to shorten this racetrack as much as he can. And this is where getting that horsepower to the ground the last time by was an interesting concept as I watched the rear of that Corvette slide out. Now hard on the brakes, probably one of the trickier sections of the racetrack, turn 13. Perhaps that's a little bit of foreshadowing the bad luck corner. It's a really challenging corner. A pretty good sized bump in a quick right left, then through 14 and 15 around the backside of the building, and he is just absolutely letting that Corvette fly. Kurt Swearingen out in front right now in his Porsche GT3 Cup. Then Kennedy in that Corvette, and then another Porsche GT4 RS. Austin Henry aboard the number 69 is shown as third in the order. Again, this group, sports cars 73 to 99, so you've got this wide array of platforms out there on the racetrack as Kurt Swearingen through the turn 4, 5, 6 area in that very modern GT3 Cup car. You think about the differences between that Porsche and the Corvette. Both in their time, in their vintage, they were the most modern GT cars that were out there, but you can see and hear the difference, the nuances. The Corvette, just absolute muscle, horsepower, trying to get it to the ground through a suspension not nearly advanced as we find on the Porsche GT3 Cup car, but of course it's several decades newer technology for the Porsche, and you can just see how the lap time is made in a completely different fashion. I think that's the cool thing, once again, about the exhibition here. Look at Swearingen through 13, up on the curb, the right front tire up in the air. And again, it's an exhibition. These drivers showing you exactly what these cars are capable of. But as Tommy Kendall said, maybe holding back just a little bit. We'll have to see how front row Joe Nemechek holds back a little bit later when he climbs aboard in the Group 7 cars, the modern stock cars. Those cars from 1999 up to the modern era, 800-900 horsepower, and that's going to be a treat to watch around here. And certainly, I think the buildings are going to be shaking and rumbling just a bit. Talk again about a couple of different vintages. The 198 Camaro. You look at that car up against the Porsche right behind him. That's an IROC Camaro. It's an autocross car here in the Chattanooga area in the SCCA, and a hill climb car as well. Has some championships to its credit. It's a 37-year-old third generation Camaro. It was bought back in 1985. It's even starred on an episode of Car Fix on the Motor Trend channel earlier this year. So Jared Smith, his family, doing a lot to bring that car back to life, and great to see it here as you see the checkered flag is out. Tell you what, the other great thing is, there's our starter waving the checkered flag. The other great thing about this event, when you talk about modern, you saw the flag person there at start finish with that checkered flag, but look at the lighted panels around this racetrack. Manned corner worker stations with flags, but also light panels, modern light panels that really telegraph the message even more. They're much more visible than a flag, very, very bright. And it's great to see that the SVRA embracing that technology and utilizing it here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. I look at that Corvette, and there's a side of me that wants to drive it, and there's another side of me that's just more willing to sit and look at it. And you look at the rear tires underneath it, think about the horsepower that that car has. I don't think it's nearly as much tire as the GT3 Cup Porsche had underneath it, but I can guarantee you it has more horsepower than the Porsche does. And Bobby Kennedy, awesome job wheeling that Corvette around the racetrack. Coming up next, like I said, Group 7, some cool cars and some experienced drivers in there. Joe Nemechek, we talked about him a little bit, but looking through the rest of the field, every one of these drivers knows how to hustle one of these modern stock cars. Joe Nemechek will be aboard the Toyota Camry, the number 8A. Actually owns that car. Looking at an empty racetrack now. We'll take a quick break in the action on track before we get to Group 7. Just what is the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival all about? Let's take a closer look.
There's nothing better than going fast. Doing the vintage racing dance in a racetrack here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a thrill it is.
Build a racetrack in the downtown city, absolute kudos to them.
It's amazing everything that it takes to make this happen has happened.
When I came down to Chattanooga and I started seeing the banners up and the preparations for the show, and I just thought, look at this is car culture.
The automobiles brought to this community and the people who display them with such pageantry is just phenomenal.
Goodness knows the value of these cars.
They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them. That's pretty phenomenal.
The Motorcar Festival is another great way to sort of showcase Chattanooga.
Having a motorcar festival in Chattanooga is a dream, and it's coming true.
I look around, who's in the crowd? Who's here? And I see families.
Families can come for the weekend, watch professional drivers drive these beautiful cars, and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the city. So that's exciting.
I would have never dreamed my wife would enjoy a motor car rally. We got there early and we stayed there late.
Racing, auction, concourse, rally, it's all right here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Looking wildly forward to seeing it again. What's new and what's different.
It's going to get even bigger every year.
If you haven't seen Chattanooga, second week in October is the best time to do it.
Introduced in 1964 as one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world, Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Cragar SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Cragar SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Cragar wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you've got to do, you got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely day.
I'm Trevor Bain, and welcome to In Charge Life with an Electric Vehicle. You're in for a special treat today because we're going to be Rivian road tripping from Tupelo to Oxford in this amazing looking R1T right here behind me.
I love it, it's so beautiful.
But even better, we're doing it with an electrifying person, the amazing Lexi Burke.
Trevor Bain.
We're going to go do some tailgating at Ole Miss.
That sounds amazing.
Looking down on the Pace Grand Prix circuit here at the Bend, the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. What a special event, from the concourse to the rallies to the street fairs to the Grand Prix. It has everything, but the foundation is what is so special about the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. It's what's underneath it and the beneficiaries of all of this.
One of my best friends here in Chattanooga, his father passed away a year ago after dealing with Alzheimer's for over a decade.
My mom has had a mini stroke that has onset vascular dementia, right? And so I've watched her struggle with that.
I just lost a brother-in-law to a neurological disorder.
Alzheimer's has affected millions of people. My dad had it.
There's not anyone who has not been affected closely by Alzheimer's and other neurological issues. Nobody has been unscathed.
I'm Dr. Thomas Devlin. I'm the director of the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center. The CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation are excited and proud to be the beneficiaries of this year's 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Dr. Devlin is a game changer, and the Neuro Center is a game changer, and to have it in Chattanooga is just one more thing that we should feel blessed about and be proud of our community for.
Over the last 2 years, the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center has launched an advanced center of neurologic care in order to be able to advance cutting-edge research and to afford the people of the Tennessee Valley the very best medical care. The Neuroscience Innovation Foundation works collaboratively with the hospital to support cutting-edge research in Alzheimer's disease and stroke. The good news is, together we've made tremendous strides. We have a vision, it's a shared vision. We have our head in the clouds and we have our feet in the ground. This is what Chattanooga is all about. It's about doing world-class things in a way that can help not only our community, but has tentacles to benefit people from all around the world. Come join us at the 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival to learn more about what both of these tremendous organizations are doing to help you and your family. Together we can save lives in our area, and we can help save lives around the world.
Such a beautiful city, such an awesome event, and such a great cause, and really a lot of people behind it. Volkswagen, make sure you check out the Volkswagen displays located at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend and the West Village to get a close-up look and personal look at the Volkswagen fleet, the 2023 Volkswagen all-electric ID4 that they mentioned earlier. It's assembled right here in Chattanooga. And don't forget to pick up some Volkswagen and Custom Chattanooga Motorcar Festival commemorative swag while you're there. And Coker Tire, hey, here's a special deal for this weekend. The weekend tire sponsor, Coker Tire, helping us to find a cure for Alzheimer's by donating 5% of all the sales to the 50 Plus Foundation. And to sweeten the deal, here's what the offer is. You get free shipping. Just use the code CHATMotorcarFest online at CokerTire.com, or you can stop by one of the Coker Tire booths right here and order your tires today. And Millennium Bank as well, a big, big part of this festival, and a big, big part of helping to help find a cure and an answer for our strokes, the neuroscience disorders, Alzheimer's, all those great causes that are the foundation of this great event. Group 7 cars coming up next here at the Grand Prix, the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And fans, on a Friday, why aren't these guys at work? You know why they're not at work? Because they're enjoying looking at the cars. That's the Volkswagen display, I believe. And really, the weather could not be more perfect. Perfect day for racing. Perfect day for the street fair. And if you got a little extra cash in your pocket, make sure you stop by the Mecum Auctions, world famous for auctioning off all types of collector cars. I guarantee you there is something there that you want, and if you don't want to raise your hand, there's also a great silent auction that benefits the Neuroscience Innovation Center. So make sure you stop by Mecum Auctions. And as I said earlier, the shuttle service here will get you everywhere and anywhere you want to go. Track inspections going on before Group 7 heads out, and it is about to get really, really loud because there's nothing louder than a bunch of thundering modern-day stock cars here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. I'm thinking that the exhaust notes are going to be echoing off the Novonix building there in the background, and can't wait to hear these cars as they head down the Alley of the Greats. You see Enzo Ferrari, one of the first banners hanging there, along with Ray Haroon and other greats as these cars pass down through, and just a super, super neat feel to walk through that. When you walk through it the other day, you see Alberto Ascari just behind the Enzo Ferrari banner. As I said, I think Elliott Forbes Robinson is in there, Lynn St. James, of course. It's great to have her there here this weekend with us. Brian Redmond will be with us here this weekend as well. He has a banner hanging there. Just really, really cool, and an honor to have those hanging there. It's just an awesome event. The magic that has been built here over 3 short years is really, really impressive. And as you look forward, I had a couple of people ask me, as you see the VIP list for the weekend, a couple of people asked me, where do I think this is going? What do I see for the future? And I said, it just keeps getting bigger and better. If this is only the 3rd year, I can only imagine what it'll be like in the future. Look at that list. Ray Evernham, Chip Foose, Ken Gross, Jeff Hammond, Donnie Allison, Wayne Carini. I mean, it just goes on and on. Lynn St. James, whether they get to visit with her up at West Village or I get honored to have her come down here and sit here in Betty with me, that will be fantastic. Well, I think Lynn is actually going to be up in West Village, Linda Vaughn. So is Ray. He'll be up in West Village as well. Keith Martin, Brian Redmond. Brian Redmond, not only the grand ambassador here this weekend, but super race car driver, the history that man has from a time when racing was really, really dangerous, and a storyteller to beat the band. Tom Cotter, Mike Tilson, Corky Coker. I got to get Corky to get the handlebar mustache going because he's certainly has the right facial hair for it. I just need him to get that handlebar mustache going. And then Bill Rothermel, the master of ceremonies. It's a magical weekend, and we're just getting started. We're just getting to noon on Friday. Think about what the rest of the weekend has in store, and the skies absolutely crystal clear, not a cloud in them. Weather god's smiling on us. They got the rain taken care of on Thursday, and the rest of the weekend looks like it should be beautiful. Don't forget about the Tennessee River, just there to the backside of the racetrack. And really this area, when I flew in on Thursday, the beautiful lakes around here, and they've talked about it, the scenery, it's just breathtaking. There's some of everything. It makes you want to be outside. And yes, Tommy Kendall, Justin Bell were giving me grief earlier about being a heavyweight, and yeah, I probably need to lose a little bit of the spare tire that's around my waist, but I did walk from my hotel to the racetrack both yesterday and this morning, and you know why? Because it's absolutely gorgeous out, and why wouldn't you do it? And it's not across the street, by the way. It is about a mile away, so took that opportunity to get a little exercise in and enjoy the weather. You know, I was talking about Corky Coker just a moment ago. Well, he and Tommy Kendall got a close-up look at this racetrack on Thursday.
Last year's course at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend was amazing, but they've expanded it and added this Avenue of the Greats. We're standing inside a warehouse with the skin taken off with all these huge banners, joined by Corky Coker, who's almost a lifetime resident of Chattanooga, but a big-time guy in the car world, collection car world, going to take us for a ride in a very special car.
This is a 1911 Mercer Raceabout. It is probably one of the fastest
vintage early pre-20 cars in the first class.
1911.
1911, and this car in 1911 Mercer said it'd do 100 miles an hour. Now let me tell you, this course is really the outside straightaway goes on city streets, the back near the river, wonderful straightaway, it's a wonderful track. Here we go. This thing will go.
It was a hot rod of its day, right?
It was the hot rod of its day.
Uncorking it with corky.
Yes, sir. You can uncork it in this car now, let me tell you. An amazing car for its day, and won many, many races at Saratoga, Savannah, and it is just a wonderful car.
Does it take a while to get used to how much things move compared to a modern car?
Yeah, a little bit. You just have to stay on it. But you know, if you're in this car for 30 minutes, you'd be able to handle it too.
Now it's kind of fitting. This car predates all of the greats that we're about to drive under their banners. Dan Gurney, Sir Jackie Stewart, David Hobbs, Peter Gregg.
How about that? Yeah.
Well, it's funny because the cars are what, you know, and what attract us to this, but it's the people that leave the lasting memory.
Let me tell you, that's right.
This event stands out to me because it celebrates the cars like all of them do, but they're really heavy on the people, which is the great, whether it's Jim Pace, Enzo Ferrari, Dan Gurney. This event, Chattanooga, you built your business here. I mean, this is a proud moment for you.
It's going to be a blast. I cannot wait.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a ride I'll never forget from a one-of-a-kind race facility paired with a concourse event up in the village. Really putting Chattanooga's best foot forward. Thanks for taking the time. You guys are in for a treat.
Yes, sir.
I gotta tell you, kind of glad TK drew the straw on that one because, well, I don't think my arm's long enough to put around Corky the way that Tommy was holding on to him around some of those corners, and I absolutely do not blame him. See how thin the tires were, and you think about the capability of that car to go 100 miles an hour. Thank you very much, but no thank you. Modern stock cars, Group 7 on the racetrack right now, and the thunder is about to get louder here in Chattanooga. You don't need to turn up the volume. It's going to turn itself up here momentarily because these cars thundering around. Look at that number 3. Man. Think about, look at that wheel spin in a straight line on the number 3 as they were headed down the front straightaway there. That car driven by Gary Stevens and that Monte Carlo trying to get that 800 or 900 horsepower to the ground. And cold tires right now. Temperature is still brisk outside, the day warming up, but gonna take a lap or two. We talked about that earlier to get temperature and pressures in these tires. What everybody was talking about in the paddock yesterday was Joe Nemechek and just how hard Joe was going to push and whether exhibition was actually a word that existed in his vocabulary. So we'll have to keep a look and an eye out for Joe in the number 8A, that Toyota Camry, and see just how hard he is pushing it here before long. It's that black Toyota Camry, number 8A. And all these drivers need to get accustomed to the racetrack right now. You can see there's still a little dampness out there on the racetrack. So, and all of a sudden, the track looks a lot narrower than it did because the cars have gotten larger. That wider track of these modern day stock cars. There's Joe. Is that the 8A? Yep, that's the 8A. Front row Joe Nemechek. See how he applies it to that talent, that skill, that experience behind the wheel of one of these cars. See how it puts forth here on this racetrack. Saw the Moon Pie logo on the side. Want a Moon Pie or anything from Little Debbie, Chattanooga's the place to go for that. James Prater up front right now in the 88 as we're just starting to get laps in. Everybody here just has one lap in. So again, it's going to take a little while to get these tires up to temperature and pressure, but so many of these liveries very, very familiar to anyone who follows the NASCAR circuit. Saw Ray Webb there aboard the number 22. Furniture Row livery there aboard the number 78. Bob Harvey piloting the 78 around here, and it's interesting to watch the way the cars work. Think about a stock car and how it's really designed and built to turn left. You can even tell when you saw the front of that number 78 coming at you, how it was, the body on that car actually somewhat off kilter, designed for competing more on ovals than on a tight street circuit like we have here. And that's the thing that's cool. Once again, the celebration of the motor car and of racing. And that's the cool thing about this entire Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. It's a celebration with a great cause underneath it. I think you'll certainly see some great shots of all of these cars in next year's program. They're heading down the alley of the greats with some of those awesome drivers that are being represented and being honored here. You heard Tommy Kendall mention Sir Jackie Stewart, Dan Gurney. Dan the man. I have a bumper sticker in my basement that says Dan Gurney for president. It was put out several years ago because of the great human being that Dan Gurney certainly was, and obviously so instrumental to motorsports here in North America, from sports cars to Indy cars, Grand Prix cars back in the day, his Gurney Eagles, a name synonymous with motorsports, not only in the United States and North America, but worldwide as well. And who wouldn't recognize that livery, the DuPont livery on the number 24? Certainly hard to think about the 24 without mentioning the name Jeff Gordon. Steve Kirkendall behind the wheel right now of that Chevrolet Monte Carlo. The thing that I think is so cool about so many of these cars, and the concourse as well, you'll look at these different cars, also at the Mecum auctions. Certainly from a motorsports standpoint, there is so much history here, and it's so nice to be able to walk up and stand beside one of these cars and look into it and kind of get an idea of what the drivers have to work with as far as the equipment goes. We don't always or often get to do that, especially at big events like the NASCAR events. But here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, you certainly have those opportunities to do that, and it's another reason that it's so special and such a great place for the family to be, whether that's today, tomorrow, Sunday. Great opportunities to get up close and personal and really take in that magic of the automobile. These cars coming out of turns 4, 5, and 6 as they head down towards turn 8. A little right-hand bend at the end of the straightaway, and then some hard braking for turn 8, which take these drivers back up and in towards pit lane. And everybody here this weekend will have a different group of cars that is their favorite, ones that you kind of fall in love with. Are you an open wheel fan? Are you a closed wheel fan? sports car, stock car, it's all here to kind of take in. And if you're new to this, it might be easier for you to come up with a favorite. And I think a lot of us and a lot of the drivers and crew in the paddock are very, very partial to what they have and what they unloaded off of their trailer. So as a fan, you can pick out what your favorite is, something loud, something fast. And what we found already is that you never equate noise with speed, because some of the cars that were a little bit less raucous earlier in the day have actually had the quickest lap time. So one of those things, like I was saying, everybody will have a favorite and they will have a reason why. Down the front straightaway. And this is a really challenging area of the racetrack. It's got that gentle bend to the left, which is considered turn 1. Turn 2 tightens up a little bit more, and you're carrying good speed through here. And as it tightens up with more speed, trust me, it feels like it narrows down. It doesn't. But as the speed picks up, it's going to feel that way because you've got less and less margin for error. There's the right-hand bend of turn 1. And now down to turn 3. On the brakes hard. Get the car turned to the right. That's actually turns 4 and 5. Get the car turned. And now we'll head on down towards turn 8. A little left-hand bend and then some hard braking as they come through turn 7. This gentle right-hander. And then on the brakes hard, down a gear, hard right-hand turn. Bob Harvey takes the 78, back around towards pit end one more time. That's the number 18. Actually, that apostrophe in front makes it look a little bit off. Looked more like a 7 than it did a 1. I get the apostrophe, but the Ford Fusion through the hairpin alley of the greats. And then very challenging turn 13. Big bump just around the apex. And he'll head to the back straightaway. Things tightening up here for the number 20. Gary Stevens just behind, putting some pressure on, trying to find a way through. A car very familiar, stock car fans. Tony Stewart, Smoke. Spent a lot of time behind the wheel of that number 20. And then the Intimidator just behind. Look at those first 3 cars in line, and then 68, a lot of history, not only in the chassis themselves, but most certainly in the liveries that you see. Drivers like Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon would think about coming and driving some of their former mounts here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Maybe we can get that done next time. Joe Nemechek here, obviously. So maybe he could talk to some of his fellow former drivers and get them to come and play in Chattanooga. Number 18 car was originally the number 26 that Jamie McMurray drove. It was the Crown Royal car, actually. Raced it at Las Vegas, Daytona, Darlington. So it has some good history on that chassis. You'll find a lot of these cars do. It's one of the great things about the modern stock car class is that with the teams having several chassis, perhaps more readily available than some of the older cars, of which there weren't nearly as many made. But if you're a vintage car fan and you're interested in motorsports, there are certainly ways in and numerous classes that exist. They're all different levels of performance, all different levels of investment that you can make to become a part of the show. Cobb on the wheel of the 20 through turn 8 one more time. But it's Joe Nemechek in the 8 leading the way. Fastest car in the category right now at a 2:10.9. Nemechek with the best lap. And then the 78 of Scott Hawley. And then the number 18, Scott Dolphy in the number 18. Great stuff from here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. All 7 categories have run so far this morning. We'll have qualifying after lunch, but while we wait for that, let's go back to Justin and Tommy in West Village and the Torque Show.
Well, if you can hear that, either across the airwaves or in person here in Chattanooga, you know there's something pretty exciting, definitely fast, and truly unique is about to happen.
Set within the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains rests a city surrounded by sweeping views in the southeastern region, the Volunteer State. This is Chattanooga, Tennessee, a place filled with a collection of rich history ever since the mid-1800s. And today, history comes back to life as fans and drivers gather along the Tennessee River to witness both vintage and historic race cars as they hit the track on the 2.75-mile road course. It's a spectacle unlike any other, set in a location known as the Scenic City.
Drivers to your cars.
Its history, its speed, its cars. This is the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
The summer of incredible car events draws to a close. We find ourselves with a truly unique car festival here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Generally, car events can be described in 2 types. You have the lifestyle social event where you talk with your friends and see some beautiful cars, or you have more of the race-themed experience. But here today, right in Chattanooga, we get the best of both worlds. It's a vibrant and very energetic, forward-thinking southern city set against the backdrop of these beautiful mountains with Lookout Mountain right behind and the Tennessee River alongside. But Tommy, as we sit here right now, there's an air of true excitement because we are the Talk Show. This is Tommy Kendall, I'm Justin Bell, and we are live from Chattanooga, but also in a very special 1-hour special going across the Power Nation networks. Tommy, you've never been to Chattanooga before. You're here for the first time, but I think I teased it up pretty well for you.
You did. You came last year. When you came back to LA, you were a changed man, and you said, we are going back there, and in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, you and I have raced all over the world. We've been to car events all over the world. A concourse isn't unique. There's a few other downtown concourses. Historic racing isn't new, but there are only a few street courses. None of them have both in the same place. Truly a unique event that you can only find in Chattanooga.
It is a special one for so many reasons. It's all about the people, really. Cars are the bond that holds us together, but it's really meeting friends, meeting people, also seeing some of your heroes. And that's what Brian DeFore and his very talented and very hardworking team have put together. There was a vision to bring people here to Chattanooga for good reason. This is such a city on the move. But Byron wanted, having seen these car events all around the world, he wanted to take the best of each bit and bring them here for his own car festival.
Well, it's his two passions kind of colliding. He's revitalized, completely revitalized this part of town that looked nothing like this 10 years ago. And also with the Grand Prix. And if you think about it, it's from the early 1900s, a lot of the places you know well, part of the reason you know some of them. Santa Monica had road races. Pebble Beach had road races. All these places, some of them now have permanent tracks like Watkins Glen, Road America. Le Mans is a big one. Monaco. Why do we know Monaco? They've been racing with glitz and glam. And so he's pairing those together. And it's like everyone here is super proud of Chattanooga. They want the world to know what's special about Chattanooga. So this is a bit of a coming out party for them.
You should check this out because Chattanooga, people that live here are very proud, as you'll see.
Growing up in Chattanooga is a very different experience than living here now.
In the 70s, Chattanooga was proclaimed the dirtiest town in the United States.
First air pollution emergency of the year is reported in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
It was dirty and polluted and crime-ridden.
It was not really very appealing.
You know, it was a pretty smoggy place to live. Businessmen would take 2 shirts to work.
As a kid, I can remember you didn't really come downtown. You know, it wasn't, family friendly, let's say.
So what did Chattanooga do? Chattanooga transformed itself. From our dark days have come many bright spots that, quite frankly, have produced a new Chattanooga.
There's a great deal to do in Chattanooga. The outdoor life, the lakes and the rivers and the forests and the mountains and the hiking trails all play a part. But Chattanooga also has a very vibrant downtown, a very vibrant cultural component to it. And of course, it is a town that, in terms of economic growth, is absolutely on fire.
We've been named twice by Outside Magazine the best outdoor city in the U.S.
The beauty of our city, it speaks for itself. I mean, we're a city in the midst of mountains and a beautiful Tennessee River, and just the outdoors, the God-given amenities that we have here themselves are phenomenal. But then the city, through the years, has figured out ways of taking advantage of that. So average citizens have the ability to walk along the waterfront, to ride their bikes, to participate. And so in that way, it's a most unique city. It's very difficult to replicate what is here. And the people here and the embracing nature of them and the enthusiasm that they share with others who come here, it's a remarkable place.
It's the people that really do make this the community that it is.
It's just citizenship that roll up their sleeves and say, I want to help.
Whether you come from Georgia, whether you come from Alabama, whether you come from other parts of Tennessee, people come to Chattanooga, they see the opportunity, they make this their home, and they improve it. And then they give back.
We take care of each other. And when people come to Chattanooga, I think they feel that.
The fact that this wonderful event is taking place in our community, I'm grateful for that. Very, very expensive automobiles. They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them, who want to share them with other people and be with other people who have the same interests. It's pretty cool for Chattanooga. I don't know how it could be any better.
Wow, you know what, seeing that, there's just a legacy of passion, of pride, but it's also such a forward-thinking city, and definitely Byron and the DeFore brothers, his brother Ken, what they've done with this downtown as part of this, spearheading this passion to make the city is motivational, and you can just see it spreading across the South. There is so much happening here this weekend, so we should kind of bring you up to speed on all the fun things. Tommy, they're trying to get a little bit for everybody. If you're into cars, if you're into people, if you're into racing, if you're into art, it's all happening here.
I think it's, I think Byron DeFore, I think they said, well, how about this? I think he answered yes to everything.
Yep.
Because it's like a car lover's nirvana with ADD. And so there is so much going on. You see it here. This is just today's. We already had the stroke recovery panel here on stage. Coming up, the Ferrari Mystique panel discussion, Millennium auctions. They literally, stilt walkers. We've got dueling pianos here tonight. We got a laser show going all the way till I think 9 or 10 p.m. this evening. And then here's tomorrow. The Pace at the Bend is, the Pace is what the racing is called, named after our good friend Jim Pace, who we lost last year. And at the Bend, a new revitalizing part right on the river where the racetrack is. Got the family fun zone, food, exhibitor booths, car clubs, torque show with us.
All right,
Look
easy.
at that.
But it kicked off very early here in the West Village when you saw the Coca Tire V8s in the village, which was happening just over there. And of course, we actually got things started with the Canosa Rally left early this morning. And that was something that was very spectacular to see.
Haggerty's Concours des Lemons. If you're not familiar with Lemons, Lemons was started as a joke. It's basically race cars under $500. It's turned into this global thing, and now they have a concours of crappy cars, kind of oddball cars like custom vans and the nicest AMC Gremlin you'll ever see in the world. Things like that are part of that, and it's sort of tongue-in-cheek, but it's really it's really fun and cool.
Well, being from the West Coast, we were not up early, but the West Village was. There was some action starting at 8 a.m. this morning, and you can hear the drums go. You know what? It was us that kicked it off. I loved having the drummers right next to us. I think I'm going to live start every day like that. Meanwhile, racing at the Bend kicked off as well. It was the first time on track for so many of these drivers in their rather lovely cars. They definitely built up to it. You could see getting used to a street circuit took people a few laps, but once it got going, they really did start to show their thing. And of course, Brian Till, our very talented and well-known co-host, was down there covering all the action.
And what's notable is the breadth of vehicles. Look at that big power slide going into the Avenue of the Greats. Here's the Millennium auction, and then look, that someone you're going to get a bidder's paddle. I'm
not
anxious to see. Auctions is something, it's a phenomenon that's taken on. I've never bought one in a public auction because I don't trust myself. Here was the panel discussion. That's Dr. Devlin on the right, Keith Martin from Sports Car Market on the left. A bird's eye view of the Pace at the Bend Grand Prix course. And that's just what's happened so far.
One of the things that Tommy likes to, or I don't know if he likes it, but he's starting to work out, is that he doesn't get to do all the fun things. I thought I'd let him stay in bed while I took off on the Canosa Rally. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Canosa Rally. Canosa events are all over the world. They're in every country almost. They are the premier
Places
facilitator.
like Monaco.
All over Morocco. It's just so cool. You know what? I got out there early. I was in a beautiful little 911 convertible. And then I went and experienced why the magic is so important of these things. Check it out. Kicking off the weekend's proceedings is this very exciting Canosa Rally. Now you might think to yourself, Canosa, I've heard that name. Don't they do those amazing driving events all over the world? Well, yeah, you'd actually be right. And Luigi Orlandini is the CEO and president of Canosa Events. But you're in Chattanooga. I mean, I bet you never thought you'd be doing one of your amazing events right here in the heart of the South.
To be honest, no, I never thought I would be ever doing an event here. But after I met Byron, I thought that there was no other choice than coming here and doing our whole rally here in beautiful Tennessee.
We're about to head off. What are you driving?
Actually, I'm driving a fantastic Alfa Romeo Montreal, 1978. Fantastic car, very powerful, and I'm sure very fun.
Okay, guys, let's go.
All the kids waving and everybody. One of the coolest things about any rally like this is they've done all the work for you, so you can just enjoy the ride. I'm not thinking about where I'm going. I'm just literally living in the moment of driving. Well, we made it to the first stop, driving through those beautiful Tennessee mountains. and we're here at this rather lovely winery. But what is it about rallies like this? Because you can just focus on the driving and the beauty. What is it for you?
Well, for me, it's really three parts, and the car is only a third of it. I've owned the car 25 years, and in 2000, I started rallying it. But you get to enjoy this car, other people's cars. I like the camaraderie with the other people. It's a third of it is really the people, and that's really what it's all about. The vehicle, excuse the pun, is the vehicle that takes you there.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to go and travel and visit a destination you've never been to or wanted to go to, that's what it's about. Just a very pleasurable experience all around.
Well, that's it for me. This is as far as I go on the Kenosha Chattanooga Fall Rally, but I can really tell why these people do this. It's the mix of great friends, your beautiful car, and roads as yet to be discovered. I better head back to the track and see what's going on, but these guys, they got a lot of miles to do. Well, how do you feel?
You do pull the plum assignments, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You just, someone's got to do it. Just pull your boots up and go grind out an honest day's work.
Drums and bells. You're used to it.
Well
You like
said,
that?
yes.
Kenosha Rally really summed up to me why you come and do this. As Ralph, the gentleman you just heard, he's done them all over the world. There's something about it, and Haggerty especially right now having a big push with that, and we have, Haggerty have a little presence here too, it's all about bringing driving back, making people, especially the younger generation, fall in love with driving, and it's so important. Otherwise, the future of our world is just lots of old people reminiscing.
Cars are having a moment. We just had Luftgekult 8 in Los Angeles. There were so many young people in LA. So not every young person is into cars, but there is an incredibly healthy love for old and new cars in America. So Ferraris are a big part. When I started telling people I was coming to this event, they're like, oh, the Ferrari presence at Chattanooga is not just great for this size show, it is great, period. They call it the Gathering of the Greats. And if you look at the entry list of cars in the Ferrari class, it's a who's who of owners. J.W. Marriott's short wheelbase Roadster is here, and that he's owned for 35 years. You got Bill Warner. And so this is 1952 to 2003, the Gathering of the Greats here in the West Village. And this will be Sunday, part of the show. But you've got, that's just at the bottom. You've got a 250 GT, a Ferrari Enzo, Super America 410, two different Ferrari 250 GTs, short wheelbase, a Berlinetta, a competition. Any one of these cars, they say it's not polite to ask what they're worth, but anyone can check the auctions and tell you what these are worth. Multi-million-dollar cars. A 288 GTO, if you like the more modern stuff, only 272 ever produced, and the list goes on.
It's something that is a status amongst not just collectors, but also amongst fans. I mean, the fans, you can't walk into a billionaire's house and touch his Renoir or Monet or Chagall on the wall, but you can get pretty darn close to his GTO, which is worth just the same.
Another car I need to point out, one of the rarest cars, there's only two, that's called a Triposti, which was the star of the show at Pebble last year. It's a Ferrari with 3 seats. The driver sits in the middle, and there's a seat on either side, and there was one for Gianni Agnello, and the other one Luigi Canetti. The only two, and one of them is here. They're gathering out in front of the Westin right now, where that's the 288 GTO on the left, the first, arguably the first modern supercar.
Well, as we leave those beautiful cars that sadly for me have to remain in my virtual garage, which is virtually up here. Tommy likes to play a game. We'll play with you later, maybe. What is in your virtual garage? But coming up just after break, we have one of the truly most special humans involved in the race car business, who happens to be a female, Linson James, who's the Grand Marshal of this event. She's a Hall of Famer. Truly quite a special person.
Well, and even with all the accolades she's gotten, it started with her racing career. The oldest Rookie of the Year until this year, at 45 years old, was a rookie at Indy. Forget that she was a female, a 45-year-old rookie at Indy, and then she's continued. Now she was kind of a lone ranger, just blazing the trail. Now she's gotten behind the foundation, the Woman with Drive. It's turning into a movement, and so it's finally getting some traction. But I think she's up for kind of lifetime achievement sort of recognition now.
Love it. Well, that'll be coming up in a second. Look at the action at the track. the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by the Millennium Bank is really in full flow. If you're here, walk around and see it. If you're not, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Under pressure, this is the man you turn to. This is your difference maker.
Go kick the ball to mommy. You see that?
He's a natural.
I just need a little bit more. You're making all the difference out there, kid.
Für Dortmund. Verstehst du nicht überhaupt? He's America's next big export.
No pressure, right?
Pressure, pressure?
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Pressure, pressure.
So where do you think this pressure's coming from?
Everyone.
Don't look at me. I'm just here for the mints.
So much pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
True.
He scores! Incredible!
It's that time. You've been together for years. It took commitment, passion, patience, and a lot of love. And you know without any doubt that she's the one for you. For a moment like this, it's important that everything is perfect because you want her to look her best when you take her to her first show. Coker Tire, the perfect look for your classic ride.
Welcome back to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by Millennium Bank, and it is all go, all action, whether you're down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend or you're up here in West Village where there's literally all the car clubs, there's people, there's beautiful artwork to look, there's a lot going on. And look at just that magnificent statue that actually made its way here from Italy. It's been stuck on a ship, if you can believe it, for the better part of the last couple of years, but it made its way here and is really gracing West Village outside the Western so well. But let's talk about people that are so special to the car community, let alone
not in
historic
bronze
Italian
yet.
driving. Not in bronze yet. Linson James has just been brought on by the wonderful Anna, who is not camera shy at all.
She's my escort.
Your escort. She wanted to be involved today on her day off, and so she's a volunteer. Thank you, Anna.
Well, big thank you to Anna, and big welcome to Lynn. She's read your book?
She's read my book, which really impressed me.
Lynn?
Have you read my book?
Does it have pictures?
Is my free copy in the mail? I don't know. No, we're buying it now.
I don't know if you heard our introduction. Obviously, your racing is what set it all up, but I think you're up for kind of lifetime achievement recognition. You're in the Hall of Fame. You two-time winner of your class at the Rolex 24. You've won your class at the Nürburgring in an AMX, I believe. and that until this year, the oldest Rookie of the Year winner ever at Indy. I was familiar with you racing at Indy and starting on the second row the one year. I didn't realize you were a rookie at 45 years old. That is mind-blowing. I'd been retired for 15 years when I was 45. I couldn't imagine going out there and going to Indy, the most terrifying place.
And then doing seven, seven Indy 500s and continue on.
Into your 50s. You were a trailblazer. You didn't make a huge deal. You were just in there mixing, digging for your results. But now you're really focused not just on the females as drivers, which is your focus originally. It's broadened out. There's so many other roles here. And tell us about the Women with Drive. It's really getting traction. It's not there's one person you can find over here. It's throughout all the sports, throughout all the roles.
Well, when you combine people that are passionate about what they do, and you know that if you're going to have a career in racing, you have to be passionate. There's two things. Yeah, because it's hard. You have to be passionate and you have to be excellent. We don't accept mediocrity. I mean,
There's a stopwatch, doesn't lie.
well, that's true, but I mean, even if you're not competing as a driver, you know, as a competitor, if you are an engineer, if you are in fabrication, if you are working in media and PR, if you don't get the job done at the absolute top of your game, you're out of here because somebody else will come in and do that. So the best way I say is racing does not accept mediocrity. And so, but you know, most people that have worked in it, male or female, have kind of, they just do their job. They put their head down and they do their job. And so what happened was that the women that would put their head down and do their jobs, a lot of people didn't even know they existed. And I still believe that when Beth Peretta showed up last year at Indy and had this sort of female forward, not all female, and you had all of these women that were over the wall, that were engineers, that were demonstrating, it was interesting that other teams started to bring forth their women that had been there, many of them. Anna Chastain, I mean, she'd been an engineer there for a long time. So what it's doing is it's now bringing out, putting in a spotlight of the women who are competing behind the scenes necessarily, but are part of our sport. So I've been able to bring the men and women together. And it isn't just about women, it's about men, because we need allies. I mean, we need the leaders to embrace us, to listen to us, to have some empathy for us, who will then, as I said, take action. They'll either give us good advice or they will open a door. And even this week, 2 shootouts have been announced for women drivers, which I'm most excited about. So there's a GT4 program that the Heart of Racing has put together in I think it's Aston Martin GT4, and they just announced this week a Porsche shootout for the Porsche Cup, where they've got 4 female drivers that they're, you know, and they have also engineering, you know, opportunities in that sport as well.
You just came off your big conference, and I saw Jimmy Johnson on stage, and we talked earlier, and Jimmy Johnson, girl dads are playing a big role here. So, and it's just, it's kind of evolved where a lot of girls said, I didn't know this was available to me. And so you have these guys like Jimmy. I have all 3 of my brothers are girl dads and they're the future of what their curiosity is taking them to. So tell us about your event last week.
Well, the event last week, oh God, I still am reeling from it. Okay, so we had over 330 men and women, probably about 90% women, in all disciplines of the sport that came together in Charlotte, hosted by Charlotte Motor Speedway, driven by Mobil 1, and we had OEMs, we had racetracks, we had sanctioning bodies, we had vendors, it's what I wanted to envision. It was an industry-supported event, and we put on panel discussions for 2 days. We had over 40 panelists who were all working in the industry. We even had Gillian Zucker, who used to be the head of the California Fontana Speedway, who's now the president of the LA Clippers. So, you know, but her whole but I talked to Gillian, who I met when she was obviously at Fontana, and when I talked to her about this, I said something about, well, man, I would imagine going to the Clippers was a huge challenge. She said, this is easy compared to running a racetrack. I learned more in racing than I learned anywhere else. So that's the other thing, is that racing is so dimensional. You know, you have to have so many skills. We were talking about how you need to build your skill bank, and in racing, you have to be able to do that.
You have to be able to build it in your lane, but as you say, there's so many women who were in roles, whether it literally is from the PR side through to the back of house, making sure that an army march is on its stomach. Someone has to do that, and these roles are being fulfilled.
Well, you remember, I used to make sure that my crew and your crew had lunch, you know, because we talk about feeding them, because we can't feed people. They're going to be doing their job.
We still need a bit of your nurture every time, even though we pretend we don't. But let's talk about the bigger picture for you. That's one big picture. The other bigger picture in the car world, just from the point of view of Grand Marshal, honorees, I mean, nominations. It's kind of crazy. It's the year of Lynn St. James. It's
insane. I still blame Bill Warner.
Yeah.
When he made me the honoree at Amelia, it was like, all of a sudden, the phone started ringing, emails started coming, invitations started coming. I mean, it's like, I know that everybody knew I did what I did, but they forgot about it, you know? I mean, decades had gone by since I did what I did. And I just think, I said to Bill, I said, you just brought me back out of the closet, and now it's like, oh my God, that's right, Lynn did this, oh, Lynn did that. And it's been fun, I have to admit.
The hotels are nicer at these events too, aren't they?
Exactly. Isn't it
As
funny?
opposed to the motels we stayed at.
You get the big room. Well, Lynn, it's so great. We're pushing this show out on a huge platform with Power Nation, so it's very exciting for us You are one of our friends, one of the people we love in this sport, and you're spreading such a good message. Anna did a great job. I hope she wants to come back another time.
I'm sure she will, because she lives here in the area, and so she knows more about Chattanooga than I do.
Than we do. Well, we know that you love being here in Chattanooga.
I do. I mean, last year was the first time I was here. I love the vibe of the city. I love the fact that and you guys were talking about, there's this racetrack over there that's having great stuff going on, the auction's going on, cars everywhere, people engaged in it. It's a really fabulous event.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, our Grand Marshal, everybody, Lynn St. James,
that's right.
and when we come back, we will be popping in and checking in with Brian Till down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend.
Was that fun?
The Krager SS, introduced in 1964, is one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world. Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Krager SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Krager SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Krager wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
Wow, what a shot that is as we look at the Avenue of the Greats out there at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Now, this is a new extension to the racetrack. It added about half a mile. And when Byron and the team looked at these very magnificent structures across the top of what is going to be an incredible, the Bend is going to be an incredible housing development. This part of the track,
they're going to divert part of the river under those arches. Yes,
they're going to make it like Monaco.
Yep.
And they're also, I mean, I've actually interviewed the principal of the development, and they're going to try and integrate the racetrack into the layout, rather like Monaco, but reverse engineered.
Not an afterthought.
Not an afterthought. So it's really, really special. That was a little view of the track, but we now have a feature about the track. Tommy, give us a little bit more insight.
There's nothing better than going fast. Doing the vintage racing dance in a racetrack here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a thrill it is. To build a racetrack in the downtown city, absolute kudos to them.
It's amazing everything that it takes to make this happen has happened.
When I came down to Chattanooga and I started seeing the banners up and the preparations for the show, and I just thought, look at this is car culture.
The automobiles brought to this community and the people who display them with such pageantry is just phenomenal.
Goodness knows the value of these cars.
They're beautiful, they're loved by the people who own them. That's pretty phenomenal.
The Motorcar Festival is another great way to sort of showcase Chattanooga.
Having a motorcar festival in Chattanooga is a dream, and it's coming true.
I look around, who's in the crowd? Who's here? And I see families.
Families can come for the weekend, watch professional drivers drive these beautiful cars, and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the city. So that's exciting.
I would have never dreamed my wife would enjoy a motor car rally. We got there early and we stayed there late.
Racing, auction, concourse, rally, it's all right here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Looking wildly forward to seeing it again. What's new and what's different.
It's going to get even bigger every year.
If you haven't seen Chattanooga, second week in October is the best time to do it.
God, you know what? I just love hearing the passion, the enthusiasm of everybody connected to this event. I mean, some of the families that some of the faces you just saw, their families, as I said, came into this valley with the original settlers. That is how deep the legacy and how deep-rooted the family ties are to these.
I've said it before. There's some cities people just only leave. They can't get out of them fast enough. Here, they don't. They stay for generations. Corky, who kicked that segment off, is from nearby. He's lived most of his life here. Built his business, a crazy niche business that is central to this. Where do you get tires for a 1911 race car? Where do you get tires for a Duesenberg, for a 60s Porsche, those Michelins? And so they have a license deal. Coker's Tires operates all over the world with this super specialty. Brian Till didn't know all this. He says, where do you get tires for this? He looked at me like, is he pulling my leg? And that is been here in the family for 50 some years in Chattanooga, and now it's the centerpiece, and he's become a celebrity in the car world because of his shows and his museum and so forth and so on. And
I'm taking a visit there a little bit later. But guess what? It's not just me that has all the fun. Tommy does get out there, mainly because I had a side mission to this, a motive for this is I've already driven with Corky Coker in a very old car, so I thought it's time to let Tommy have a go. Check this out.
last year's course at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend was amazing, but they've expanded it and added this Avenue of the Greats. We're standing inside a warehouse with the skin taken off with all these huge banners, joined by Corky Coker, who's almost a lifetime resident of Chattanooga, but a big-time guy in the car world, collector car world, gonna take us for a ride in a very special car.
This is a 1911 Mercer Raceabout. It is probably one of the fastest vintage early pre-20 cars in the first class.
1911.
1911. In this car, in 1911, Mercer said it'd do 100 miles an hour. Now, let me tell you, this course has been really changed. The outside straightaway goes on city streets, the back near the river, wonderful straightaway. It's a wonderful track.
Let's do it.
Here we go. This thing will go.
It was a hot rod of its day, right?
It was the hot rod of its day.
Uncorking it with Corky.
Yes, sir. You can uncork it in this car now, let me tell you. An amazing car for its day, and won many, many races at Saratoga, Savannah, and it is just a wonderful car.
Does it take a while to get used to how much things move compared to a modern car?
Yeah, a little bit. You just have to stay on it. But, you know, if you're in this car for 30 minutes, you'd be able to handle it too.
Now, it's kind of fitting. This car predates all of the greats that we're about to drive under their banners. Dan Gurney, Sir Jackie Stewart, David Hobbs, Peter Gregg.
How about that? Yeah.
Well, it's funny because the cars are what, you know, and what attract us to this, but it's the people that leave the lasting memory.
Let me tell you, that's right.
This event stands out to me because it celebrates the cars like all of them do, but they're really heavy on the people, which is the great, whether it's Jim Pace, Enzo Ferrari, Dan Gurney. This event, Chattanooga, you built your business here. I mean, this is a proud moment for you.
It's going to be a blast. I cannot wait.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a ride I'll never forget from a one-of-a-kind race facility paired with a concourse event up in the village. Really putting Chattanooga's best foot forward. Thanks for taking the time. You guys are in for a treat.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what? I've never seen Tommy Kendall hug another fully grown man that tightly before.
There's a special foot peg off of the running board. He says, you're going to want to use that to brace yourself. And I reach around. There's no seat belts because you wanted to be thrown from the wreckage. When I said, does it take a while to get used to how much things move? That's a euphemism for, are you ever not terrified in this car?
No, there were little keys. I'd watch that video back. I'm going to watch it many times.
Did you see the back end slide?
Oh, I saw it. I saw your voice go, that little high bit that you do when you're like, you're used to it moving that fast. I love it. That is so good. But it really does show. I mean, that is a 1927?
1911.
1911. I mean, it's just absolutely madness. And these people wheel these cars like nothing. Look at the size of those tires. And when you watch the videos, you see them sort of go oval shape when they go around the corners as all the load goes through those tires.
They're a high pressure tire. It's a wooden center of the wheel with a steel ring, and then the tire becomes part of the structure. It wobbles around a little until it's inflated, and that adds rigidity to the overall. I would have not liked to know that before I drove in it.
I just was so glad he got that gig and not me. But wonderful. That noise you just heard was a big Dodge Plymouth. What's an NASCAR,
I think that's the car that Marty Robbins, the country western star, drove at Charlotte in 1970.
We're pointing at something you can't see, but it made all the noise as we come back. Corky Coker, Lynn St. James, that's just the start of the list. We have some incredible guests
Our
on
next
site.
guest is the first name there, Ray Evernham. Chip Foose, who's kind of bounced out of just car. He's now kind of a pop culture icon because of his TV show, etc. Ken Gross, Jeff Hammond, Donnie Allison, Wayne Carini, Lynn St. James, Linda Vaughn, Keith Martin, Brian Redmond, Tom Cotter, Mike Tilson, Corky Coker, that's a tongue twister, Bill Rothermel, and we've got another VIP that's not on the list, our VIP.
Who's that?
Down at the racetrack.
Oh, Brian. Sorry, Brian. You just because your name is not hanging on a 50-foot banner. I was actually I got a napkin in the hotel. I was going to write your name on and wave it enthusiastically in the crowd.
There was someone that posted a clip of Brian Till's call of the end of the Laguna Seca race when let's see, I guess it was Garcia and
York
Bergmeister going at it, ended in tears for Jan Magnussen. But it was Magnussen, not
it was Magnussen
Garcia.
and Bergmeister.
And that was Brian Till's call. He's a
Welcome
legend. If
to the
you've
family.
he was a hell of a driver, made it all the way to Indy cars, and now even a bigger deal. We joked about earlier in the broadcast world. One of those voices that makes you realize that was a big event.
Hey guys, I'm here in Betty, the Airstream that you guys use for your torque show on a regular basis. And I want you to know that someone actually put my name on the door and there's a star. It says talent.
Well, your agent reached out and said we need the green M&Ms, this flavor of liquid death water, all these demands for a star of your stature.
Well, and our producer just in my ear said something about being short, and you just said stature. So I'm actually going to be going to the street fair tonight because you said there were stilt walkers that were going to be there, and it may be my only opportunity to ever be as tall as you are, Tommy. I'm going to get some of these stilts and see if I can measure up.
And our insurance doesn't cover it. But Brian, you were right down there at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Tell us about it. What is going on? Obviously, we have had racing all morning. The cars finally got out on track and really put some miles in. Looks like it's bedding in a bit. There's some rubber laying down and lap times are dropping. Look like they're having fun.
Yeah, well, first of all, they're having fun. That's the most important thing. And it's just a super great event. This was practice this morning. So everybody kind of going out, learning the racetrack. And it was cool this morning, as you guys know. It's still cool. I still have my jacket on sitting here in Betty. But the sun's coming down on the racetrack. That's going to give it temperature. There's rubber being put down, as you said, Justin. And the racetrack's going to get faster. That's important because qualifying is next. 7 classes of cars, everything from the open wheel cars of the early 1900s, including a replica of the Marmon Wasp that Ray Haroon won the very first Indianapolis 500 in, and the car that you ran around the racetrack with Corky Coker, Tommy, and up through modern stock cars. And so there's just a little bit of everything, I should say. And it's just an awesome deal. Like I said, 7 classes, some of the racetrack on the street, some of it on some purpose-built asphalt that was laid around the Novonix Center, which is one of the premier battery manufacturing and research companies in the world, right here, down here by the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. It's just super cool. And again, the best thing about this entire Chattanooga Motorcar Festival is the foundation that is built upon, and that's about research for the neuroscience problems, whether that's stroke, Alzheimer's, and the Chattanooga Heart Institute so involved in that, and that's really the basis for all of this.
One last thing, Brian, I just wanted to, just something struck me. 50 Plus Racing, that is the foundation that is hosting this and holding this event. Do you remember, it's a full circle thing, Byron DeFore, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Jim Pace, and I can't remember who else was with them. Dorsey Schrader, racing at Daytona in a Daytona prototype. And here you are all these years later commentating on Byron's own race.
Well, yeah, and it was interesting when all of that came about at the Rolex 24 a few years ago. It was just, oh, well, these guys, it's 50 plus racing. They're all 50 years old. That's what it is, 50 plus, I should say, because Dorsey was there and he was 80 at the time, I think. But and I can't say that because we're close to the same age. But it's where it all started, and to see what it's been built into is just absolutely amazing. I'm having fun. You guys stay up there. I'm going to deal with the race cars.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. I know we're going to check in with you over the afternoon. Have fun there in Betty. Have fun at the racetrack. Guys, when we come back, we have some very special guests on the stage with us. Ray Evernham.
It's a fact. You get ready to take your collector car to market and bring more money with the right wheels and tires.
My cholesterol is borderline. I figure I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free with guaranteed potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic.
Treat and protect against cold sore symptoms with Herpes-Synel. Pain Relief's triple-action formula numbs pain and itch with lidocaine, while everyday protection helps protect against future flare-ups. Take back control of your cold sores with Herpes-Synel.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
Nobody can tell ya there's only one song worth singing. They may try and sell ya, 'cause it hangs them on to see someone like you. But you gotta make your own.
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan.
Welcome back to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by Millennium Bank. Now,
there's a reason that's funny.
There's a reason that's funny.
Because show you how much people love their town. We just had a gentleman walk by the stage and correct my British friend. He butchers the English language. He says they invented it, so he can say it every once. But Chattanooga, not Chattanooga, as he's been saying.
Chattanooga, sir, it forever. C-H-A-T-T-A.
Chattanooga.
All right, it's not the first time I've been corrected. That's why my people left. So this whole event, the whole genesis behind this event is to help raise awareness and funds for, it's not just people that are less advantaged, it's every one of us has a story connected to someone that is suffering from or has suffered from forms of neurological disease. I myself had a stroke a year ago in April, and it was a small one, but I tell you what, knocks you on the back of your feet. Keith Martin, who was here on that seminar, he was a big part of that. And if you didn't catch the panel discussion that Dr. Tom Devlin and Keith Martin had, go back, watch the show from earlier, because it is so informative and inspirational.
The thing that disables more people in the world than anything else, strokes.
There you go, end of that story. Let's find out more about it in this rather lovely feature. Check it out.
One of my best friends here in Chattanooga, his father passed away a year ago after dealing with Alzheimer's for over a decade.
My mom has had a mini stroke that has onset vascular dementia, right? And so I've watched her struggle with that.
I just lost a brother-in-law to a neurological disorder.
Alzheimer's has affected millions of people. My dad had it.
There's not anyone who has not been affected closely by Alzheimer's and other neurological issues. Nobody has been unscathed.
I'm Dr. Thomas Devlin. I'm the director of the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center. The CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation are excited and proud to be the beneficiaries of this year's 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Dr. Devlin is a game changer, and the Neuro Center is a game changer, and to have it in Chattanooga is just one more thing that we should feel blessed about and be proud of our community for.
Over the last 2 years, the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center has launched an advanced center of neurologic care in order to be able to advance cutting-edge research and to afford the people of the Tennessee Valley the very best medical care. The Neuroscience Innovation Foundation works collaboratively with the hospital to support cutting-edge research in Alzheimer's disease and stroke. The good news is together we've made tremendous strides. We have a vision, it's a shared vision. We have our head in the clouds and we have our feet in the ground. This is what Chattanooga is all about. It's about doing world-class things in a way that can help not only our community, but has tentacles to benefit people from all around the world. Come join us at the 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival to learn more about what both of these tremendous organizations are doing to help you and your family. Together we can save lives in our area and we can help save lives around the world.
Wow, that was impactful, inspirational, and really does remind you of why we're all doing this.
And you spend a little time with Dr. Devlin, and he's like it's like an Adrian Newey with Red Bull. Yep. He's totally in command of what he's doing. He's the right guy. He's got the vision, and right here in Chattanooga is doing these great things. I lost my mother-in-law to Alzheimer's. My dad had a series of mini strokes earlier this year. It literally touches all of us at some point. So any breakthroughs there, and it really puts it into focus on a lot of everything is benefiting good causes, and that's great. But this one is married to the event,
benefiting the world, actually, one step at a time. But this entire event is brought to you by not just Byron DeFore, his group. It's all about the sponsors, and the whole event is brought to you by Millennium Bank. You can see their logo up behind me. It is bank locally and live easily, which is a rather nice,
I like that.
Which is a great tagline. But VW, they're a huge part of this, Tommy.
Well, there's a massive VW production facility here in Chattanooga, and there's a setup right here by the stage where with like their new ID4, which is a runaway success, electric vehicle. They've got a setup here where you can get information, get some swag. There's also another one down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. We've got
Coker Tires.
There's some
That's
giveaways.
A huge part.
Coker Tires got some giveaways on tires that benefit here. They're also doing a bike giveaway. Go to cokertire.com. Tons going on. This 3-spine. There's a lower total joint replacement developed right here in Chattanooga. They're a sponsor for those of us that have some aches and pains.
Well, that's Tommy. We're getting but the cars are starting to populate the village here in West Village. You can tell this event is starting to really pick up some speed over the weekend. And when we come back, we will have arguably the best, most successful crew chief, also NASCAR Hall of Famer, Ray Evernham. We'll
The
be back.
Krager SS, introduced in 1964, is one of the most recognizable aftermarket wheels in the world. Coker Tire is proud to now offer the iconic Krager SS wheel, specifically the Series 61C, along with thousands of other tire and wheel options. The Krager SS Series 61C is available in 10 sizes, 15-inch and 17-inch diameters, and in popular 5-lug bolt patterns as well as 6-lug. Combine these classic Krager wheels with any of Coker's authentic tires and take advantage of free mounting and balancing.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you've got to do, you got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely day.
I'm Trevor Bain, and welcome to In Charge Life with an Electric Vehicle. You're in for a special treat today because we're going to be Rivian road tripping from Tupelo to Oxford in this amazing looking R1T right here behind me.
I love it, it's so beautiful.
But even better, we're doing it with an electrifying person, the amazing Lexi Burke.
Trevor Bain!
We're going to go do some tailgating at Ole Miss.
That sounds amazing.
Well, welcome back to the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival presented by the Millennium Bank. You can see that shot out there as the Avenue of the Greats at the track. But talking about greats who happen to stroll up the avenue here, one of the cars that you restored, one of the many cars. Do you know what, Ray? If I follow your social media, you're enough. Ray Evernham, who is the Hall of Famer, winning one of the winningest
three-time Cup champion.
Three-time Cup champion.
Kind of the archetype of the modern crew chief. They changed the game, and now they've taken it even further from when you were there.
Handsome, rich. I've heard from other people. He doesn't say it. Dynamic. You are. What a life, Ray. And you're now back you're here in Chattanooga.
He's thinking it's good to be me.
Yeah, I love you guys. Keep talking me up like that. It makes me feel good, you know.
Do you want me to write your Tinder profile?
I do love you guys because all of the things you said about me, you are those. And the truth is, none of us are rich, but we can
rich in friends.
We're rich in friends and stuff. But yeah, well, what a great event. So great to see you. Yeah, I was sneaking over to the racetrack, and then the ramp up here. We were going to try and do a ramp-to-ramp jump with the golf cart, but then we realized you were having a show. But yeah, the Marty Robbins car, that is a special car. It's a Dodge wing car, 1969 Dodge Daytona. And one of the things that they asked me to do was put together a group of NASCAR cars for display here on Sunday, and I was able to get 6 actual NASCAR wing cars, including the Marty Robbins driven car and the number 88 Buddy Baker car that set the world record of 200 miles per hour average. First car to do that in 1969. So really excited to have some NASCAR representation here.
And we've been watching them go around the track.
Now,
Now, Tommy's been around in something from the turn of the last century.
Yeah.
I went around in a truck, but I also did a little bit of it in the same car a few weeks ago.
Jeff Gordon was out there a little bit ago. Did you see Jeff Gordon?
He was following Bill Elliott. It was amazing. Tommy, I got really distracted.
He was running at the back. He needs you to go make a chassis change.
You know, they've got, Tony Perella and his group are doing a great job over there. While we were watching on TV, Tommy and I, they have some really great cars over there, and they're fast. Can't wait to get over there and see the track. I know that the four brothers and everybody have worked really hard at you build a racetrack to put on an event like that. That's pretty awesome. But you guys need to go, and I've got some friends over there. And, we can suit you up. I know that both of you can wheel around a road course pretty good.
Before you were the legend that is Ray Evernham, you were a kid in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Let's go all the way back to getting started, obviously you never envisioned this kind of success, but you watched cars like that. What was the spark? I want to try to, kids that might be watching thinking, well, it's something you see on TV, but I couldn't do it. At some point you had no connection, and you followed your heart and ended up here.
It was that passion. A lot of kids fall in love with baseball and football, and honestly, I had no talent to play stick and ball sports, which huge disappointment to my father, who my dad played semi-pro football and baseball, and he's like, what can you do? I was like, I can work on cars, Dad. I can make a car go fast. He's like, how fast? I said, really fast. So they helped me race around locally, and I really never wanted to do anything else. I had my eyes set on Indy cars, coming from the open wheel world, and was fortunate enough to get a job working with Jay Signori and Roger Penske on the International Race of Champions, and that really launched me, and that's where I met you, and we met some years later, but that gave me an indication of what to do.
But now we are, all that racing. It's what's amazing about these events. All of us, a lot of the VIPs here have come from the world of racing. Whether you find us at Pebble Beach, Amelia, Goodwood, we've all come from motorsports in a way, or design, like Ralph Geel and people. You're here in Chattanooga at the Motorcar Festival. What is it about this event that makes it unique? Because not a lot of people have had a chance to come here in person yet. Why should they?
It's exciting. The way that they set this up, and I'm going to tell you, I can't say enough about what an event this is. This is a must-see celebration event, a party, whatever you want to call it. There's something for everybody. You see incredible Ferraris parked up there, and again, what you hear running in the background is another one of those wing cars, big 426 Hemi. Those things are spectacular. And as you walk around, the city has embraced what's going on here, and to be able to have 2 or 3 days of this, these guys building a racetrack, they've made a serious commitment to the hobby, to the motorsports, to the hobby, to the car collector hobby, and this is one of the most fun and relaxed. And let's face it, we're kind of on the older side, but we still like to have a little fun, and we have a lot of fun here. So this, to me, is one of the. This is an event that even though it's new, is really starting to become. This is a must.
It's like Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon when they hooked up in 1993.
I don't know about that. I want to get Jeff here. He's playing around with cars again. So
well, we're going to have to get him here. So maybe next year you can pull the strings. Ray, we're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear a lot more from Ray tomorrow morning at 10:30 on the NASCAR panel discussion, which will be really fun. Right here, talking about women's and their role in motorsport, which is pretty special. Listen, guys, we're running out of time here on this 1 hour special live across Power Nation. We couldn't be happier to be here with the talk show. Amazing racing going on at the track. The whole of West Village is starting to come alive. This has been the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, presented by Millennium Bank. We've enjoyed every minute. More live action all afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Back at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, it is go fast time, and that means it's qualifying time for the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. 2 races tomorrow for each of the 7 classes. Right now, Group 1 on track, brass and tin top cars up to 1920. That means every one of these cars over 100 years old. The Marmon Wasp, that bright yellow 32. This is not the same car that Ray Haroon ran to the first victory at the Indianapolis 500, but it is an exact copy down to the dents in the bodywork. Talking with Corky Coker yesterday, he said they took the original car, measured it, photographed it, scanned it with digital laser scanners, and then reproduced it right down to the dents that were in that car. So that bright yellow 32 that you see out there, the Marmon Wasp, an exact, and I mean exact duplicate of Ray Haroon's 1911 Indy 500 winning machine. It's such an interesting group of cars. Think about the speed of these cars. They said that some of these, the Mercer, in fact, you heard Corky Coker talk about that earlier, capable of speeds up to 100 miles per hour, not with me on board, I'm going to tell you right now, but anywhere between the 30 and 70 horsepower range for some of these cars, and speeds up to 100 miles an hour. Ray Haroon, when he won that 1911 Indy 500, his average speed was just under 75 miles an hour for the average speed. So you got to think, yeah, speeds up close to 100 miles an hour were certainly there to average 75 for the length of the event. But the riding mechanics, something also very common back in the day, that mechanic there to inject oil into the engine when it needed a little bit more. He's looking at the fuel pressure, he's looking at the oil pressure, and he's got some controls there that he can work to help inject the oil into the engine and make sure that the pressures stay where they need to stay. He also seems to operate as your rear view mirror there, as you see the riding mechanic looking back over his shoulder as they head through turn 14 and 15 and then onto the back straightaway. That is the number 10 there in front. A Chalmers driven by Robert Goodrich. And man, what a different time it was. The mechanic pointing the other driver by, and they'll go by each other. I love the long shots of multiple cars out there, and he lets him by. It's qualifying after all. You got to put your best lap in so we can go racing tomorrow. As I said, Group 1, brass and tin tops to 1920, over 100 years old. So interesting to watch these cars too, and mechanically, just even where the pedals are and the pedal placement, so different than your modern car. If you're up in West Village, take one of the shuttles that's available to you. Come down here to the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend so you can see these magnificent machines and get a good close-up look at them, because they are truly amazing. And also, we were talking about the technology, the tires on these cars in and of themselves. Tires are always part of the suspension of the car because they act like a spring, the sidewall of the tire. But interesting to note, as Corky Coker was telling us the other day, these are high pressure tires, run exceedingly, or much higher pressures, I should say, than what you would see on a standard race tire on a race car, because the pressure itself helps hold the wheel together. And that's, as Tommy Kendall said when he got to take a ride around in the Mercer, maybe I wish I didn't know that before I got in the car and took the lap. But like I said, the technology is just completely different, and there's so much education here to think about where the evolution of the automobile came from and the evolution of the racing car to where it is today. How many of you fans would be willing, I would say, to strap in, but you don't, because there are no seat belts for the driver or the riding mechanic. If the car goes over, you don't want to stay in it, because you can tell by looking, you are the highest part of the chassis. You would like to be out of it if it happened to go over. And a little slide there for the 32. Kendall Jolly driving that car. And a little slide, just a little bit of rotation coming out of turn 14 and 15 onto the back straightaway. And it may look like just a smooth ride in the country, but with those leaf springs, I'm going to think it's anything but smooth. And you look at these cars, especially when they're all together, it's just such a cool view. I cannot wait for the race tomorrow because it's going to be this group of these 100-plus-year-old race cars just going at it on the racetrack. Chalmers, the number 10 chassis is. And you'll notice all you see on the back of that number 10, that Chalmers chassis, is the fuel tank in the back. And the tires so narrow. And as we were just saying, part of the suspension. There's a great shot. What's not to love about that is Glenn Miller aboard his EMF. Down the front straightaway through turn 1. And I love the bandana off the top of his leather helmet. There's that great shot. 3 cars together. And you saw the riding mechanic in the trailing car looking over his shoulder. Really, I think the only car I've seen with a mirror on it is the Wasp, the yellow number 32. Everybody else, it seems to be looking over their shoulders or the riding mechanic. Right now, John Coker out in front aboard the number 18. And then second right now is Corky Coker aboard the 11. So you've got Mercers running 1 and 2. The red Mercer, and Corky's Mercer, the number 11, is cold red, but it is a red that I don't think has been touched for decades because it looks almost black. But John's car, the blue one, you can see just a little bit more detail on it as the 32 heads to pit lane. The 18, the 11, both Mercers out in front, and then the 32 of Kendall Jolly in third right now. That is the Marmon Wasp, who we just saw come to pit road. Closing in on 10 minutes to go in this qualifying session that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. All right, little point by. That's the 33. Saying, come on by, guys. And you think about the length of the races, the Indianapolis 500 in that yellow Marmon Wasp, and the endurance that it took, not only for the machinery of the day, but for the driver to be in a car like that, 500 miles over the brickyard at the time where it was millions, literally millions of bricks that paved the surface at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as you see checkered flag being shown. So this qualifying session done, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody is able to best the 18 of John Coker. 2 33s in the field. You've got a 33 and a 33A, and somewhat difficult to find the A and figure out which one is which, but it's just cool to watch and actually listen to these cars run around this racetrack and to think about the performance that they were able to get out of the power plants of the day, the engines of the day. Pretty impressive and so true to the heritage of these cars. As I was saying about the 32, the Marmon Wasp, it is an exact duplicate of Ray Haroon's Indianapolis 500 winning car, and actually it has a Ray Haroon autograph on it. Just cool. Like I said, come down to the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend if you're not here already, and make sure you get to the paddock, and especially this vintage, the Group 1 vintage. Take a look at those cars and see how important, how special they are. Look at that. That's what you want to see. Big smile, the goggles. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good fun for all these guys to see a couple of police officers standing over to the side. I think these are not in any danger of getting a speeding ticket here on the streets of Chattanooga, but absolutely awesome. And I'm impressed that the white overalls for many of these drivers are still white. When you look at the amount of oil that is burned, number 6 across the line takes the checker flag. And the session is done. Good run for Glenn Miller aboard his red EMF. It remains John Coker, followed by Corky in the 11. And now the number 10 of Robert Goodrich has slotted up into the 3rd position. I mean, what awesome cars these are. This entire Chattanooga Motorcar Festival is all about the automobile, and as we said, is all about a spectacular cause of helping find better pathways to cures for Alzheimer, stroke research, all from the Chattanooga Heart Institute and their Neuroscience Center. And speaking of cars, reach in your pocket, head on up to the Mecum auctions, because you've got an opportunity there to find a classic car that you want to put in your garage. If you're looking for it, Mecum Auctions has them. And great Mecum auction action here at the racetrack from started, I think the auction started at 10 o'clock this morning, and it'll go through, I believe, 5 o'clock this afternoon. Let's see, when do Mecum auctions close? It's when the last car sells, so if you get there early, you may very well be able to pick up the car that you want. Brian Till sitting in Betty, the Airstream motorhome that Justin Bell and Tommy Kendall use for the Torque Show on a regular basis. And a little chilly today and a little chilly here in Betty, but warm out there on the racetrack. I can look out the windows at the blue skies here in Chattanooga and see that it is an absolutely gorgeous day to be here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. And I look at all the work that's been put into this racetrack. Brian DeVore and all of his guys have done to take city streets. It's no easy task to begin with, but when you take an area like they've taken here and you blend city streets in with some industrial roadways and have to pour some asphalt or lay some asphalt for your own to make the track a little bit longer. It's longer than it was last year, 2.75 miles, 18 cars. Awesome time. And you look at the car shows, the Mecum auction, once again, like we were talking about, where you can go and purchase those cars of your own. Get involved in vintage racing or just in collecting cars. Just an awesome opportunity here for everyone in the family.
35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 50, 50 bid, you better get 55. At 55, here's 60. At 60 bid, you better get 60, you better get 60 bid, you better get 55, 60. I have 55 bid, you better get 60,000, you better get 57. At 57, 55, 57. Reserve is off. 55 bid, you better get 56. I have 55,000, you better get 56,000. 56, 57, 57,000, you better get 7. Here, 8. At 58, take it away. At 57, 58 bid, you better get 8 bid, you better get 7, 8. I have 57,000, you better get 58,000. So, $57,000, Ryan.
Here's F128.1, 1962 Ford Galaxy, Racer Restoration, Factory M Code 390. Tri-Power V8 setup, factory 4-speed manual transmission, F128.1.
10, 20, 20, 30, 25, 30, 35, 30 bid, you better get 35 here, you better get 5. I have 30 bid, you better get 35 here, you better get 5 and again, 5 bid, you better get 40. I have 35 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 40, you better get 40. I have 35 bid, you better get 40,000, you better get 40. And now 5. I have 45 here, 2, 5. 42's bid, you better get 45,000, you better get 2, you better get 45. I have $42,000 bid, you better get 45,000, you better get 5. 43. 4, 43, 44, 43 bid, you better get 4 bid, you better get 3, and now 4. I have 43,000, you better get 44,000, reserve is off. I have 43, you better get 4 bid, you better get 3, and now 4. I have 43, you better get 44,000, are you all done? You better get 4. Sold $43,000, Jamie on the telephone, sold.
F-129, a 1955 Packard Partition, part of a private collection. It features a 352 V8 automatic transmission and comes with rare factory options.
And somebody get $40,000 bid. You better get 40, you better get 30, you better get 20. Somebody get $10,000 on the Packard. Somebody get 10. Somebody get $5,000. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9,000, you better give 8, 9. I have 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 12, 11 a bid, you better get 12,000, 11's a bid, you better get 12. At 12,000, you better get 12 bid, 13. At 13,000, you better get 12's a bid, you better get 13. Kirk, you better get 12 bid, 13. 13,000, you better get 14, you better get 14 again, you better get 15. 15, 16, 16. 15's bid. $16,000, $17,000, 17,000. You better get 16. You better get 17,000. I have 16. You better get 17. Reserve is off. 16 bid. You better get 17,000. Anybody else at 17,000? Sold. $16,000. John sold.
F-129.1, a 1979 Lincoln Continental Mark V. This was the last year of production for the Mark V. It features a 400 V8 automatic transmission, power windows, and air.
And somebody get $30,000. Hey, you better get 20. At 20,000, you better get 20. Somebody get 15. Somebody get 10. 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. 8,000, 9, 10, 10, 10,000, 11,000. You better get 12, 13. 13,000, you better get 13. 14, 13 bid, 14. I have 13, you better get 14,000's the bid, 13. 14, reserve is off. I have 13, you better get 14. 15, 15,000. John, 15,000, you better get 15, you better get 14, you better get 15. 14.5 is the bid. $15,000 internet, 14.5 bid, you better get 15. Sold, $14,500, John Copper sold.
F-130, 1972 Chevelle with a 402 big block under the hood, automatic transmission and bucket seats, offering today at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody give $80,000 bid. You better give 80. You better get 10. You better get 20. You better get 5 bid. You better get 25 and again 5. At 30 bid. You better get 30. 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 You better get 5. I have 30 bid. You better get 35,000. You better get 30's bid. 35. And you better get 32. At 30 bid. You better get 32. At 25. At 33. 4. 34. 35, 36, 36,000 at 36, 7, at 37, 8, at 38, 39, at 39,000. You better give 8 bid, you better get 9 bid, you better get 39, at 39, 40. I have 4, no, we got 39, 41. 41, 41, 40 bid, 41, 40's bid, you better get 41. I have 40 bid, you better get 1 bid, you better get 1, you better get 41. 2, 3, 42, 43, 42, 3. I have 42, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 43, 44, 44. Anybody give 43,500? I have 42, 5 bid, you better get 43, 5. Now 44. So, $43,500 to the internet. Sold.
F-130.1, a 2011 Mercedes-Benz E350 convertible featuring the 3.5 automatic power top, navigation leather, and a clean Carfax.
Somebody get 25,000. You better get 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15,000. I have 14. You better give 15, 16, 17, 18. 18,000. You better give 18. You better give 18,000. At 18,000. You better give 18. You better give 18. You better give 18. 19. Reserve is off. 20. 19. You better get 20. I have 19. You better get 20,000. You better get 20. At 19, bid. You better get 20,000. Sold. $19,000. Brett Ball on the telephone. Sold.
F-131, a 1971 K5 Blazer. Frame-off restoration completed in 2019 with a 350 under the hood. Automatic transmission, disc brakes, power steering, new chrome, factory four-wheel drive, and removable top.
Yeah, we're doing that Blazer right there. And somebody
red
it's
Blazer.
after that. Yeah, it says after. Kevin, show him it says after.
Please hold
How much
132.
here? Somebody give $100,000 bid. 100 here. You better give 1. You better give 80. At 80,000, you better give 80 bid. You better get 10. You better get 20. You better get 20. You better get 30. At 30 bid, you better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 35. At 30's bid, you better get 35,000. You better get 30 bid. You better get 35. I have 30 bid. You better get 35,000. Anybody else? At 30 bid, 540. At 40 bid, you better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 5 bid. You better get 45. I have 40 bid. You better get 45,000. You better get 45. At 40's bid, you better get 45,000. You better get 45. At 40 bid, you better get 40, 42. 42, 45. I have 42. You better get 5. 42, 45. I think it's back here. 42, 45. I have 42, but maybe not. 42, 45. I have 43, 4, 44, 44, 43 bid. You better get 4. Put them at 5 bid. 45, 6, 7, 47, 47 again. 7, 8, 48, 48. 47 bid, you better get 48,000. At 47 bid, you better give 8 bid. You better give 8. You better get 48. Okay, build one for that. We'll give you an old piece of junk, and you can build it and make it look like that for 48 grand. Can't do it. You give 48,000. 48,000. Close the bid at $47,000. Close the bid, and the bid goes on. Every day at a Mecum auction, we stop and we raise money for a charity. That charity is Curing Kids Cancer. Lauren is here to tell you about the charity that Grania Owens started over 10 years ago. Lauren?
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We are so excited to be here from Curing Kids Cancer, and our partnership with Mecum is something that we truly value. Since 2005, Curing Kids Cancer has raised more than $23 million for pediatric cancer research. A huge portion of that comes from Mecum and their customers and all of their support. So we are excited to be here today and have this sign that we're going to auction off. Thanks.
So the way we raise money at a Mecum auction is we'll do it in the auction format. Russ will ask for a donation, and the person that decides to donate the most will get a gift from Mecum Auctions, and it's this lighted sign right here. It says, Mecum is sold on Curing Kids Cancer. It really does light up. It's autographed on the back.
I believe you.
For the kids. Chattanooga 2022. Signed by Frank Mecum.
You're right.
Let's raise some money.
Somebody give 10,000. Donate 10. I have 10. I got to do $5,000. Get 5. I have 5. I got $1,000 donated. $2,000 bid. I got to do 1, 2. I have $1,000. $2,000 bid. I got to do 1,000. 2. I have 1 bid. 2 to bid. I got to do $1,000. $2,000. $3,000 bid. I have 2. Down 3. Down 3. I got to do 3,000. I have $4,000 bid. I have 4. 5. I got to do 5 bid. $5,000 bid. Now 4 to bid. 5. I got to do 5,000. I have 4,000 out of 5, 6,000 out of bed. Jordan going to be $6,000. I have 5, 6, 6,000 out of bed. I have $5,000, $6,000. Anybody else? 5 to bed, 6,000. I have 5,000 donated. Anybody donate $6,000? Here goes. 5,000 donate $6,000. Anybody else? Leach Goodman giving him a great big hand. They just donated $5,000 to Curing Kids Cancer. Thank you, folks.
Back on to automobiles, F-132 coming down the line here. 1985 Porsche 944. Odometer reads only 71,000 miles. Finished in red with tan interior. Extensive seats and records to boot. And comes with Bluetooth. Offering today, no reserve.
I'm wrestling here for 100. You're fine. Have a chair. 30. You're 30. I found somebody. 20. And 20 bid. $10,000 bid. Car sales and no reserve. I have 10. $10, back to $5,000. $5,000, $5,000, no reserve, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, back to $7,000 bid, 8, $8,000 bid, $7,000, 8,000, $7,000 bid, 8,000 bid, $7,000, 8,000, 9, $8 bid, 9, hit it out, you're out, 9,000, 8,000 bid, 9 bid, $8,000 down, 9,000, here it goes, $8,000, 9,000 bid, $8,000, goodbye, $8,000, 9,000, now 10, John, 9, 10, $9,000 bid, $10,000 on it. You want to give 9,500 right quick. High 90 bigger to do 95. You're down 9,500. 90 bigger to do 95. Down to do 95. Sold $9,000. Sold $9,000 internet.
F-132.1, a 2004 Lincoln Town Car Signature Series featuring the 4.6 automatic transmission, full-length Landau top leather, deluxe Marty report, and clean Carfax from a private no reserve collection.
Shit about this one. High to do 20. You're 20. High to do $10,000 bid. I have 10 to do $5,000. $6,000 bid. 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. High to do $8,000 bid. You're 8. High to do $8,000 down 7 bid. Down to be 8,000. But $8,000 bid, car sales and no reserve. 7,500, $8,000 bid. I have 7,500. I'm about to bet back at 8,000. I have 7,500 bid, $8,000 bid. Bet back at 8. I have 7,500, $8,000 bid.
Back at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Thoroughly enjoyed watching the Mecum auction segment there. There were about, I don't know, 5 or 6 of the 8 cars or so that went by that I think I wanted. I was kind of reliving my life through the automobile. The only thing that was missing was my 1972 Chevy Vega. That was the first car I ever owned. But these are definitely a little faster than my Chevy Vega. Group 2 cars on track right now for qualifying. Sports and GT cars, pre-1972 and over 3.5 liters. So some really, really cool cars here as they head out to qualify. Bright sunshine on the track. Should get tires up to temperature and up to pressure pretty quickly, and a cool group. Well, we talk about the cars on the racetrack, but remember also the panel discussions here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Panel discussion number 2 underway, the Ferrari Mystique.
We have Steve Algrim, who worked for Ferrari back in the FAF days. I hope we'll have time to hear a little bit about those adventures. Steve's in Fort Lauderdale. Dave Olympi is my neighbor from Middleburg, Virginia. And Dave worked for Algar back in the days when you really had to sell Ferraris. And Dick York, who sometimes is in North Carolina, sometimes in Florida, has helped us set up the Gathering of the Greats for Ferrari. So we've got a pretty well-rounded group here with a lot of knowledge. And before we talk about the Ferrari Mystique, I thought I would ask, how did it, and whoever would like to answer it, and Enzo Ferrari was a race boss for Alfa Romeo before World War II. Then he was doing machine tools in the rubble of his factory. So if someone would like, maybe it's Steve or Dave, how did Enzo Ferrari get out of machine tools into building cars that have become really the standard of the world in sports and Grand Prix and excitement? So want to take a crack at that? Or Dave? Dave.
I guess the best way to put that is that he already had his feet in the manufacturing industry after the war. His father had been in it, he'd been in it. They lived in Modena. He kind of hit the ground running after the war ended, and he wasn't really trying to manufacture cars to sell. He was trying to manufacture them to race. And I think he built 2 cars the first year and 4 cars the second. And in the 3rd year of production, he actually won the 24 Hours of Le Mans with his friend and U.S. importer Luigi Canetti driving. And it took off from there. When I'm actually, full disclosure, I've been in the automobile business all my life, and I started with the neighborhood Ferrari dealer in 1968, working there. And that year they built 760 total cars for world production. So it took a long time to ramp up, but it was all motivated by racing and supporting it with manufacturing and selling street cars.
Well, Luigi Canetti Sr., who, as Dave just alluded, won Le Mans in 1949, driving something like 23 hours and 40 minutes of the 24-hour race. Is something of an unsung hero in terms of Ferrari's success in North America and maybe really in the world for cars. Steve, would you?
Well, I was going to say, in addition to the machine tool business, prior to that, Enzo had actually been a race car driver, and so he drove a little bit, had experience as a race car driver, and then he worked for Alfa Romeo and ran the Alfa Romeo racing team. So he had a lot of experience in racing and building race cars prior to starting his own individual company. And then he did the machine tool, and after the machine tool he started going back into racing, originally to do it for some privateers that wanted to go racing, and he built some cars for them like that. But that's kind of how the legend started.
So it really influenced people, and I want to talk to Kevin for a moment because I wanted to find out what got you into Ferraris, what was your first Ferrari, and what has sustained this interest for you for 30 years?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure being with you gentlemen, and what a beautiful day and a great event here in Chattanooga, and we're, as a family, glad to be a part of it. And this is our second year. We were here last year. I think I have to go back and always focusing on family. My wife was very giving and very interested in my love of automobiles. I had a father that was 2 stints in the military, and I'm one of 9 children. But he always had a sport car in the garage, an Austin Healey or a Porsche. And so my love for automobiles started very early. And I remember the first time seeking out my first Ferrari. My wife and I made a trip to California. We bought a 328 and drove it from California back to Kentucky. So from then on, it was kind of a love and a passion for Ferrari. I delved into other types, Porsches and that, but probably about 15 years ago, as a family, we really decided to kind of narrow our focus on Ferrari, to kind of be we're from Kentucky, where the thoroughbred races, and sometimes they put the blinkers, and I kind of felt like I needed blinkers in our ability to really focus on Ferrari and learn it. So it's really been building a collection that's very diversified. It goes from the early 50s all the way up to some of the modern cars. We've been kind of known as finding the unicorns, the one that are really special, the one-offs, etc. And we've just been very blessed to be involved in it. We do a lot of the sanctioned Ferrari events. We just got back from 3 great weeks in Italy doing the cavalcade. We did the warm-up cavalcade. We did the Per Sangue event in Pisa. And so as a family, we do it together. And it's just been a great joy.
That's great. Well, it's wonderful to have you here and have you bring a car. People don't realize, many people don't realize that there was a time when it was really hard to sell Ferraris. And Dave is a veteran of that time period. I think he could tell us a little about it.
That's very true. And it lasted a long time. There were times when you would see the same car in your showroom 6 months after it arrived, a year after it arrived, the new cars, and it just took a special kind of a buyer to want to buy the car. And back in the earlier days, people bought those cars to drive. It might have been their only car. So if they bought that car, they really wanted to make sure they were doing the right thing. And there weren't a lot of people that had the kind of money it took to buy one to use it as a daily driver. So as a result, it was a very specialized market. And the people that were buying them, for the most part, while they were very proud of their cars and liked to show them to their friends, it wasn't anything more than another car to them that they were excited about. They bought it because they were just absolutely loved the whole idea, and they wanted to drive it every day. But as time went on, and they started to expand the manufacturing facility in Italy, and production ramped up, and now they were building thousands of cars a year instead of hundreds of cars. You know, there are times when supply exceeded demand, and they weren't being sold. And then other times, like there have been the last few years, where the demand was much higher than the supply, and people that followed me in the business were having a little bit better time selling them.
Steve and I talked last year about a time when the so-called Ferrari market in the 1980s was just going crazy. Prices were so high that you could sell a car, it would be worth more like in the next day, really. And maybe Steve could tell us a little bit about those turbulent times.
But during that time, there was kind of a saying that you can't pay too much, you can only buy too early. And so that you would end up buying a car and you held it 6 months later and the car was worth more money. But that's abnormal times. That's not something that's going to go on forever. And what we found was that up until about 1990, the Ferrari market was just extremely good. And all of a sudden you got into 1991 and it was like somebody turned off the switch. And the market was gone. There was nobody interested in these cars. Everybody wants to buy a Ferrari when they know that the prices is going to go up and they can sell it next year for more money. Who wouldn't want to buy a car that you could sell for and make more money on it? Well, what happened is when that stopped happening and they quit making money, then all of a sudden the market dropped. And my case in point, my most dramatic one, and I'm sure there's many more dramatic than this, but I sold a new F40 in 1988, I believe. We sold it for $1.1 million. 3 years later, I sold the car for the fella, and the best we could get was $385,000. Most people today wouldn't believe the market goes that direction, but it does go both directions.
And what's an F40 worth today?
Oh, F40 today has now changed value again, and it's going to be, I suspect it's more than $3 million in some of the last auctions. The other example like that was the Ferrari Testarossas. The Ferrari Testarossas, when we had new Testarossas, we could actually sell them for double list price. If a car was $150,000, the market on the car was as much as $300,000, kind of a black market on the car. Well, that car ended up having the same thing happen. It dropped, and by the time we got to our last Testarossa, Ferrari had a $30,000 rebate on the car. If they would give you a $30,000 price adjustment if you would buy one. So the market can change both directions. Don't be fooled that the market's always going to go up.
So an interesting thing to point out about Kevin is I don't think Kevin is worried at all about what these cars are worth. He's a genuine collector. And I guess I'm interested, since you mentioned you had a 328, what the first vintage Ferrari you bought and what attracted you to that?
Yeah. This conversation, you could go on and expand on this for a couple of hours, because what you really, it's almost like the stock market. It takes a great deal of patience and you really look for quality. So the first vintage car that we bought was a 1959 250 PF Cabriolet. We still have it, about 30 years ago. I bought it in California. Again, made another trip out there and convinced my wife it was the right car to buy, the right investment. We drove it, left it in our garage, and I would always come home and hear the same thing, that the whole house smells like gasoline, and I would kind of like a special cologne. We eventually did a full restoration on it, and I'm very, very proud that we still own it today. But it is truly one of those things that the market will move. But I've always really felt that you don't get caught up in that cycle. And you really look for the long term. You kind of look for maybe like a 10-year horizon. But I still go back, it's a flight to quality. And some of those automobiles that you look back that we were discussing that were in the early 50s, through the period of probably to the end of the 50s, there was very limited production on those specific cars. And we own a 400 Super America Series 1 Aerodynamica. They made 17 of them, and almost hand-selected buyers by Ferrari. And then a 59 410 Super America Series 3. And so you can really see that going back to the conversation of Enzo as to he would sell enough cars to the high-end clients to feed the racing program. And I believe it was really the 250 PF Coupe and Cabriolet that were almost the first production, the late 50s for, 200, a run of 200 cars. So it's a phenomenal thing to look back on the retrospect, the history.
So Dick is responsible for what we're calling the Ferrari Gathering of the Greats, and Kevin and Steve have helped. But Dick, that was a great idea, something that really puts the frosting on the cake for this show. So tell us a little about how you've done that.
Before I do that, let me just give a little contrast to Kevin's story. I also got into Ferraris about 15 years ago, went to California, drove with a friend of mine in a 550 V12 up through Napa Valley and was hooked. So I bought 2 Ferraris. I still have them. I don't have 60. So we go from 60 on one side to 2 on the other. But anyway, having shown, as Kevin will attest to, when you show these cars and get judged, it can be pretty stressful because it's all about originality, and you don't always know what's original on the car or not. But anyway, bottom line, it's stressful. So when I got involved with the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival and Byron, we decided, let's get some Ferraris, people that have done this, and give them a venue where it's a lot less stressful. So this is all about getting great Ferraris here and letting the owners have fun with their cars. And that was the genesis of the idea. And we have 2 people here on the committee who have helped recruit these great cars so that the general public can enjoy these wonderful cars.
So I'd like to ask our panel, given where Ferrari came from, as Dave and others have pointed out, limited production, cars that were kind of derived from racing cars, but beautiful high-performance cars for the street. Today's Ferrari is totally state-of-the-art, as modern as can be. Has the buyer changed? Is the demographic changed dramatically for Ferrari? Do the old Ferrari people buy the new Ferraris and vice versa? What do you all think?
It's dramatically changed. The new buyers, if I sit down at an event with them and I talk to them and I mention something like a 275 GTB, which would have been made in the mid-60s, they really don't know what it is because they bought their car for a different purpose. They like to have the newest, fanciest thing. They like the technology that's built in the car. They like the looks of the car. They like the performance of the car, but they're not necessarily as stepped in the legacy of the car as what the people used to be. It used to be pretty hardcore if you bought a Ferrari. You were a hardcore enthusiast. You maybe have had other sports cars and you aspired to have one and you finally got one. And you'd get together and you'd find somebody else that knew about Ferraris, and the 2 of you would talk and learn different things about the older cars. But I don't think they do that the same way today. I think they more celebrate what they have and enjoy the newer cars.
Dave, want to add to that? Or?
I agree with Steve. The profile has certainly changed, and I think the group of people that are buying them are noticeably younger now as a group than they were years ago, when the time where I was talking about lower production. The other thing is, as the cars have become more advanced and more technically complicated and higher performance, the roads that we drive them on basically haven't gotten any better, and the traffic has, if anything, gotten worse. So now you're faced with, what do I do with this car? I can sit around a group like this and we can talk to each other about them, but in order to go out and enjoy them, you've really got to take them. There's a lot of effort involved to going to a certain venue and really using the car and doing right by it and having fun with it. In quote, the old days, we could exist in driving these cars around in the traffic as it existed, but now it's become more of a challenge to really use the car.
So much so that Ferrari, as a company, has events where you can bring your car and drive relatively safely on a track, which is a lot better than trying to do what we used to do on the road. I won't admit to anything.
As well as something like yesterday and today we've had a rally in conjunction with this with this event. And so people were able to take their cars out, drive them, not necessarily as they were attended, they're not go out and drive it fast, but they're able to enjoy some of the switchbacks on the road and going out driving in the beautiful Tennessee countryside. So there are events like that they can do, as well as there's track events. If somebody really wants to use their car as intended, there are track events where people can go out and do that. The Ferrari Club of America puts it on, and several other private organizations put them on.
I wanted to ask our panelists if they have a favorite personal Ferrari story, and I'll start by telling a quick one myself. I had a collection of motorcycles and Morgans and a Ford Woody station wagon, the furthest thing from a Ferrari possible. I went to a Morgan event and a guy drove in a Testarossa, and I was mesmerized. And I looked at the Morgans and I felt that the Ferrari was kind of like Sophia Loren walking through a garden party of English schoolgirls. I went home and I sold everything and bought a 275 GTB. I mortgaged my house and had to buy my wife a Lynx coat in order to make this whole thing work. Years later, when we got divorced, I sold the Ferrari for 20 times what I paid for it and cried because I loved the car. And the Lynx coat I don't think did quite as well. Dave, got a story for us?
I don't know if I have a specific story about one car in particular, but what keeps coming back is all the times that I used to drive ultra collectible cars, high value cars that I see on the field at Pebble Beach when I go out in August. And these are cars that were in inventory that I was selling. And we were driving them every day. And rain or shine, snow, it didn't really matter. Some of the most valuable Ferraris are Ferrari GTOs. And within a 30-day period one time, over 50 years ago, I actually sold two of them. And one
Tell
was,
us what you sold them for.
one was as I recall, $7,700, and one was $12,500. It was a nicer car. And now they're worth 60, 70, 80 million dollars. Well, we actually, you know, if you were going to take a car home at night, we'd say, I don't want to drive that old car. I'd rather drive this, you know, more modern thing. So we had the opportunity to drive them every day, but looking back, we say, how did we ever pull that off? How did it get to where we are now?
Kevin, what about you?
Wow, so many great stories, and a lot of it, I think, comes from, first of all, when we're at the concourse. The most rewarding thing is a father walking up around the corner and holding his son's hand or his daughter's hand, and you hear this little boy or little girl say, Dad, it's a Ferrari. I give compliments to my children, especially my two boys that attend a lot, that the first ones to say, hey, would you like him to sit in the car? And it's always a photo op for that dad and that child that is really warming to your heart. The most special story, I think, is the 1951 340 America that we have. Went through 2 years making a decision to buy it. Was looking at it and literally was in Milan, got lost, found myself in a bookstore with my son, and ran into a fellow that saw us buying these vintage Ferrari books and introduced himself and showed me a picture of him sitting in the front seat of this race car. 6 months later, I'm reviewing the car again, and I see this vintage photograph with this little curly-haired boy sitting in it, and I realize the car that I'm buying happens to be the car, and that his name was Peter Mann, very big in Ferraris over in London, and his grandfather was Pierre-Louis Dreyfus, the famous race car driver, and he said, I might have something special for you. So on the 70th anniversary of Ferrari at the Montana Grill, he shows up and has a box full of almost 200 original letters from his grandfather, from Luigi Canetti, and from Enzo Ferrari that really became the roadmap by which we restored the car. So a phenomenal experience, and again, just a great example of how important this brand has been to a lot of people, and our hope is that we continue that legacy, that history lives on.
Well, that's a perfect segue into the question that was the subject of our talk, which is the Ferrari mystique. Is there a Ferrari mystique, Steve, and what is it?
Yeah, I think there is. I think that Ferraris are a little bit misunderstood, and that it's difficult sometimes to get across to somebody why a Ferrari is special. And I used to sell Ferraris, and the first time I got in one, I thought it would leap over tall buildings. got in it and drive it down the road, and it was nice, but it didn't do anything that was like, wow, this wasn't above and beyond everything else. And then I drove the next week, I got a chance to drive one from Atlanta to Texas. And I got about an hour out of town, and all of a sudden the pieces start falling together. The steering, the brakes, the suspension, the handling, the sound, everything all then blends together, because it's not anything that's way different from other cars, but it's subtle differences from other cars. And I'll do this as short as possible. Well, I used to have in my office 2 stereo tuners. I had a relatively cheap stereo tuner, and then I had a high-end stereo tuner. And the story goes that I'd ask somebody to change stations on both of them. So they'd go to change stations. On the cheap one, they would twist it. And you'd have a brass sleeve, you'd have brass sleeve around the tuner, and as you twist it, you go like that, and you twist it, and it goes down it goes down and change stations. The high-end one has a ball bearing sleeve around the shaft. It has a counterweight on the back side, and you go like that, and it'll go to one end and then come back again and go to the other end. Until somebody puts your hand on that tuner and makes you do that, you don't know the difference. That's the difference with Ferrari. It's little subtle things that they build into the car that make it so much better than the other cars.
Well said. Dick, want to talk to that?
A quick Ferrari story, building on Dave's GTO. As those it's already been mentioned, GTO is a very, very expensive car. I have a picture of one on my phone that I took at Lime Rock. I won't tell you when, but let's say early 60s. And I've never been able to figure out what car it was, other than it was a GTO. Happened to show it to a friend of ours who happens to have 2 Ferraris here that he's showing. I said, do you know anything about this car? Yeah, that's mine. It's Bob Bodine. Ask him about it.
Cool. Dave, would you like to add one more story?
In my mind, the real part of the mystique comes from the fact that there was one very strong-willed, single-minded individual behind the company. That doesn't happen anymore. It's impossible. Whatever he said went. It didn't matter whether you agreed with him. The people that built the cars were dedicated to him. I think the people that worked on the Ferrari production line, I've often said this, they had cousins that worked on the Fiat production line and made double what they made, but they wanted to work for Ferrari. And Ferrari was the man as much as it was the car. It's been a long time since that's happened.
And it's almost unlikely, but I mean, there are cars like Pagani and so forth where there's an individual, but probably nobody quite like Enzo Ferrari, really. I had the pleasure of getting to know Luigi Canetti first by writing an article about him, and then because I lived in Rye, New York, I could take my GTB and drive it up to Greenwich and have lunch with him, and that was a thrill. And of course, because he was a great mechanic before he did anything else, I asked him, did he think it sounded okay? And I remember he said, he held his hand up, he said, beware of the golden screwdriver. And he explained that as someone who always wanted to tweak it a little more, a little more, a little more. And he said, this car is perfect, don't change anything. And which allowed me to ask him about, as I was a kid in New York City when they were over on 11th Avenue, going to their showroom. Warren Wythe once wrote about it. The ramp up to the second floor was coated with some of the most expensive oil in the world. But as college kids, we would sneak up to the top and try to peek in and look at competition cars. This is the early 60s. And we were generally thrown out, and oftentimes it was Luigi himself who threw us out. And I said to him afterward, you know, years ago, you're so kind to me today. What was the reason in those old days? You know, why did you chase us out? And he said, you were not clients. You weren't going to buy a car. We didn't need to talk to you. And that was the era where he would tell people if their Ferrari wasn't running well, or God forbid the air conditioning wasn't working, to leave the car, check into a hotel, and they'd call when it was ready. So a lot has changed in that era. But I think
I've got a quick story to go
Please,
with that.
go right ahead.
One of my friends was telling me the story of his mother taking him there when he was a kid. And they went in, and Luigi was there, and Luigi kind of gave this this sour look to this little kid in there with the mother. And the mother came over, started talking to Luigi in Italian. All of a sudden there's, "Oh, would your son like to sit in my race car?" And it was just an entirely different person.
That's funny. Well, I think we've probably come to the end of our time period, and I just want to thank everyone for their attention. Ferraris are a very special thing. If you're lucky enough to own one, lucky enough to be driven in one, sometimes even lucky enough to see one. And we will have a terrific collection of cars near the entrance to the Westin, thanks to Dick and Kevin and Steve. We hope that you'll take a few minutes from the show on Sunday particularly, come up, see these cars. The owners will be talking about them, giving you the stories behind them, and perhaps you'll see if you don't share this mystique, you'll have it.
Looking down on the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Brian Till back with you. Great to learn a little bit about Ferraris. I know Justin Bell tried to get me to buy a Ferrari a few years ago and said it'll be the best investment that you ever make. And I typically don't listen to Justin with investment advice, but I probably should have, because that was probably some of the best advice he had ever given me. We are in qualifying now. Group 3 coming up. Bill Rothermel with me. And Bill, you've been a part of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival since its inception, but this is a very different ballgame. It just seems to get bigger and bigger each year.
It's rather remarkable what has happened and how this event has grown. And someone's vision, I mean, especially when you see a race course come together as part of an event, these guys, not only do they have an incredible vision, the fact that they were able to pull it off is rather remarkable.
Well, because we all have vision, right? It's like you said, being able to pull it off is the big thing. Did you know Byron before all of this?
No, my connection to this whole thing was Ken Gross. Ken and I have known each other many, many years. And Ken called me up and he said, hey, they're thinking about doing a concours in Chattanooga, which is kind of where I come into this whole thing, not the race end of it, the concours end of it. And I MC 12, 13 events throughout the United States annually. And Ken said, would you be our MC? I said,
I'm in.
Sure, count me in. And that's literally how it all came together. Wow. So, but for me, this was a bit of a leap of faith by comparison to other events that I do, which are you're in front of a stage with a group of cars, and I come to Chattanooga and suddenly I'm on stage with a bunch of race rock stars and drivers and people that just, they are car people, but they're race car drivers, and they come at it again from a different perspective than do I. But yet we're all one big family, and it's been a ball. I have met some really fun people and gotten to be out of my comfort zone, sitting here doing this, which is not something that I would typically do, and here I am.
Well, and here you are.
Making a fool of myself publicly.
No. And the drums are beating again. We got a shot of them there. That means there's another session coming back out. And it's funny, you and I were just talking before we came on, and I said, so you're my car guy. And you were like, well, yeah, I've done this for a long time. And I said, I'm not a car guy. I'm an ex-race car driver, and I would certainly have never driven anything that I worked on. I mean, ever. They wouldn't give me a tool so I could change the visor on my helmet, much less work on my car. So it's funny, my oldest son is a car guy. I drive a SUV, you know. So I mean, I've had sports cars, but the history of this event, and I especially looked at Group 1 cars, the pre-1920 cars, and that's just amazing to me.
Well, you need to put, I think whenever you look at race cars, you need to put the era they are from into perspective. I mean, what we look at today, racing, some people will hate me for making this comment, but, you know, as a kid of the 60s, I mean, I remember Cale Yarborough beating the crap out of somebody after a NASCAR race. Well, that would never happen today. You know, it's a bit sanitized, you know, because it's the family sport and all of those kind of things. But it was perhaps that was a different era at that time. These guys that are doing these early cars you were talking about, the pre-20 cars, the brass air cars, they had a mechanic riding with them full time. That's the crazy thing.
And we think, you know, you get in your street car and you put your seatbelt on. It's just I remember when we didn't have seatbelts.
Right.
But you look at those, and like you said, a riding mechanic, there are no seatbelts or any of that, and it just amazes me.
The car sits tall.
Yeah.
It's not low to the ground. It sits tall on these kind of scary-looking skinny tires that only amount to how much patch on the ground. And then the problem I think that everybody really forgets about, they can go, but how the hell do they get them to stop?
How do you get them to stop?
I mean, the braking is primitive at best.
Yeah.
Compared
Absolutely.
to what we would have today.
So Formula V on the racetrack right now, and Formula V, I think, is such a cool class. It's been around for a long, long time, and you look at some of these cars right now, and they are earlier cars, 60s models Formula Vs. They're all running basically the same Volkswagen horizontally opposed four-cylinder engine.
Spec series.
Yeah, except they developed them over the years. It's interesting. I was talking to some of the guys yesterday. Really, the suspension components, including the brakes, come off of older Volkswagens. Some of them are still drum brake cars. And because they have such little horsepower, any rotating mass slows them down. So they've gone with some of the more modern cars to disc brakes now, less rotating mass. But now the cars stop so quickly, you have to be really careful, they were saying, about using the brake too much because they don't have the horsepower to get you back up to speed. It's always been thought of as a momentum car. And I guess to some extent, it's like those pre-1920 cars.
Just what you're saying. You got to think about what is that car of the era in which it was born. A very different kind of a time frame. You know, a lot of racing, especially in the 60s, could be kind of likened to Mazda Miata racing today. I mean, it's the most raced car on the planet is a Miata.
Yep.
These are the Miatas of that time period. And they were on the cheap, so to speak. I don't mean to say
they are. Yeah.
But relatively speaking, they were inexpensive, lightweight, simple materials, production materials that they happened to use to build a race car, and of that era. And a lot of a lot of Fiats and all of the Etzerini cars, all of the interesting little Inichettis and all the names that you have in Italy that we never had here, were all kind of based on this small, lightweight principle. Lotus built their entire empire on this.
Yeah, from the Formula Junior cars on up. And these are reminiscent of those because that's what these are. They're entry-level Formula cars. They're still raced in the SCCA. The other thing these cars are absolutely critical with is aerodynamics because, again, they have no horsepower pushing them. They draft like crazy. And you go to long racetracks like Road America and things like that, and you'll change the leader a couple of times up a straightaway.
Which, from the public's perspective, is what we want to see.
Yes, absolutely. It's really not about...
The public doesn't want to watch an F1 race.
Exactly. Well, and we were talking about this yesterday with a couple of the drivers. It was one of those deals where, everybody asks always, how much horsepower does it have? How much horsepower does it have? And it's really not about the horsepower. I was talking to Amelia Phillips. She and her dad are racing here. She's 17 years old. Her dad, Bob, has obviously raced for a while. And he said, her friends will come over to the house, and a couple of the teenage boys come over, and their first question is always, how much horsepower does it have? How fast
will it go?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not about those numbers, is it? It's
Not
about
at
driving
all.
it.
People go to a car show, and you know what the first asked question is? I wonder how much that's worth.
Yeah. What's that cost?
What's that cost? Right. So in this case, it's how fast is that car and how much power does it have? And it may not be powered. It could be torque related, or you have the turbo cars and all that stuff. That's a whole other ball game too.
Well, absolutely. And you look at modern sports car racing to the current IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, where in the last year where they had the GT Le Mans category, those cars in race trim actually produced less horsepower than their street version. Obviously, they were wicked fast, and they would outperform the street version on the racetrack by a mile.
Right.
And yet, they had less horsepower than the car that you bought off the showroom floor.
But you need ground effects on the street.
You found it in the tire and the
Right,
brakes
right.
and the cornering capability and so on and so forth. Again, it's not about the number of what the horsepower is or necessarily how fast it goes in a straight line. It's what you can do with the whole package. And I think that's the thing that's so neat about Formula V. Elliott Barron on top of the charts right now in his Pegasus, and then Mark Shatwell, Jason White. And looking back down the order, I was looking for Amelia. She's back. She's trying to break into the top 10. She's did 7 races last year. Really cool kid, 17 years old, just bright as can be, and big smile on her face. And she's like, you know, I've driven Spec Miata a couple of times. I've been in the Formula V. I like it. I want to continue with my racing. But, you know, I was laughing with her dad. I said, why would you ever let her do this? And you know, I think that's the other misconception. People look at kids that are coming up through racing, and you'll have people say, well, why would you ever let your child race? They're going to be hellions on the street. You're like,
Just
no,
the opposite.
It's the opposite, absolutely.
I think that brings up an interesting point, too. What if your son...
Problem for the number 9. Gets it spun back around. Simon Hughes with an issue there, running 6th when he had that problem. But
if you know you raced, you drove. What if your son, as a car guy, came to you and said, "I want to do that"?
He has.
Okay. So question answer, ask and answer. But don't you, as a parent, ultimately want the light bulb to go off?
Well, and here's the
so
deal.
whether it's stamp collecting or model cars or football or whatever it is, that you want the kid to have a light bulb go off for a reason.
Absolutely. And my deal with racing is different. I would enjoy going and racing with my kid. And Tommy Kendall was talking about the Lemon Series today and stuff like that, and go do it for fun. I raced as a career. And I said, you know, the most fun I ever had racing was when I was racing my go-kart in college, and you'd go to the Heart of Texas Kart Club in Waco, Texas on a Saturday and race, and then go to the Pizza Hut and eat pizza and drink beer with everybody that you raced with. And then in the SCCA, driving my sports Renault back in the days. And the farther up the ladder I went, the more difficult it became. Not necessarily the driving side of it, but the business side of it. You know, we all know money makes the wheels go round. How fast do you want to go?
Sure.
You know, and so when you were trying to put the business deals together when I was in the IndyCar series, to put the deal together to get to the next level or the better project and the better equipment and all that, it just became more and more difficult. And in no way, shape, or form am I saying that the guys at the top aren't the best. But there are other people who don't end up with those opportunities because they can't do the business side of it. And so I looked at my son and said, if you want to race, I'll help you race. I'll introduce you to people, and I appreciate your interest and passion in it. He actually teaches with me at the Mid-Ohio School, at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, some of the programs there. So he is a driver, but from a racing standpoint, if he wants to go do it for fun, that I'll embrace. If he wants to do it for a career, that's a different ballgame.
I want to go back to something you said earlier because it made me think. The very first time my girlfriend, we're still together, met 38 years later, but she gave me as a gift, I had just gotten a new BMW 3 Series, and she said, I think it's a great idea. I have this present for you. I'm going to send you to Skip Arbor School in Lime Rock. I was beside myself. I was so excited. I couldn't believe it. And like you said, you know, the parent might think, oh, my kid's going to be subjected to this. They're going to go out there and just be a total nightmare on the streets. So I go to this class. I'm cocky. You know, I drive that car. What are you going to tell me?
Got this.
You know? So the very first thing they had us do was these exercises. I don't even remember what they were the first day. And the guy said, you know, whatever you folks do at the end of the day today, class is over. If you want to go out and think you're going to have a good time at a party and have a fun evening, you're fooled, because you're going to go home and you're going to be exhausted. So we went to dinner. I think I had a glass of wine, and I was done for the rest of the night.
Absolutely.
But I think what was so stressful for me was that I'm thinking, I can't be this stupid. But the car is really quite smart, much more capable than what you think it is. And it's your inability to control the car and understand what it's capable of doing is what makes you not, you're the problem, not the car, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And to kind of finish the story, second day was skid pad exercises, which I did quite well with, but we had to do these lane change exercises. And it was just like, get me out of here. I mean, it was just the worst. Finished the day up with a track exercise and went home. And some months later, I was going too fast off and off ramp, and it was wet. And I felt the rear end of the car go. And I just remembered, it just came rushing back to me. Look at where you're going and not what you're going to hit, which was something that was taught in the class. And the car wiggled, straightened itself out, and I was on my way. And I didn't dump an $80,000 car in the weeds. I mean, that was a benefit. And
Absolutely.
I think people, as you say, think their kids are going to say, I'm going to go out and just burn the living daylights out of the rubber off these tires, and I'm going to go fast, and I'm going to... It's the opposite effect of that, to the point where it made me say, if I had kids, I would make my kids go through this school.
Absolutely. I always say in any high-performance school I have ever done, everything you're going to learn today is directly applicable to the street. You know, the vehicle dynamics concepts of it, the concept of line, just weight management, what you do with your hands, especially what you do with your eyes. That's the other thing. Look where you want the car to go,
and look beyond,
not where it's going.
Right.
You know, and that's what these guys are doing on track right now. It's Hunter Barron up front, Stanford Van in second, Elliott Barron in third. And right now, Hunter Barron, he's got just over a second over the second place car. But that's the thing that makes, I think, classes like this so good, because they're so close and you have to concentrate and you have to feel. That's you talk to people too about, it's not the seat of your pants. If it gets there, it's too late. It's what you feel in the steering wheel. It's all of that sensory input that comes to you through the seat, through your hands, through the steering wheel, all of that. Look at that. That's what Formula Vs are known for right there. And in fact, you'll notice on the back of the transmission on these Formula Vs, actually a little bumper that covers the back of the transmission, because these guys push each other so much that you don't want to damage the transmission. So they all have a little bumper in the back for a little push and shove action, so to speak.
Didn't that get Richard and Petty in trouble when he
gotten
was
a lot
running
of
for
people in
office?
trouble, yeah.
He was going down the interstate and some guy wouldn't move, and he tapped
Just
the
tapped
guy,
him.
just tapped him on the back, and he lost the Senate race or whatever he was running for.
Some people have no sense of humor. You shouldn't be slowing the left lane, right?
That's right.
I mean,
Left lane bandits, they used to call them.
Especially in front of the king, right? You don't want to do that. No, I mean, I think this is awesome. And here's the other thing that I love about this event. It's the passion for the automobile. Whether it's in the concourse, whether it's in Mecum Washington. I was saying a little while ago, we watched about 8 cars go across, and about 6 of them I wanted. It's kind of reliving my youth. I was like, my mom had one of those. I had one of those, But there's the passion for the automobile. And back to the driving thing and the professional racing thing, I always say to my son, there's profession and there's passion. There are very few people who their profession and their passion is one and the same. The guy who fly fishes in Montana 2 weeks out of the year, that's his passion. But his job affords him the opportunity to go to Montana. For a lot of these people that we see on the racetrack this weekend or in the concourse, they don't make a living doing this. But it's it's their passion.
That is correct.
And it drives them and it brings them here. I mean, how do you explain that to somebody?
I can explain that. And then it might take me a while, but I'll try and make it somewhat simple. But first and foremost, this is Motor Car Festival. So it's all kinds of cars. In fact, we'll talk just briefly about some of the cars that'll be on the concours field on Sunday. But I think the thing for me in the car hobby is everybody feels they are on an equal playing field. And when I say I can explain this to you, if I'm a collector and I am at a car show, and I have a $25,000 Model A that's the most beautiful Model A roadster on the planet. And then the guy next to me is in a $1.2 million Ferrari of whatever ilk it is. Those two guys can have a conversation and connect from two completely different.
Because they're after the same thing.
Because they're both about nuts about cars.
Yeah, and they're about the best. They want, whether it's the Model A or the Pinto,
whatever
or
it is.
whatever
There's
it is.
they make a connection there. And something else you said when you saw the cars going over at the auction. My mom had a car like that, or I remember that car.
relived it.
You relived it. And the automobile is the great equalizer in that perspective, because it will always have something to do with an event or something. I got married and we rode in that car. We came home with our first child from the hospital in that car. I got a new job and I treated myself to X car. Whatever it is, the car connects us to everything that we do and have done in our past. And that's what's unusual. It's not a stamp or a beer stein or it's a kind of a whatever you collect, or a Beanie Baby or whatever it is. The car is a very different kind of a connection because there's a personal and emotional connection to it.
And that's an excellent point. I'm sitting there watching a little drafting down the front straightaway, wondering if that's going to move anybody up. Hunter Barron's still up front. But, when we were kids, we could work on our cars. And you look at modern cars today with all the electronics and so on and so forth, has that taken some of the interest of the automobile away from youth? It seems like it's coming back, but there seems to have been this valley over the last 10 years or so. I've even known 16-year-old kids who weren't interested in getting a driver's license. You wanted to get your driver's license the day you turned 16.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that is somewhat true, the driver's license thing. Kids are not as concerned about that, but their mobility is sitting there doing whatever it is.
Thumbs on their phone.
Right, exactly. That's their connection to some extent. But I do think your point, when you were saying about are we losing that with kids today, I feel strongly the answer to that is no. I'm very involved with trying to get kids involved in the hobby. They're happy to go to a race and watch a race. Are they happy to go to a concours show on a Sunday afternoon? No.
No.
And they're happy to go to Cars and Coffee that Sunday morning, where they all get there at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. They do their thing, say hi to their buds, and hang out with them for a while. And by 11 o'clock, they're off doing something else. And we as a hobby have to understand they're changing and they're evolving. And, in my case, muscle cars were the gateway drug to something else.
Yeah.
So now Japanese tuners or whatever these kids are doing are going to be the gateway drug to them wanting a Duesenberg.
Yeah.
I do believe that.
No, I agree. I think it's the interest in the automobile that comes first, whether it was a muscle car in our day or whether, like you said, it's a different car today. But once they're in, they're in.
And then they find, hey, there's another world out there. Like when I was jealous of all the kids that had a big block Chevelle, because that was never going to be in my parents would never have said yes to anything like that. No, wasn't going to fly. And then I get involved in the car hobby, and suddenly, I see a Fagoni and Falashi Delahaye. What in the now that's my world.
And it started at a very
with a gateway
level.
drug at a different level. Yeah. That's exactly right.
Well, it's funny.
That's
right. I see that a little bit with my son as well. It's like he wanted his BRZ, his FRS, whatever it is. Depends on how you want to change the badge on that car. So he could put his suspension on it, so he could put his exhaust on it. And he wanted a manual because he wanted to shift gears.
Sure.
He wanted to be in tune with it. And then all of a sudden, one winter in the Midwest where he realized he couldn't get the car up the street, then it was like, I want a truck. Worked hard, saved his money, bought a 4Runner off one of the auction sites online, and he can work on it because it's old, and he likes that, and so he's hooked. He's in.
Yes.
And he's kind of been in on both ends, so he's that guy who's going to stay there. But, some of these other kids, like I said, when you've got 17, 18-year-olds who don't want a driver's license, and like you pointed out, the connection is there because it's in their pocket
right.
or their purse. We actually had to take the phone with a long cord and go in the other room so our parents couldn't hear us on the phone or whatever the case may be. And you had to go see your friends, right? You couldn't just call them. Session over. Hunter Barron stays up front. Stanford Van in second. Elliott Barron in third. That rounds out the top three in Formula V. But just, I think the thing that's cool, I don't want to keep you.
No, I'm fine.
I think the thing that's cool is that it really hasn't changed, has it? I mean,
no.
Whether it was 40 years ago that we got into
it has,
yeah,
but
it really hasn't.
Right. And the one thing I do have a concern for is that, a clutch and a manual transmission is becoming a thing of the past. And that's something we need to really have some conversation about and trying to get kids to understand how to drive a manual transmission. That's a big deal.
Oh, I say that in every school I do. Teach your kid how to drive a manual transmission so that if they do the right thing and take the keys away from somebody, they can walk out and look at it and say, I can get us home.
Right.
I'm going to let you go. We're going to go to Mecum Auctions because there's some cars I want to buy there. So they're going to take us over to Mecum Auctions. Thank you very much, Bill, for joining us. I had a great time, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the weekend here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Get it on 5, get it on 25, you bid. 25,000. 24, 5. I have you at 24, is that right? I'm sorry? 23, 24. I have it at 3, get it on 4, get it on 23, get it on 4, get it on 3, get it on 4. Sold 23,000, sold 23,000.
F-155, a 1973 Ford Mustang convertible with the 5-liter automatic and bucket seats. No reserve.
Selling it, no reserve. Get it on at 60. Get it on at 50,000 on it here. Get it on 40. 15 bid 20. Hey, get it on at 20,000 on it here. Get it on 15 bid. Get it on 20. Get it on 20 here. Get it on 20 here. 15 bid. Get it on at 20. Have it at 20,000 on it here. Get it on 17,000 on it here. Get it on 17 here. Have it at 17, 15, get it on at 17 here. Have it at 17, pound, did you get it on 17, 20? Have it at 20, pound, on it here, get it on 20, get it on 2, 2. Have it at 22, get it on 5 here. I get it on at 2, 2, get it on 5, get it on at 2, 2, get it on 5 here. I get it on at 2, 2, get it on 5, at 22, 2, get it on. Thank you, 27. That's what I said. 25, 27. 25, 27. Hey, get it on at 7 here. Get it on 5. Get it on 7 here. 25 here. 27. Last call. I have it at 25. Get it on 7 here. Get it on 5. 5 at 7. Sold 25,000. Paul.
F-155.1, a 1978 Ford Bronco featuring a 351 automatic and air.
I have it at 5. Get it on 100. 75 here. 20's a bid. 25. 25, 5, put him at 5 here, 30. I have it at 30, bid 5. I get it on at 30, get it on. What a truck, 35, 5, at 30, bid 5 here, 40. I get it on 40. I have it at 35, 40. I get it on at 40, get it on 35, get it on 40, get it on 7, 40. I have it at 37, bid 40, get it on 40, found out at here and 2. I get it on 42 here. I get it on 40 to bid 2, 2, get it on at 2, you all done? 42 here. 40,000 to bid 42, 45. 45,000, 45,000. I have it at 2, get it on 5, get it on 45,000 anywhere. I get it on at 2, 2, get it on. What a truck. 45,000, 47,000. 47,000. I get it on 47 here. I get it on 45. I get it on 7. Last call. I get it on 47,000. I get it on 45. I get it on 7 here. You all done? 45, 47,000 anywhere. 45. Get it on 7. Get it on 47. Close it at 45,000. Here's Jimmy.
And on the block now showing his F-156, a 1986 Mercedes-Benz 560 SL convertible. Same owner, the care of the same owner for the last 29 years. Highly original condition with the 5.6 automatic soft top, hard top, and a clean Carfax. No reserve.
Selling it, no reserve. Somebody get $30,000 here. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 20. At $20,000 here. You better get 20. You better get 10. Bid. You better get 12,000. You better get 15. At 15,000. You better get 17,000. You better get 17. I have 15. $15,000 bid. Anybody get 17? Anybody get 17,000? I have $15,000 bid. Anybody get 17? Anybody get 17,000? I have $15,000 bid. Anybody get 17? Anybody get 17? Anybody get 16? At 16, anybody get 17,000? Anybody give 18,000 now? 18,000. Anybody give 18? Anybody get 17? 18. I have 17,000. Anybody give 18,000? Anybody else? At 18,000 of it. At 18,000. Now 19. Anybody get 19? 20. At 20 bid. Anybody get 20? Anybody get 20? Anybody get 1? At 21,000. Anybody get 1 bid. Anybody get 1? Anybody get 1? Anybody get 21? At 20,000. Anybody get 21,000? Anybody get 21? At $21,000 bid. Anybody get 1 bid. Anybody get 1? Anybody get 21? At 21,000. I have $20,500 bid. Anybody get 1? At $21,000 bid. Anybody get 1 bid. Anybody get 21? Sold. $20,500, John.
F-157, a 1956 Chevy 3100 custom pickup featuring a 5.3 automatic custom ostrich interior and vintage air.
$150,000 bid. 150, give 100. At $100,000 bid. 100 here. You better get 30 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 50. You better get 50. You better get 60. I have 50 bid. 60, 70 again. 70 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better get 90. I have 80 bid. You better get 90 bid. You better get 90. You better give 80 bid. You better get 90,000. I have 80,000. You better get 90,000. You better give 85. Put it at 5 bid. 85, 90. At 90 bid. You better get 90. You better get 5. I have 90 bid. You better get 95,000. You better get 90 bid. You better get 95. At 90,000. You better get 95,000. Anybody else? At 90 bid. You better get 95,000. You better get 90 bid. Anybody give 95? Close bid at $90,000. Close the bid, and the bid goes on.
F-158, a 2022 Ford Bronco Wild Track Sasquatch Custom with the 2.7 automatic and loaded up.
Somebody give $100,000 here. 100. Somebody give 80. $80,000 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better get 30. 40. At 40 bid. You better get 50. At 50 bid. You better get 50. You better get 50. You better get 45 bid. You better get 50,000. I have 45 bid. You better get 50 here. You better get 50,000. You better get 55. At 55 bid. You better get 60,000. You better get 60 bid. You better get 60. I have 55 bid. You better get 60,000. You better get 65. I have 60 bid. You better get 570. At 70 bid. You better get 70. You better get 70. You better get 70 bid. At 70,000. You better get 70 here. You better get 72. I have 70 bid. You better get 2. 5. 75. 72. 75. I have 72. You better get 75,000. You better get 2 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 75. Now 77. I have 75 bid. You better get 77,000. You better get 77. At 75,000. You better get 77 bid. 80. At 80 bid. You better give 80. You better give 80. 78. 79. At 79 bid. You better give 80. You better get 99. 79,000. I have 78. You better get 79,000. At 78 bid. You better get 99. Anybody else? At 79. 80. I have 79 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better get 79. 80. At 79 bid. You better give 80,000. I have 79 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. Last call. Anybody give 80? Close the bid. $79,000.
F-159.
Hang on. We're working on a deal here. Meekum roll is in effect. For those of you that don't know what the Meekum roll is, his high bid is $79,000, and that's not enough to get it bought. So nobody else can play. It's just you. You need to raise your bid to $85,000. I mean, that's not that far of a jump from 79 to 85. Not for what you're getting is right. So you raise your bid to $85,000. I drop the hammer immediately and sell it to you. You want to give 85?
I'm feeling it, Jim.
Okay, so subsection 3-8, he raised his bid to $80,000. The reserve is off. The reserve is off. I have 80,000. Anybody give 81? Sold. $80,000 Dallas.
F-159.1, a 1995 Ford F-150 SVT Lightning pickup with the 5.8 automatic, one of only 800 produced in black for 1995.
Somebody get 35,000. Anybody get 30? At 30,000. Anybody get 30 bid? Anybody get 30? 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 Anybody get 10? Anybody get 10? Anybody get 15? It's number 159.1. 159.1. There we go. Somebody get 30. Somebody get 20. Somebody get 10, 15, 15 bid, you better get 15, 20. At 20,000, you better get 20 bid, you better get 17, 18. 18,000, you better get 19, put up at 20 bid, you better get 20, you better get 2. I have 20 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, 2, 21. I have 20 bid, you better get 1 again, 1 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 3. I have 22, you better get 23. I have $22,000 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 2, and now 3. At $22,000 bid, you better get 23,000. Anybody else? At 22 bid, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 23. $23,000 for a Lightning. 22. 23,000. Close the bid at $22,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
F-160 1979 Camaro featuring a 350, a 4-speed manual transmission, and offered at no reserve.
Selling at no reserve. Somebody get $50,000 bid. You better get 50. You better get 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40. You better get 30 bid. You better get 10,000. You better get 12,000. You better get 12. 15,000. You better get 17,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better give 18. I have 17. You better give 18,000. You better give 18. It sells at no reserve. Anybody give $18,000 for? I have 17, you better give 18,000, you better get 17, 18. At 17's the bid, you better give 18,000, you better get 17. $18,000 last call, and it is sold. $17,000, Robin.
F-160.1, a 1929 Ford Model A with a 4-cylinder, 3-speed manual transmission, offered at no reserve.
No reserve. Somebody get 20,000. You better get 20. You better get 10. I have 1,000. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 4. At 4,000. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3. And now 4. Anybody get $4,000? 5, 6, 7, 7. $7,000, $8,000. 7 bid, 8, 9. At 9,000, I have 8,000. Anybody get 9,000? 8's the bid. Anybody give $9,000 for it? I have 8 bid. You want to get 9 bid? Anybody give $8,500? $8,000 is the bid. Anybody 85, 9. At 9,000, you want to get 9 bid. You want to give 85, 9. 95 bid. You want to get 5, 10. At 10,000, you want to get 10 bid. You want to get 10. At 10,000, you want to get 10 bid. You want to get 10. You want to get 10. You want to get 10. At 10,000, you better get 10 bid. 11,000, you better get 10, 11. I have $10,000 bid. 11,000. Anybody else? At 10 bid. 11. Sold. $10,000, John.
F-161.1, a 2005 Corvette convertible with the 6-liter automatic navigation, only 40,000 miles.
Somebody get 35,000. You better get 30 bid. You better get 10. You better get 15,000. At 17,000, you better get 20 bid again. You better get 20 bid. You better get 21. At 21, 2. 22,000. You better get 2. You better get 2. You better get 21's the bid. $22,000 for it. I have 21 bid. You better get 2 bid. You better get 2, 2, 3. At 23,000. You better get 4,000. You better get 25. At 25,000, you better get 4 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 25. At $25,000 bid. I have 24. You better get 5 bid. You better get $25,000. 25, 26. I have 25 bid. You better get 26. At 25 is the bid. You better get 6,000. Anybody else? At 25 bid, 26. 7, 27. 26, 27. I have 26 and now 7 bid. You better get 7. You better get 6, 7. At $26,000 bid. You better get 27,000. Anybody else? I have 26, 27. Kevin, 26, 27, 26. 27 reserve is off. At 26,000, you better get 27. Now 28, 27, 28, John. 27 bid. You better get 28,000. 27.5. $28,000. He said no. So $27,500, John.
F-162, a 2022 Ford Bronco Outer Banks Edition with the 2.7 automatic and luxury package, fully loaded up and saddle leather interior.
How much is somebody give $100,000 out of it? 30, 40, 40, 50, 50, 60, 55, 65, 65, 70, and 70 bid. You better get 70, you better get 70 bid. You better get 65, 70. I have 65,000. You better get 70,000. You better get 70, and 65 bid. You better get 70, you better get 70,000. You better get 70. I have 65 bid again. You better get 70 bid. You better get 75, and 72, 75, 72 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 75. Roll it away now. You better get 2 bid. You better get 73. I have 72,000. You better get 73,000. You better get 2. 73. 72's the bid. Anybody get 73? Close the bid at $72,000. Close the bid, and the bid goes on.
F-163, a 1987 Buick Grand National with a 3.8 automatic and methanol injection.
$50,000 bid. You better get 40. You better get 30. At 30,000, you better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 15,000. You better get 20,000. You better get 20 bid. You better get 25. I have 20 bid. You better get 25,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 2 bid. You better get 5 bid. You better get 25. I have 25. Now 7. 27,000. You better get 7 again. 7 bid. Now 8, 9. At 29, 30. At 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30. At 31 bid, 2, 32, put him at 2 bid, you better get 2, 3. At 32, you better get 3 bid, you better get 3, you better get 2's the bid, you better get 3. I have 32, 3, now 4, rolled away, you better get 4, 33, 34.
The Chattanooga Motorcar Festival continues, and who better to sit and spend some time with here at the Pace Grand Prix than Lynn St. James.
Did I have to tell you my name?
You are our Grand Marshal. That's what I was going to say. Our Grand Marshal, Lynn St. James.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to
Betty.
Betty.
They say that. I was here last year, and I'm having just as much fun as I did last year, but, you know.
You were talking to TK and Justin a little earlier, and
Yeah.
they said you're our Grand Marshal, and you went, oh, yeah, I guess I am. So they didn't have a lot of work for you to do.
No, I'm doing less work this year than I did last year, you know, so I'm like, I don't.
That's a good
this
job
Grand
if you
Marshal
could get
thing,
it.
if you could
It's like-
get it, yeah.
So you were here last year.
Yes, I was.
And you've done some vintage racing.
Yes, I have.
Why? What's so special about it?
Well, you know, I didn't have a lot of respect or regard for vintage racing.
Yeah, well, and I didn't either.
Most of us didn't.
Yeah.
Most of us racers
Right.
didn't. And then when I had an opportunity, it was actually with CSRG out in Sonoma. And I got to, they wanted me to be a Grand Marshal. I had no budget. They wanted me there for 4 days. I said, you don't want to be around me for 4 days at a racetrack unless I'm in a race car.
Unless I'm in a race car.
And so I said,
we don't make good spectators, do we?
So I said, if you can get me in a race car, I will be there for you. And that's when I got to, Chris Locke was a vintage racer, and he got me in his 1976 Chevron B39 Formula Atlantic car.
Wow.
I always wanted to race
my.
a Formula Atlantic car. You know, I used to watch them back in the 70s when I was racing my shitbox car, my Pinto and my Cosworth Vega and a Corvette. I'm like, I want to be in a real race car. And I finally got to race in a Formula Atlantic car. And so
I would love that.
I know. And
Can you hook me
I
up?
finally got good. And well, they've since sold the car. I mean, that's the thing. But I actually won a race at Thunder Hill in, a Formula Atlantic car against not John Norman, but oh my God,
It'll come to you.
Yeah, but I know this is part of the problem. So anyway, and then of course I think vintage racing is just exploded. I mean, the quality of the cars, the quality of the drivers. I mean, a lot of those cars that we raced are now being raced again. And they're good cars. Not all of them, but most of them are. So vintage racing is really, really good. And of course, for me, it was full circle. I started racing as a fan, just as a hobby, and then I got to go through this wonderful career. And then it went nowhere because I didn't have a race car or the ability to fund it and have people work on it. And then I got this chance to drive other people's cars in vintage racing, and it put a smile back on my face. It brought me back to life, Brian. I mean, I was like, this is what it's all about.
It's the magic of it, right?
It is.
And Bill and I were just talking about that a little while ago, and I said, some of the most fun racing I ever did was my go-kart in college and the SCCA stuff, and it's almost like the farther up the ladder you went, the less fun it was.
That's
I mean, it was
exactly.
certainly fun to drive an Indy car. You and I both know that, but at the same point in time, the amount of business work that went into it, I think, kind of takes away some of the joy of driving the car. You didn't get a lot of that visceral experience because you were always worried about budget or this, that, and the other. And that Atlantic car, my Atlantic car that I won the championship with in 1990 was a modern one. I wanted to drive one like that, like you were talking about, the Chevron or the March with the sports car nose and all that, something like my friend Dorsey Schrader drove that kind of moved him along the way. When you were more of a part of the equation. You weren't relying on sophisticated aerodynamics and all this other kind of stuff.
No,
and I think that's the other cool thing about this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no adjustments other than driver adjustments.
Drive the car.
Yeah, and you just drive it, and it shifts and it turns and it does everything you tell it. But yeah, it was just sweet, sweet, sweet.
And I think you're right too. When I look at the organizations now that run vintage cars, it's like when it first started, it was like some guy found an old car and bolted it together and went and drove it. And that's just not the case anymore. You look at the level of professionalism of the teams, the mechanics, the engineers. I mean, it's professional level stuff, and it has to be, because when you go to a big SVRA weekend and you're looking at old Indy cars and old Formula One cars and GTP era cars that are probably producing more horsepower now than they did when they ran them.
And that some of the current cars are actually doing,
And better tires now than they had.
Yeah.
And if they're not bolted together by professionals, you wouldn't want to be driving.
And you get to hang out with the Doc Bundys of the world and some of of your contemporaries who also didn't maybe get to continue in their career, but we just got to hang out, and it's the best. It's the and I think Tony Perella with SVRA has really raised the bar for what vintage racing is all about.
Well, and I think too that it goes back to like you just said, the camaraderie of it is back.
Oh yeah.
There was a certain. I mean, you were friends with some of the people that you drove with, but there was a large part of the paddock. Not that you hated them, but you didn't have time to be friends. And I think that's the other thing. Kind of like I was saying, my amateur experience before becoming a professional driver, it was friendly. You went to an SCCA race in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and on Saturday night they brought out 55-gallon drums and did a crawfish boil. And everybody stood around and drank a beer and
beer party every Saturday night, and you hung out with the corner workers, and it was a family. I mean, that's what really partly what drew me in the beginning. I mean, I'm an only child. I didn't have any sisters and brothers. I don't play well, and so I didn't have a lot of friends. And when I went to the races,
I don't play well.
I learned how to play better and hang out with people and all kinds of people too.
Yeah.
When you go to tennis or golf, it tends to be too many of the same kinds of folks. And so I love the sport. I love what they've done here, Brian. I was here last year, and to be honest, the track, it was a great concept, but it was, a little dicey. And to see the changes that have been made, the widening of the track, the adding of that whatever you want to call that intersection, that bump is not a good thing.
The Alley of Greats, I think there's a large banner of you hanging in there.
I heard that. I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, my gosh. I think I might have a picture of it on my phone. I'll have to show you. But so you've driven vintage cars. Have you spent any time in a stock car? Obviously, you won Daytona. You won Sebring. Did you win Daytona and Sebring with Calvin Fish? He was in the car with you at Sebring.
Calvin with Sebring, yeah.
But GTO cars, but did you ever spend any time in a stock car?
Well, I set the records at Talladega in a stock car that Bill Elliott built. Set the record of average speed, one lap average speed of 212, and a whole bunch of other 21. Well, because you want to know why?
Just like
no.
212.
But it was so funny because why I did it was that I was trying to convince Michael Krenifus, who was the head of Ford, that I could go stock car. That I could, because I thought if I could drive those Thunderbirds or those Mustangs and all that, I could do that. And so I convinced Bill if I could get Ford and Goodyear, would he build the car? And I was just really trying to convince Krenifus that I could drive a stock car. And literally within, we were there for 2 days, and at one point Bill stuck his head in and he goes, "So how's it going?" And I'm like, "I don't know who's driving this car because it's not me." I mean, the car has no feel. It's like dead, and I hated it. 3 weeks later, I got to drive an Indy car. Dick Simon gave me a test in an Indy car. I didn't care ever to go stock car driving.
Ever.
No.
Anything with tubes, again, never. No. Yeah, well, it's kind of a world of difference there.
You would turn the steering wheel, nothing would happen. And I'd turn it again, and then I'd crank it again. And then I'd watch my RPMs go.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be such a different world. I know that when I went from open wheel to the 1 year that I ran in Trans Am, I spent a lot of time talking to Dorsey Schrader about Trans Am cars and what to expect. Chris Neifel as well, and they were fun, but it's completely different. But I look at these stock cars on track right now. Scott Hawley has the fastest time in this qualifying session. I mean, a lot of history here, a lot of branding that you recognize from back in the day, so to speak. And I just look at that, and I think about talking to A.J. Allmendinger when he first went to stock cars from Indy cars, and he said, I've never driven anything that moved around so much and felt so uncomfortable. And he said, I came in and I was like, I need some more rebound. You need to hold this thing down. It's moving way too much. I'm telling you, I know what I'm doing. And the crew chief was like, I don't think you want to do that. I don't think you want to do that. And AJ was like, no, I want to do that. I want to do that. I'm telling you, it's going to hold it down. It's going to be so much better. Da, da, da. His crew chief said, okay. So he made the change. And AJ went out there and was driving the car and goes, yeah, this is what it should feel like. I like this. And they came in and they showed him the times. It was like not anywhere close. And he said Jeff Gordon went by him. I think they were Atlanta. And Jeff Gordon went by him and he was like, oh, my God, he's about to die. And then he was like, he didn't die. Is that how I have to drive one of these things? It's just completely different.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I
look at and now AJ's doing so well. I was just watching him at the Roval, and actually I was watching the Roval and I realized that is the same track that we ran back in the 80s in the IMSA, in the Camel GT.
Yeah.
Because I asked him, I asked Marcus Smith, I said, is this the same track? He goes, yeah,
And speaking of Bill Elliott, there's a former Bill Elliott car.
I saw that
goes
one.
flashing by.
Yeah, I was walking in the paddock, and it's cool to see these cars that have a history with drivers that we recognize. But sometimes I wish they would put the real driver in there too, because it's like, is Bill here? Is Bill here? Because I know Bill does some of this stuff too. So.
Well, Joe Nemechek's here this weekend. Driving one of his cars. So, looking at this stuff and having the vintage experience that you have, would you be interested if somebody pulled out of mothballs, and I'm just probably not even in mothballs? I'm sure that your GTO car is somewhere competing. Would you be interested in driving something like that?
Actually, I saw the GTO Mustang at a recent vintage race, and it was at Road America, and I won my very first pro race at Road America in the IMSA race, and so it brought back all of this, memory, and I got the yen. I got to tell you, I got the yen. But I also saw some of the Formula Atlantic cars running too, and I would really rather do that. Because when you do get in, they're big.
Yeah.
They're really big cars, and you're kind of like in this. I love being.
There's nothing.
Tucked
There's
in.
nothing like sliding in the cockpit of an Indy car.
You wear the
it.
car.
Yeah.
This car, you're wearing a costume.
Yeah.
When you wear this car.
I like that.
Yeah, but when you're in an open wheel, it doesn't have to be an Indy car, but when you're in an open wheel, you're one with the car, you're wearing it, and this is, like I said, you're wearing a costume.
I know my Atlantic car. You talk about those cars are now raceable. I remember years ago, Steve Cole, who was my crew chief.
I remember Steve.
And so Steve, was with Corvette Racing for a long time.
He was on my car.
Was he?
On the Indy Lights car that I had, the Argo that I had
Okay.
with John McLaughlin.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. I'm sorry.
Like my hero, and he was on my Atlantic car, the Indy Light car, the Indy cars, and he was with me at Indianapolis.
He was so meticulous.
So
meticulous.
My God.
Sometimes too intense.
But he called me, I think this is years ago. This had to be still, it was probably late 90s. And he called and goes, hey, would you be interested in buying your Atlantic car? And I went, where did that come from? And he goes, some guy called me. It's down in Florida, like hanging in the back of a shop somewhere, and they're cleaning stuff out. And he wanted to know. He looked up the chassis number, and he knew it was yours, but he didn't know you. He knew me, so he called. And I said, well, what would I do with it? And he goes, well, you can go vintage racing. And I'm like, oh, my God, already? And that was, like I said, that was 20 years ago. So God only knows, it'd be a great vintage class now. I didn't really think of the cars as being vintage cars now.
You didn't think of yourself
myself
being
as being
vintage.
Thanks, Lynn.
Let's be real now.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Well, and actually, I had somebody, in 1992, the first Indy car I ever drove was the True Sports chassis. And we leased it from True Sports. It had the Judd in it, and they went to the Chevy A that year with the new True Sports car. And I had a guy call me and say, hey, can you tell me, I've got that chassis, and we're running it in vintage. Can you give me some ideas about this, that, and the other? And it was like, well, if I can remember that far back. But it's really cool, though. But and for you, again, it's kind of a look back. It's like watching the cars go across the stage in the Mecum auction. You're like, my mom had one of those. I drove one of those. And you come to these vintage weekends and you see
your history.
Some of this.
You see your own personal history of memories, or in some cases actually
whether it
driving.
was you did it or
you
somebody
were
else did
watching
it.
it. No, you know, it also is, I guess, an indication that we're all getting old because we're all remembering so much of our past, you know. But the beauty is we're all living longer. I mean, it's just you know, historically now, I mean, with the great health care improvements and all of that, we're all living longer. And so our memories are still, we need these things to keep our memory sharp, you know, to have that opportunity to.
Well, it gives you something to stay vested in. And speaking of something to stay vested in, this is probably another 3-hour conversation altogether, and I know you don't have the time. But your give back to the industry, and especially as far as women drivers go, I mean, is phenomenal. And I know that that's something that you're deeply embedded in now. You and I were talking about, and I can't say names that we were talking about. I don't think that would be fair to anybody. But why? Why is that so important to you?
Well, you know, part of it was meeting Billie Jean King and seeing what she's given to society, you know, with the advancement and the fairness of what is right for women's sports, which is also just right for the world to understand. So that definitely left a huge impression on me, and I thought if I could do something in our sport like that, then I should. I mean, there's just, you know, it's like...
There's no better ambassador.
Well, no, I didn't necessarily think it was me being the best. I was the only one at that point.
Yeah, well,
you know
that's
what
true.
I mean? I
Yeah.
was really the only active female race car driver at a high enough level, and particularly because Indy gave me a platform.
Yeah.
To be honest, when I was doing IMSA and all that, I would go to these women's sports events, and they would say, "What do you do?" "Well, I drive race cars." Once I did Indy, they didn't ask me anymore, "What do you do?"
Yeah.
You know, so Indy gave me a platform that I said, either accept it, Lynn, and do something with it, or be a selfish and just, you know, just
We
say
didn't even
this-
have to beep that out. That was
right.
good.
And you know, just make this is like you finally got there, and this is all for you. And I just, if you're a human being and you realize you've got a platform and you don't do something with it, and not only that, I think that was the beginning of my thought process. But the other thing is, Brian, and I think you will hopefully understand this, and hopefully the listeners will, is that I had a great time. I had a great life. And I was having a great life. When I would see these kids at quarter midgets or at go-karts, and I'm like, I want them to have a great life.
Yeah.
And if they don't benefit somehow from the knowledge and the people that I know to give them a leg up or to help them have a great life in this sport, then what the hell? I mean, what am I even doing?
And there's
this
no
for?
reason that they shouldn't. And there's no reason that they can't.
And I was so mad because almost everybody asked me, "Oh, it must have been tough." They wanted to hear all the tough stories. Well, yeah, I had to put up with some, you know, but not any more than probably most women that have. I talked to a woman who's in the art business.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so my life wasn't as bad as people perceived it to be. I felt I had a really great life, and I had to do something to help these other gals have a great life. And I had Billie Jean to kind of show me the way of that one person in the initial, you know, could make a difference. But the good news now is that we've created Women in Motorsports North America, and it isn't just me anymore. It's no longer the Lone Ranger voice. I have Beth Peretta. I have 40 other
You have an army.
men, and I have an army. I'm like, yeah, I love it. You know, I've always had. I was telling Tommy Kendall this morning. I said, you guys I felt part of it. I mean, you know, I felt like I had a community, but it's just that you were all guys, you know, and you were all about yourselves, and that's okay. I get it. Now I have an army. I like that. I have an army.
Which is awesome. And there's a long list of young female drivers who can get the job done. I have absolutely no doubt about that. And with your help, we may see some of those stars of the future. Checker flag out on historic stock cars, and I'm going to let you go because I know you've got other things to do, but congratulations on being our Grand Marshal. I know it's kept you very busy.
Thank you.
Since
yes.
we reminded you that that's what you were doing here this weekend, in addition to enjoying the Motor Car Festival. So thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Good to
it.
see
And I'll
you.
see you the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I always love seeing you and chatting with you. We got more to talk about.
All right.
All right.
Take care.
All right. Thanks.
And we were talking about Mecum auctions a little bit earlier. We'll head back down and I'll see if I can find any more of my cars from my teenage years going across the stage. If so, I may have to go buy one.
$44. Or make them roll it. Whoa! 44, 45. You're out, you're out, you're in. 44's the bid. Reserve is off. $45,000 for it. 44 bid, you better get 45. So, $44,000, Paul Guck. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Russ Conklin. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Russ Conklin.
Thank you. From a private no reserve collection is F173.1, a 2004 Mercedes-Benz SL500 convertible with a power retractable hardtop 5-liter automatic navigation, heated seats, leather interior, 44,000 miles, and a clean Carfax. No reserve.
I'm going to do 30. I had $30,000 down 20 bid. I had $20,000 down to do $5,000, $7,000 bid. 10. I had $10,000, $12,000 bid. I'm going to do 10, 12. I had 15. I had 15, 13, 14. I'm going to do 13. I'm going to do 14,000. 15. I have 15,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 14, 15. I have 15 to bed, 14,000. 15,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 14, 15. I'm going to do 15. Who said 15? I have 14, 15, 16. I have 15, 16, 17. I'm going to do 17 to bed. 17, 18, 18, 19. 19,000 out of bed. If I'm going to do 18, going to be 19. I have 18,000 out of 19,000 out of 20,000 out of bed. I have 19, 20. I have 19. I'm going to do 20,000 out of bed. 19, 20. Sold $19,000. Sold $19,000. Travis.
F-174 1966 Oldsmobile Toronado. Same ownership with the same family since new. Matching numbers 425 V8 under the hood. Automatic transmission. Rare factory headrest and protector plate.
You're buying how much here? 30. I had 30,000 out of it. I'm going to do 20. I had 20 bed. I'm going to do 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. I had 10, 12, 15. I'm going to do 13, 14. I had 15, 16, 17. I'm going to do 17,000. I had 17, 18, 19. I'm going to do 18,000 out of 19,000 out of bed. You're 19, 20. Reserve is off. 19, 20. 19, 20. I had 19. I'm going to do 20,000 out of bed. You're 19. Now 20,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 19, 20. I had 19,000 out of 20,000 out of bed. 19, 20. Sold $19,000. Sold $19,000. Internet.
F-174.1, a 1988 Corvette Coupe. One of only 2,800 produced in Burgundy. It features only 30,000 miles, a 5.7, and an automatic.
Good. How much here? Get 30. Get 20. I am out of it. I'm going to do 20. You're 20. I am out of it. I'm going to do 20,000 out of bed. You're 20. I am out of it. I'm going to do 20. Bed. I'm going to do $5,000. 6, 7. I have 7, 8. I had 9, 10. I have 10, 11, 12. I had 12,000 out of bed. 11, 12. I had down 12. I had 11 to bed. I did 12,000 out of bed. 11 to bed. 12. I had 11,000. $12,000 on it. 11's a bed. 12,000 out of bed. Anybody else? 11 to bed. 12. I had 11,000 out of now. 12. You 12. I had 11 to bed. I did 12,000. I had 11,000 out of bed. 12,000 out of bed. Down. 11. 12. I had 11 to bed. I'm going to do 12,000 out of bed. You 11. You want to get 11, 5? 11, 5. 11, 5. 11, 5. 11, 5. 11.5. I had 11,000 out of bed. 11,500 out of bed. 11.5. I had 11,000 out of now. 5. 11.5. I had 11,000 out of 5. I had 11 to bed. I'm going to do 5. Now 12. Now you got it, Jordy. Going to do 12. 11.5. 12. 11.5. 12,000 out of bed. 11.5. 12. I had 11.5. I had 12,000 out of bed. Here she goes. 11.5. 12. I had 11.5 to bed. Going to do 12,000. Last call. I had 11.5. Going to be 12. Reserve is up. 11.5, 12,000 out of bed. 11.5, 12. Dallas, you want to get 12? 12.5, 12.5, sir. 12.5, I'm going to do 500. You're 12,000 out of 500. Down 5 to bed, down 12.5. You're 12.5. Last call, 13. I'm going to do 13,000. I had 13,000 out of bed. 12.5, 13,000 out of bed. Down. I had 12.5, 13. John, 13,000. So $12,500. Chris Elliott.
F-175 1960 A Corvette Coupe. Only 39,000 miles showing. Matching numbers L71 427. 4-speed manual transmission and auxiliary
You're
power.
going to do 70, 60. I am going to do 60. Down out of bed. 30, 40. I am 30 bed, 40 bed, 50. I'm going to do again 50 bed. I'm going to do 50, 60. I am 50 down out of bed, 60. Down out of bed. I'm going to do 55. I am 50 now 5. I'm going to do 5 to bed. $50,000 I am 50 to bed, down 5 here, down 50 down, down 5 to bed, down negative 55. I am 50 to 500 down negative 52. I am $50,000, $52,000. Here goes. I am 50,000 out of bed, 52,000, 55,000 out of bed. I am 53, 400 down 4, down 4, 400 down 4 to bed, down 54,000 out of bed, and now 400 down negative 52, 54,000 out of bed, 52, 54. Here goes. 52, 54, down negative 4. I am 52,000 out of bed. 54,000 out of bed and get 53. Last call. 52, 53. I am 52 to make it 53,000. I am 52,000 out of now 53,000 out of bed. I am 52 to make it 3 to bed negative 53. I am 50. Reserve is off. 52, 53. I am 52, $53,000. Anybody else? I am 52,000, 53,000. So $52,000, $52,000 Shack on internet.
F-175.1, a 2003 Corvette convertible 50th anniversary edition with the 5.7 6-speed and only 58,000 miles.
I get 30, I get 10, 12, I have 10, 12, 15, I have 15, 16, 17, I have 17 to bed, I have 17 to bed, but I'm going to do 16,000 out of 17, 17,000 out of bed, 16, 17, 18, 19, I didn't get you, going to be 19, I have an 18 to bed, going to do 19, I had 19,000 out of bed, but I'm going to do 19, I had 19, 20, 21, reserve is off, I'm going to do 21, I have 21,000 out of bed, now 1, 1 to bed, but I'm going to do 21,000 out of bed, 1 to bed, 2, I'm going to do 3, I have 23,000 out of bed, 3 to bed, but I'm going to do 22,000 out of 23,000 out of bed. Now 4, now 4, now 24. I have 23,000, 24,000 out of bed. Anybody else? So $23,000. So $23,000, Chris.
F-170.1, a 1926 Ford Model T with the 2.9 engine, a 3-speed manual transmission, and two-tone. No reserve.
No reserve. I'm going to do 20. 15, I have 15, so we get $10,000 started. 10, I'm going to do $5,000, 6,000 out of bed. I have 5, 6, I'm going to do 5 to bed, no reserve. I'm going to do 5 to bed, 6,000 out of bed. We're on 170.1. Good 5, $6,000 on it. There it is. 5, 6, 7, 8. Right behind you, Chris. 8, 9, 9. 9,000 out of bed, but now negative 8,000 out of down 9 front row. 9, negative 9 to bed, 8,000 out of down 9 to bed. 9, negative 8, negative 8, negative 8 to bed. I have an 8,000 out of down 9, negative 8,000 out of 9,000 out of bed. I have an 8,000, negative 8, negative 8, 9,000 out of bed. 8, 9. I have an 8,000 out of 9,000 out of bed. Anybody give 8,500? 8,500, $8,000, 8,500, 85, 9. I had 85 going to be 9. I had 85 to be able to do 9,000 out of bed, down 9 to be able to do 9. 85, 9, 5, 95 to be able to do 95. I had 9,000 out of bed, 5 down 9,500 out of bed. I had 9 to be able to do 95, 9,500 down negative 9,000 out of 9,500. Now to be at 95, I'm going to do 95, 10. I had 95, 10. I had 95 to be able to do 10,000 out of bed. I had 95, internet's in, 10,000. I had 95 to be able to do 10, 10, 10, 95 going to be 10,000 out of bed, down internet 10. I got 95 internet. Down 10, 5, 10, 5, 11. 10, 5, 11. Wasn't asking for that. 11. 10, 5, 11. I have 10, 5, 11. I have 10, 5, 11 internet. 10, 5, 11. I have 10, 5 to bed, 11 to bed, down, I have. So $10,500. Chris Elliott, 10-5.
F-171, a 1993 Blazer Sport with the 5.7 and automatic. This was the last year for the Blazer as a full-size SUV, and it comes with a clean car.
You're buying a going to do 40. I'm buying a going to do 20. Down 5. 25, 30. I'm going to do again 30. Down 5. I have 30 here. 5. I'm going to do 32. I have 30 bed. I'm going to do 2. I have 30,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 32,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 30. Going to be 2. I have 30,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 32,000 out of bed. You're 32. I'm about to do 30. Going to be 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 2 to bed. I have 30,000 out of bed. I'm going to do 32,000 out of bed. I have 30 bed. 32. I'm going to do 30 down 2. I have 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Anybody else? Here goes. I have 30,000 out of bed. 32,000 out of bed. Down. I have 30 down 2. I'm about to do 32. I have 30 bed. 32,000 out of down. I'm going to do 30. Going to be 32. Close bid, 30,000. Close bid, 30,000. It goes on.
F-172, 1982 Ford Mustang with only 55,000 miles showing, featuring a V8 automatic and only one repaint.
And how much here? Get 50. High bottom and back to do 50. Bad and back to do 40. 40,000. Not a bad and down to do 30. 30. High bottom and down to do 30. Bad and back to do 30,000 down 30. You're buying down to 20. You're 20 bad, back to 10,000 out of bed. And 10, higher down to 10, gonna be 10, gonna be 10. I have 10,000 out of bed, 10 to bed, 5,000 out of 7,000 out of bed. I have 5, 7, higher down 10. I have 10, 12, I have 10, 12. I have 10 back to 12,000 out of bed. 10, 100 down to 20, back to 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. 11, 10, 11. 11,000 out of bed, 10 to bed, 11, 11,000 out of bed, anybody else? I'm about to bed 11, I am 10 to bed, 11 back to 10,000 out of 11,000 out of bed, you're 10, 100 down, 11,000 out of bed, back to 10, 11, I am 10,000 out of 11,000 out of bed, back to 10, I have I work, I'm about to bed, back to 10,000, I am 10 to bed, back to 10,000 out of bed. What do you got, Chris? 10, 10, it'll make him 9,000 out of right quick, 9,000, yes, sir. Okay, 10, 12, I have 10, back to do 12,000 out of bed. I have 10, 12, I have to do 12,000 out of bed, down to 12, and I have close bid, 10,000 bid goes on at 10.
Eastbound and down, F-176 is a Bandit Edition 1979 Pontiac Trans Am with a 403 automatic and offered at no reserve.
No reserve. I'm back to do 60, high 50, down out of bed. 50, high negative 15, 20, high 15, back to do 20,000. I have 20 down, 15 there, down 20 bed, 15, 20, no reserve. I have 15 bed, down 17, down 20. I have 17, you're at Chris, down 20,000 out of bed. I have 17 to bed this one. I have 17 to down 20. I have 17 to back to 20 bed, down negative 20, no 20,000 out of bed. I have 17.
Back at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, Ryan Till with you, along with none other than Ray Evernham. And Ray, I mean, you were here last year. I was not, but we were talking before you came on about the growth of this event. Tell me what you see from last year to this year.
Well, I've been so impressed with what they've done here. You know, when I came last year, I was like, wow. You know, Chattanooga's an incredible city, incredible. And they have welcomed this event with open arms. So it's amazing to see how much the city supports it. But the DeFore brothers, let's build a racetrack. Let's just build a racetrack so we can run our vintage cars.
We'll do this.
Oh yeah, we'll just it's amazing. You know, everyone here is nice. It is spectacular. It's clean. It's neat. It's organized, and there's some incredible cars sitting out already. Like I'm driving in Ferraris, Dodge NASCAR wing cars, you know, and there's some pretty cool Volkswagens sitting around.
Did you leave your wallet at home so you couldn't pull the trigger on anything? It's just better to leave it back in the room?
I'm going to be dangerous at Meekum. I hope that my wife's not watching.
Well, and I was already talking about the Meekum stuff. It's like my life has gone by. My life in cars. My dad drove that. My mom drove that, or I drove that, or my brother had one of those. And I think that's the thing that's so cool. Lynn St. James and I were talking about the passion of the car people. And I feel like that's what you see here, whether it's in the concourse up there or the passion of the guys that are racing the vintage cars here.
It is. You know, that the passion, you know, the commitment to this sport, you know, it crosses all boundaries, you know, whether you know, that's social or racial or whatever, you know, it's one big group and everybody's got something in common. As if you see a guy that's got a VW microbus talking to a guy who's got a Ferrari GTO, they share that same passion.
Well, and that's what Bill was saying earlier, and the same kind of analogy, but I go to the Meekum auction. I know there were several cars that I saw that I was like, man, that didn't go for what I thought it was going for. I'm glad I wasn't standing in the room, but you just sold a lot of cars at the Meekum auction, didn't you?
I did.
So you should be able to buy.
Yeah, one I should be able to, you know, so being able to and being allowed to, you know,
Two
so
different
as we're
things.
supposed to, like I said, I hope my wife's not
But I thought
watching.
that was all investment stuff, right?
Yeah,
you sell an
absolutely.
investment,
yeah,
you
without
buy a better
doubt,
investment.
You know, but that's what she says about her shoe collection, which I don't get. But, you know, the neat thing is, like, they're all really cool. So got rid of some really special cars, but of course we've been buying some stuff here and there to restore. I love to find them. A car with a story. You know, I'm not a real collector on value, worrying about what I'm going to flip it for. I want to put something back that's going to tell the story of whether it's America or motorsports or just a family or small town. I love finding cars with stories.
Well, and that's what I was getting ready to ask you, because I was like, okay, does it have to be a imported car? Does it have to be an American car? But no, it's a car with a story.
Yeah, and most people will tell you if they've ever
That's
seen
cool.
my collection, it's very eclectic. It's
Yeah.
like me, you know, all over the place, right? But it's really about the story. You know, we have these little H modified cars that a man named Peter Dawson built. They're called Ferrets, and they're made out of aluminum and magnesium. And you know, he raced them all over America. And it turns out this guy worked for Colin Chapman, and he helped work on the Summers Brothers land speed record car, and he worked for Chrysler, and he just loved these little H modifieds. And this thing's got a little Crosley motor and stuff in it, and it's just a neat little car, but it's got, you know, it's really got this man's life attached to it.
How many of those were made? I don't think
God,
I've ever
there's
heard of
only
a Ferret.
2 Ferrets, you know, and I've got Ferret 1 was a front engine
Ferret 1.
Crosley, and then Ferret 2 was actually a rear engine, had a McCullough kind of an outboard motor drive in it with a little Harley Davidson transmission. Really, really cool, well-engineered cars, but it's this man's signature. It's his DNA. I love to find cars that are really attached to
That is
someone.
cool. That's super cool. It's like the guy's life is in that.
And
that's him.
His thought process, it was his commitment, his passion outside of his job and supplying for his family and whatnot. He loved these little H modified cars, and that's what he raced.
So what else? Well,
Oh,
I mean,
man.
what other car that touched you in your collection?
Well, the car that I've got that really I chased for 40 years. I fell in love with it in 1973, and it was the 1958 Chevy from American Graffiti. So I love that car. We found the original car and got it. I was able to purchase it from the man who bought it from Lucasfilms, and we spent 2 years really going through this car and making it exactly like it was in the movie, right down to everything they described. Took the original interior out because Candy Clark was all about, remember she was all about the tuck and roll? Well, we took the interior out. Bobby Alloway, the great car builder from Tennessee right here, from not far from Knoxville, actually had a guy take the interior out, re-dye it, repair it, so we got the original interior in it, and we took it out on Halloween several years ago in Vegas at the SEMA show with Candy Clark, you know, the blonde lady from the movie there, and drove around town. It was really, really neat.
That's cool. How long, I mean, had you looked for that car for years?
I knew
How
where
do you
it was
find
at.
it?
I kept bugging the guy, and I kept bugging him.
I know you've got it.
He really didn't.
I know you've got it.
Yeah, he didn't like me very much. But then said he was putting it up for sale at an auction. So I was shooting a television show called Americana, and we bumped into this car. He goes, "Oh, it's a replica." He goes, "No, that's the real one. The guy's finally going to sell it." I was like, "Wow."
He's going to sell it to me then.
Yeah, well, he didn't like me because I bugged him so much, I think. We negotiated for months negotiated until I was finally able to buy
Painfully.
it. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You know, it was a tug of war, but you know, I knew that there was a point to where, look, there's something you really badly want, but you just know that you really can't afford that. And we finally got it to where I still couldn't afford it, but I bought it anyway. It just was closer. You know, it's not how much it is.
Yeah,
it's not how much it is. It's how much it is a month,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Mario's IndyCar.
Yeah. That was an amazing find. Mario Andretti is to me, the world's greatest race driver. I grew up just 2 hours from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and he's always been just an incredible gentleman. One of the greatest experiences in my life was being able to work with Mario through the IROC series and to call him a friend. But to be able to find that car and then find the original parts and put it back together and have Jim McGee, one of the original builders, actually put it together, it was really an incredible experience. And again, there's cars that we put together like the Andretti car and the Gurney car, cars that we find, and then it's just time for them to go to other people because you take and use that capital to go and find some more stuff. And I'm all about finding these historical cars so that my children or your children, whoever, you know, can see. I want them to see it, you know. And that's what's great about what they're doing here. These cars are here driving around the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, and I think about Mario, my first IndyCar drivers meeting, sitting there in the back of the room, and Mario walked in, and I went, "Oh my God, I'm here."
Yeah.
You know,
that's Mario
Andretti.
That's like
that's freaking Mario
honestly,
Andretti.
That's like bumping into the Pope, right?
Yeah,
you know, it's
exactly.
like you're like, yeah. It's just,
I mean, just super cool. But speaking about walking around this paddock, there's a number 24 over there. Did you walk over and look at it?
yeah, it's not one of the ones I worked on. It's one of the new generation cars.
Okay.
But you know, it was pretty cool out there because when Tommy Kendall and I were standing there, you know, we were before I went on when we were over by the Weston. And, there goes the number 9 Bill Elliott car, which I own. And there's the number 3 Earnhardt, and number 24 Gordon. And then, one of Bobby Allison's, that Mercury is the real Penske. It's the one. It's the real car, right? So watching those guys go around there, it was pretty cool. But I was like, man, I just know that Earnhardt is going to catch either the 9 or 24 and spin them out here in a minute.
Thank goodness that didn't happen. We were talking about the racetrack. From last year to this year, I mean, another 3/4 of a mile long. It's got 18 turns. And they did their homework. I look at it, and the layout is, especially on a piece of paper, it's very cool. And the challenges that they have dealt with as far as the buildings that are in place and all of that, they've done a great job to take a street circuit, basically, public roads, add some asphalt to it, and make a really, really good racetrack out of it.
And it just goes to show the commitment of the DeFore brothers. What they've done here, again, is amazing. You just don't build a racetrack. Last year, the racetrack had some challenges. They took the input from the participants and from outside people. Tony Perella came in this year with the SVRA group, and they took those recommendations and built a beautiful racetrack. They continue to improve. That's why I'm sure that this is going to be one of the premier automotive events on the East Coast, because they continue to improve it based on the recommendations they get from the people that are participants.
Well, and that's the thing that's so important. And I think, whether you're in professional racing or not, you always have to listen to your customer. They may not always get back exactly what they asked for, but you have to listen, because they're great ideas that come from everybody, and you can apply some of those, and everybody doesn't get everything they want. But if it improves the overall product, then that's fantastic. Man, bump there for that little 007 MG, the midget.
Yeah, we call that character. We're not allowed to call it bumps. Humpy Wheeler pulled me aside one time when I was talking about the bump.
Don't talk about that, boy.
Talking about the bump in turn 3 there in Charlotte. He said, look, this track has character. You understand me, boy? That's not a bump. That's character. And we learned that we had to make some shock adjustments to take care of that character.
There's definitely some character around here. I can remember having a conversation with Humpy about promoting something new, and he said, chaos and mayhem. That's what you're looking for. 2 words, chaos and mayhem. That will bring viewers.
He's definitely mentored a lot of people. One of the greatest promoters. He was as close to about P.T. Barnum as you could get.
I was going to say.
As a promoter. But, again, really impressed with what they've done here. This track, I think, suits a lot of these smaller cars. Unfortunately, we're looking at a red flag here. Yeah. So either somebody has dropped something or we've got a car stopped somewhere.
Well, that is Sydney Davis-Yeagle, who is our starter. I think she's been up there all day long. She does pretty much everything with Tony Perella, whether it's the F4 series, the Formula Regional series, now a lot of stuff with SVRA. She and her husband, Eric, are kind of an integral part to all of this. And we've got a red flag, so cars stopped on the racetrack to make sure that they can get safety vehicles to wherever they need to get them. But I'm not exactly sure where the problem is. I know this. I'm looking at some cars sitting there that I would have liked to have had both, quote, in the day and today. That number 6 Porsche 914 that was sitting there. The man that got me into racing in the first place drove an E-Production Huffacker MGB, slightly different than that one, but trying to figure out where the problem is.
A little something going on here. Normally it may be a safety issue. There goes a safety truck. Again, with this racing being, hey, look, we're not pros. We're here. It's all about safety. So there's for them to red flag it. there's got to be some safety issue going on. But look at that valve. Those things to me are cool. But unfortunately for me, I'd like to put a small block Chevy or something in that. You know what I mean?
So you're looking at that little Fiat.
I'm looking at that car. Go, I'll put a big motor in.
You're looking at the Fiat Abarth and going,
I think that thing is cool.
I think we can load something in the back.
427 Chevy in the back.
I think the engine. I was saying this earlier. I looked at the engine the other day, and I think it takes up half the car anyway. It's only about 2 feet long. But I'm sure you would look at it and go, no, we can find more horsepower somewhere.
Fun to drive. You know, as I've gotten older and started to drive in some of the vintage racing series, the one thing I have learned is I put big and fast motors in my car because it is way easier to pass those guys on the straightaway than in the corner.
Cars that handle well on a straightaway are at a premium, right?
I was gonna say I don't need to be flying through the corner, so give me a big motor. But that thing is cool. Look at it. I mean, that really totally vintage. And if you watch these guys wheel these things around at places like Goodwood and stuff, it is incredible. But I don't know. There's just something about that vintage look that I like.
Have you watched the Group 1 cars very much, the pre-1920?
Yeah, those guys.
Would you get in the right seat with one of those guys?
No way.
Tommy Kendall did, you know.
No guys,
TK went for a ride.
They're pumping oil and doing this. You know, I drove, we did a television show with a car called, I think, the Black Beast. It was a car that you know, ran Indy in places like that, and it was up in Long Island. And he's like, oh, God, pump that fuel and do this. And I was like, you know, not... you know, pretty busy as a riding mechanic. You know, I love Jeff Gordon. Love Jeff Gordon like a brother, but I would not ride with him.
Well, that's what I was saying to Justin earlier as well. And several of the modern stock cars that are out there have a right seat in them.
Yeah.
And I said, Justin, I think you should go for a ride.
Yeah.
You would be the perfect person to go for a ride.
And he should commentate a lap while he's doing that.
Well, I remember when DW went for a ride in the V8 supercars.
Oh, in Bathurst. And he wasn't acting.
No, and that's what everybody says. They were like, no, he was not acting. He was literally afraid for his life. So safety workers kind of giving some information to the competitors now. And it's interesting. Different sanctioning bodies have different flag rules. And for some sanctioning bodies, when there's a red flag, you continue around the racetrack slowly back to pit lane and then stop. You know that the session's over, kind of like a black flag. All in other sanctioning bodies, the red flag means stop on the racetrack because there's been an issue that they don't want you to have to deal with on the racetrack, and they want to be able to get safety vehicles to it. So that could be anything from a car that's made contact with something to a big oil spill because somebody's engine let go. So,
you know, that's something that, you know, we talked about Tony Perella and the SVRA. You know, Tony has done an incredible job professionalizing or centralizing a lot of the vintage racing. And so now that there's tons of events, and you know, getting the guys to know and understand, because as you said, there's so many different rules if you run this class or that class, or you know, going to this track or that track. So again, pretty impressed with how that series has grown and how many cars continue to pop out at each event.
So black flag is now out, and what that's telling me is they're going to bring all these cars into the pit lane, I believe. The red flag was to stop them, but if the corner workers continue to keep the black flag out, I think that's going to bring everybody into the pit lane.
Yeah, so that means there's probably something that they can't get cleaned up in time. You know, either we've had somebody's moved a racetrack barrier, or we've got a car stuck on the racetrack, or as you said, with these cars being so valuable and so rare,
absolutely,
to run them on a track that might have been oiled down or something like that is just not the smart thing to do.
All right, we were talking about Tommy Kendall taking the lap. I really think you need to do this, Ray, but for our audience who hasn't seen it yet, let's go to Tommy and his lap around the racetrack.
Oh, yeah.
Expanded and added this Avenue of the Greats. We're standing inside a warehouse with the skin taken off with all these huge banners, joined by Corky Coker, who's almost a lifetime resident of Chattanooga.
I am.
But a big-time guy in the car world, collector car world, going to take us for a ride in a very special car.
This is a 1911 Mercer Raceabout. It is probably one of the fastest vintage early pre-20 cars in the first class.
1911.
1911. In this car, in 1911, Mercer said it'd do 100 miles an hour. Now, let me tell you, this course has been really changed. The outside straightaway goes on city streets, the back near the river, wonderful straightaway. It's a wonderful track.
Let's do it.
Here we go. This thing will go.
It was a hot rod of its day, right?
It was the hot rod of its day.
Uncorking it with Corky.
Yes, sir. You can uncork it in this car now, let me tell you. It's an amazing car for its day, and won many races at Saratoga, Savannah, and it is just a wonderful car.
Does it take a while to get used to how much things move compared to a modern car?
Yeah, a little bit. You just have to stay on it. But you know, if you're in this car for 30 minutes, you'd be able to handle it too.
Now it's kind of fitting. This car predates all of the greats that we're about to drive under their banners. Dan Gurney, Sir Jackie Stewart, David Hobbs, Peter Gregg.
How about that? Yeah.
Well, it's funny because the cars are what, you know, and what attract us to this, but it's the people that leave the lasting memory.
Let me tell you, that's right.
This event stands out to me because it celebrates the cars like all of them do, but they're really heavy on the people, which is the great, whether it's Jim Pace, Enzo Ferrari, Dan Gurney. This event, Chattanooga, you built your business here. This is a proud moment for you.
It's going to be a blast. I cannot wait.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a ride I'll never forget from a one-of-a-kind race facility paired with a concourse event up in the village. Really putting Chattanooga's best foot forward. Thanks for taking the time. You guys are in for a treat.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding that Corky Coker has sore ribs on the right side from Tommy wrapping his arm around him and holding on to him so tightly on that thing. I guess there was some kind of pedal on the left side that he could put his foot on to rest himself and kind of brace himself. But other than that, that's it.
Nothing. Yeah.
You're not signing up for that?
No. And I think Corky, you know, that car, I'd want to check the tires on that. I think Corky, you know, Corky knows about tires, so he might have had some gumballs on his car. You know, he's talking about winning, but I don't know if them tires were legal.
Yeah, might have some super secret ones. But I was interested, you know, he was talking about they were high pressure tires because the pressure of the tire actually makes up part of the rigidity of the whole tire wheel package on that thing. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, you know, but you know what's old is new again, because believe it or not, you know, on today's race cars with a radial tire, you know, and the gone to the 18-inch wheel and everything, that tire pressure and the spring rate of that tire is very much a big part of your suspension package. So hey, here you go. Those guys in the 1900s were
ahead of
100 years ahead of these.
Well, that's what we
guys.
always talk about. Tire temperature is one thing, but the temperature builds the pressure, and
Correct.
until the pressure is built, you don't have the spring rate that you want.
Right, and with a radial tire, the optimum pressure is so important. You know, when Jeff Gordon and I were running that Porsche Carrera Cup a few weeks ago, man, it was wild. And when we hit the pressure target, it was like, wow, this thing is great. I was like, man, he's like, what did you do? I was like, tire pressure, bud. Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And so when people at home go, I'm looking at my tire pressures and that one's only 4 pounds off. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Not
That's
really.
the difference between winning and not even qualifying in our world.
All right, so we're back underway. And I mean, this is a pretty eclectic group of cars here. You got the Spitfire, the MG Midget that just went by. You've got the Porsche in front, then it's probably a Datsun, right?
Yeah, it's a Datsun.
It's a Datsun.
Yeah,
It's not a Nissan. I had to reach back in my vocabulary.
Yeah, where's Pete Brock? We need that.
Yeah,
where's
absolutely.
Pete? But yeah, it's great to see these cars going around, and again, fun to drive. You know, again, the little Triumph things you talked about, but you got a little Mazda going along there, pretty good. But these cars a little smaller, a little narrower, and probably a little bit more fun to drive here in a stock car.
Well, absolutely. I think they would be. You know, not as much power, and a lot of times that's what you want on a tight, twisty circuit, because you can't do anything with it. Do you remember the first car that got you hooked? The first thing that said you need to be in racing?
Believe it or not, you know, started going to the races early with my uncle. I had an uncle who used to take me when I was a kid, 8, 9 years old. And I remember going to a place called Old Bridge Speedway in New Jersey. And we went and saw the modifieds, which were the coupes and sedans, big tall cars. But we also saw the ARDC midget guys with the open wheel midgets. And that time, I'm giving away my age, didn't even have the cages on them. Yeah, but you know, guys like Len Duncan and people like that. And I just fell in love with that Curtis Craft looking midget car. And
And you could see the drivers sitting there and working, and
those guys back, no fire suits back then, silk jackets and the half helmets, and I never forgot that. And I think I fell in love, again with the open wheel. I love the modifieds and the midget cars. So that, of course, went on to following the midgets and sprints, and really wanted to go IndyCar racing. I have no idea how I got into stock car racing, but I ended up that way. But man, I took a job at IROC because I just knew that Roger Penske was going to discover me, and I was just going to be Rick Mears' teammate. Didn't work out that way. Got a good job out of it, though.
I think it's worked out for you, Ray. I think it's worked out okay. All right, so fast lap right now belongs to Tom McGlynn up front in his Porsche 914. That's a 914 that we saw earlier today that I think is going to be the one that may be the favorite for the rest of the weekend. It's got just a tenth or two faster than the Ford Spec Racer that's out there right now, but that little 914 around this racetrack should be an awesome, awesome car. Checkered flag coming out on this session. And Ray, I'm going to let you go. I don't want to keep you. I know you got other things to do, and get you back to the West Village so that you can partake of some of the rest of the weekend. So thanks very much for stopping by.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Always fun. And anytime you need me, there's nothing I like better than sitting here talking
about race cars. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Have a great one.
Thank you.
So wrapping up Group 5 qualifying, and just 2 more classes to go in qualifying. And then we've got the races tomorrow from here at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Checkered flag in the air, and once again, Tom McGlynn out in front in his Porsche 914, the number 8A. Got a couple of 914s in the field. That's a 2.4 liter in the back of the 8A. We've got a 914-6 out there as well, the number 6, the orange and black 914, and a platform that should work really, really well around this racetrack. Around here at the racetrack that's been built, and it's called the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend for a great reason, and there's big plans for this area in the future. absolutely spectacular. You look down at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, the race circuit here, and that structure that is the alley of the greats. You saw it in those future plans, and they want to maintain really a lot of the old and bring in the new. And I think the plans for this area are absolutely stellar. And I believe, from what I've heard from the DeFores, that there will still be the ability and the plan, I would imagine, from the get-go on that, to include some type of a racetrack throughout those streets that we just saw. And that's the cool thing, once again, about the growth. And we're really here at an infant stage of the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. It's been a success from the get-go 3 years ago, and it's just growing every year. And every year that it's staged, they learn something new to put into play for the next year and make it even better and grow that much more. And I think that's the thing that's absolutely beautiful about the vision that Byron DeFore has had here with this festival, from literally a concourse and some auctions to now, over the last couple of years, a street race and the racetrack 3/4 of a mile longer this year, several more corners thrown in, and you've got a 2.75-mile layout with 18 corners that's pretty impressive. And the machinery that we've seen so far this weekend has been absolutely cool. It takes you really back. I think everybody finds a magical spot in their history, and you're able to kind of look at some of these cars that hooked you in the beginning and got you into the entire car culture, and you can understand why you're there. You look back and you see those and you see where you came from. So the other thing that I think is super cool about this weekend is that I have gotten to not only see awesome cars, but like heroes in motorsports now. I mean, we had Ray in here just a moment ago. I got Jeff Hammond in here now. It's not just cool cars. It's like the guys behind the cool cars. When you look at through this and walk through this paddock, I know you see a lot of cars that you're interested in. You're a car guy.
Yeah.
How many times have you been recognized walking through here?
Oh, a few.
Yeah, I was thinking that you probably have.
I just want to say hello.
Hey, how are you?
I didn't get a chance to say to you earlier. You out running around before we came in here, but good to see you.
Good to see you.
Exciting weekend up here in Chattanooga.
And you ordered the weather, obviously.
Absolutely.
You said, I'm going up. It needs to be like this.
Look, it rained like cats and dogs at my house down toward North Carolina and Charlotte area last night, and I said, please don't
do this.
It was real chilly coming across the mountain. Topped the mountain, and there it was down below Chattanooga, and she was looking pretty and shiny and everything like that. Great weather.
Were you here last year?
No. First time.
This is your first time?
I am so excited to be here. When Ray, let me know that, hey, we got a chance to go, and would you like to go? I said, man, I'm all over this. Let me go. Yeah.
So go back to, I was just saying, it's so cool to see all these cars, and I literally, that last group of cars that were out there, the guy that got me started in racing drove a little E-Production MG in the SCCA, and that was my hook. Go back to when you got hooked. How did you, when did you go, I'm going to be in this business?
When I was 12 years old, Saturday morning, my uncle.
And you can remember to that point. That's awesome.
Oh, I can remember the day. I can see it in my head, because he came in my room and woke me up on Saturday morning and said, hey, boy, get up. I ain't getting one up. It's Saturday. I got no school. He said, no, come on, get up and go with me. My uncle used to drive for, he pulled mobile homes for a living, okay? So he had borrowed my dad's construction trailer, hooked it behind his mobile home unit, and we went to Lancaster, South Carolina, and picked up a 1956 Ford with a 6-cylinder inline, 223 engine in it. And that was my beginning. And the funny thing about it was painted school bus yellow, and then here's the kicker. Can you believe this? It had number 54 on it. Do you remember the old show, Car 54?
Car 54, where are you? Yeah.
that was the number of the car that we bought. Immediately, we went back to North Carolina, taped it off. My dad was a pretty darn good painter at the time. He used to paint a lot of Model A's. So we went to the hardware store, got some Fix-All white, striped that thing up, painted it that school bus yellow and white with blue stripes, and put number 92 on it, and it was a badass ride.
So who drove it?
My uncle. I used to work on them back then. I wasn't allowed to do anything more than drive it around. We made a little mock track that we could, shake the car down with before we went to the track out in the pasture area. And that was kind of like my limitations. And that was the beginning of my racing career because my dad saw how much I enjoyed it. And it was an incentive for me to do my homework. Mom said, you can't go to Uncle Brad's, which was right next door, until your homework is done and on the table before you go out the door. So I'd get off that school bus and, man, I'd hit them books, get it done, and then, done, Mom. And she'd look it over and say, okay. There I'd go. And I'd stay over there until it was till bedtime, and she'd holler out the bathroom window, Jeffrey, you need to get to bed.
She'd use your middle name?
She never called me Jeffrey Lee. Except.
I was going to say. I'm from the South, too, and I know what happens when your middle name gets called.
Bend over, grab your ankles.
Exactly. So you remember the first time you drove a car?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was 3 years later, and I ran my first I got to run a heat race. My dad let me run the heat race. We still had a driver, but we had built like a 1965 Ford Falcon back when it had the slant back with kind of the pointed front fenders.
Yep.
It made a beautiful race car. I painted that thing plum crazy metallic purple.
Plum crazy.
Mm-hmm. It was beautiful. Red and white numbers on it, number 32. And I got to drive it in the heat race. And my dad said, you can't pass anybody. Well, you're going to start in the back, and that's where I want you to stay.
You're going to finish in the back.
You're going to finish in the back.
I did a lot of that in my career.
Yeah.
I started in the back and finished in the back.
It's not a bad
Probably why I'm
thing.
sitting here.
Well, I mean, like I say, somebody has to work or talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my career got cut short whenever I started getting up. I started building better cars and faster cars, and finally got up to where I was running some late models around Charlotte at like Metrolina and Concord and was it Kings Mountain. We go to several different places, but long and short of it is, at that time I'd gone to work for Junior Johnson, and Junior, came to me and told me, said, "Boy, if you're going to work for me, you got to get rid of that race car
because you need to work for me.
You need to work for me. I don't need you getting hurt. I don't need this going on. I don't need that going on." But I had bought the car. If you remember Freddie Smith, from Dirt Racer, I had bought it from his daddy. It was a 1969 Nova that they had built purposely to run asphalt whenever they converted Metrolina at one time. Ned Jarrett took over asphalted the racetrack, and I got that car from him.
You ever look back and wish you had any of those cars that just
absolutely
all the time?
Every one of them.
See, that's the thing I think is cool, and we were talking about this earlier. There are very few people, and I say this to my kids, that are fortunate enough to have their passion be their profession. You're one of those people.
No, you're right. And
I mean,
the thing is, though, think about it like this, Brian. If I could look back, I would never have made a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all the mistakes
we'd all be
you
perfect,
made, all would be perfect because, somewhere along the way, whenever Kel Yarborough won a championship, and I said, Junior, can I buy that car? I mean, I'd have been thinking about, this thing be worth a lot of money one of these days.
Yep.
Hey, when Darrell won his first championship, can I buy one of them cars? Because back then we got rid of them. There was no sentimental value.
Yeah, it was a tool.
It was a tool. It was just a necessary evil to the end.
Well, and some of those tools get used up. I mean, you and I know you flex one enough, and eventually it's just not the same anymore, and you want something different. And Ray and I were talking about this. Were you in Australia?
No.
With DW when he did his ride-along?
No, but I have seen all the tapes on that thing. Promise you. I never laughed so hard in my life.
It literally came up just like a week ago with somebody, and we were watching it again, and it was like, oh, my God, I was laughing hysterically. So your other big deal is rodeo stuff. Been doing any rodeo stuff lately?
Saturday afternoon.
Really?
Yep, this past Saturday I was doing it. Team roping.
So I was going to say, you're a roper. You're not – you wouldn't get on a bull.
I gave those up real early because they'll hurt you.
They are bad.
But the thing was, I actually owned bucking bulls with Jerome Davis, who's a former world champion at the PRCA, and who is now the trainer for the Carolina Cowboys and Richard Childress and Austin Dillon.
Very cool.
So,
are you a header or a heeler?
I'm a better healer than I'm a header. Yep.
So I dated a girl in college whose brother did some rodeo stuff throughout Texas and Oklahoma, and I was saying, how do you do this healing stuff? And he was like, well, I'll show you. You got to do this, and he goes, now run. and I made the mistake of running, and he healed me.
I hope you got your arms down in a hurry because your feet were coming up.
I've never that fast. So the cars on the racetrack right now, this is the Canosa Rally, and I think that's the other cool thing. We talk about that it's a rally, it's a concourse, and there's racing as well. This Canosa Rally, they do these rallies all around the world. All these cars earlier today yesterday left downtown and went on a tour up through the mountains and through the state into Georgia a little bit, back this morning, and they're just finishing it up right now. And I mean, super cool places for lunch, stopping for breakfast, having some coffee.
Well, let me ask you a question about that. Do you happen to know, did they go up on the Blue Ridge Parkway? Is that what they did?
I'm not exactly sure where they did. I haven't talked to Justin. He did the first part with him, and then he came back. But I haven't been down here to Chattanooga before. Oh, my God, it's beautiful.
Oh, it is. I mean, I drove over from where I live in Cleveland, North Carolina, which is just north of Charlotte, this morning. And when I left out, it was still dark. But as I came up through Asheville and went down through the gorge and popped over into Tennessee, the sun was behind me. And
it probably just lit up everything.
It lit up everything just like you put a spotlight on the mountains. And the leaves, anybody that understands about mountains and leaves, they are this weekend and probably next weekend are going to be peak.
Yep.
I mean, all the colors were so vibrant. I mean, it's almost like looking at some of these race cars when you see them on a starting grid. It was just so bright.
Or the purple you were talking about.
Exactly. But no, the oranges were just jumping off the leaves and reds and the yellows and all that kind of stuff. It was a beautiful morning to have a drive. No fog, and it was just
perfect day.
Perfect day. And I'm thinking about coming to a city I've never been to before, and it's really been a great day. Get a chance to sit down and talk to you a little bit, hang out with my buddies.
Yeah, we've had a ball. I'm going to let you go because I know you've got other things to do. But thank you so much for coming. Be safe with. The racing thing is probably safer than the rodeo stuff, but.
Well, I put it this way: I've been hurt racing.
And I've been hurt.
But I've been hurt real bad
on a horse.
I mean, I've had the end of this thumb taken off or pulled loose. And I've shattered this wrist one time from steer wrestling back when I was a little bit more competitive.
I notice you don't steer wrestle anymore.
Well, my knees.
Yeah. Yeah, my body hurts just thinking about it.
When you get to be my age, every now and then you got to look and write that number down and say, you see what that is? That tells you real quick. You're too old.
Yeah, don't do that again.
Don't do that again, buddy.
Yeah, I said to somebody the other day, I wake up and I'm sore in the morning, and I think, how did I hurt myself sleeping? I'm old enough, I've hurt myself sleeping. But thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break here, and we talk about this Canosa Rally. We'll give you a great view of exactly how it started. You see how it ends.
Beautiful cars.
Kicking off the weekend's proceedings is this very exciting Canosa Rally. Now, you might think to yourself, Canosa, I've heard that name. Don't they do those amazing driving events all over the world? Well, yeah, you'd actually be right. And Luigi Orlandini is the CEO and president of Canosa Events. But you're in Chattanooga. I mean, I bet you never thought you'd be doing one of your amazing events right here in the heart of the South.
To be honest, no, I never thought I would be ever doing an event here. But after I met Byron, I thought there was no other choice than coming here and doing our whole rally here in beautiful Tennessee.
We're about to head off. What are you driving?
Actually, I'm driving a fantastic Alfa Romeo Montreal, 1978. Fantastic car, very powerful, and I'm sure very fun.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Kids waving and everybody. One of the coolest things about any rally like this is they've done all the work for you. So you can just enjoy the ride. I'm not thinking about where I'm going. I'm just literally living in the moment of driving. Well, we made it to the first stop, driving through those beautiful Tennessee mountains, and we're here at this rather lovely winery. But what is it about rallies like this? Because you can just focus on the driving and the beauty. What is it for you?
Well, for me, it's really three parts, and the car is only a third of it. I've owned the car 25 years, and in 2000, I started rallying it. But you get to enjoy this car, other people's cars, I like the camaraderie with the other people. It's a third of it is really the people, and that's really what it's all about. The vehicle, excuse the pun, is the vehicle that takes you there.
Yeah.
Also, if you want to go and travel and visit a destination you've never been to or wanted to go to, that's what it's about. Just a very pleasurable experience all around.
Well, that's it for me. This is as far as I go on the Kenosha Chattanooga Fall Rally, but I can really tell why these people do this. It's the mix of great friends, your beautiful car, and roads as yet to be discovered. I better head back to the track and see what's going on, but these guys, they got a lot of miles to do.
Again, so much to do here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, and the weather absolutely perfect this weekend. And you think about the beauty around this area, what a great weekend to be here. We heard Corky Coker talk about that earlier. He said if you're going to be looking for something to do first or second weekend in October, Chattanooga is the place to be, because that's the weekend where the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival lives these days. And I think we're going to see it for a long time to come in this area, because I know Byron DeFore is not about to let go of it. We talk about car passion and the passion for the automobile in general, and you see it so much around the area this weekend, whether it's here at the racetrack or up in town in West Village at the Mecum auctions, everywhere. And, you know, that's really been the theme of what we've talked about, is just the passion of the automobile, and that is what you feel in everyone that you speak to, and every time you see a car on the racetrack or you talk to the racers in the paddocks. You know, later today, the Street Festival from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. We've got the stilt walkers, the rally cars and rally car drivers, dueling pianos, the laser show at 9:30. But right now, cars are going to be coming back out on the racetrack. And again, you know, you can't really do this without the people that make it possible. Millennium Bank, Coker Tire, all these people that are here that are supporting this, that make this possible. And again, you got to go back to the very beginning, and it's not really about the cars, because the foundation that all of this is built on is that Chattanooga Heart Institute and the proceeds going to the neurological studies, helping people with Alzheimer's, recovering from strokes, and all of that research that goes into hopefully ridding us of those problems that all of us have been subject to, because we all have friends or loved ones who have suffered in some way, shape, or form from that. So that's really the foundation that all of this is built on. So yeah, it's great to come and enjoy the cars and our passion through motorsports and through the automobile, but knowing that we get to take care of all of that, at the same time help, it's something that's really magical. We talk about the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. Let's take a closer look.
There's nothing better than going fast. Doing the vintage racing dance in a racetrack here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. What a thrill it is.
To build a racetrack in the downtown city, absolute kudos to them.
It's amazing everything that it takes to make this happen has happened.
When I came down to Chattanooga and I started seeing the banners up and the preparations for the show, and I just thought, look at this is car culture.
The automobiles brought to this community and the people who display them with such pageantry is just phenomenal.
Goodness knows the value of these cars.
They're beautiful. They're loved by the people who own them. That's pretty phenomenal.
The Motorcar Festival is another great way to sort of showcase Chattanooga.
Having a motorcar festival in Chattanooga is a dream, and it's coming true.
I look around, who's in the crowd? Who's here? And I see families.
Families can come for the weekend, watch professional drivers drive these beautiful cars, and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the city. So that's exciting.
I would have never dreamed my wife would enjoy a motor car rally. We got there early and we stayed there late.
Racing, auction, concourse, rally, it's all right here at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Looking wildly forward to seeing it again. What's new and what's different.
It's going to get even bigger every year.
If you haven't seen Chattanooga, second week in October is the best time to do it.
It's definitely the best time to do it because here we are at the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, and I've been so lucky. I've had Ray in here, I've had Jeff in here, I had Bill in here earlier, and what a way to end the day. You talk about somebody who knows sports cars and has a passion for the motor car in general. Linda Vaughn, recognized everywhere, every pit lane, every paddock, every concourse. You've been
beautiful.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
Beautiful. It's been wonderful. I've been out all around the place today. I got a Hurstles out here in my group that came up, and a bunch of my relatives. Of course, we've been showing them around. But to go down with all the cars on the main street over to Beacom Auction, I saw 2 cars over there I wanted to buy. Thank God I didn't have any money with me because I'd have 2 more cars. Mother says, "What are you doing buying all those cars?" I said, "Well, it's like purses or shoes. I like cars."
Yeah. Well, and that's what Ray Evernham was saying earlier. I said, did you have to leave your wallet in the room when you went over to the auction so you couldn't spend any money? And he was like, yeah, but my wife buys shoes, so because I know he sold a bunch in Indianapolis. We've talked a lot about
I sold a few to him, too.
Yeah. You talk a lot about the passion of all of this. I mean, look at your involvement in motorsports. And obviously there's a passion, or you still wouldn't be here.
It's called the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. To be voted in by your peers, oh my goodness. They put me in there with Tony Stewart and just a group of most wonderful people. But to be voted in by your peers, to be a part of this passion that I've had since I was 13 years old. And you know what? I just turned 80. And I have to say, life is wonderful. And 80 is only a number, and mine's unlisted.
I love that.
I love all the cars, and I still got a couple of big block 455 Hurst Oldsmobiles and a couple of sports cars.
And I was going to ask you about that. You just said it's been a passion since you were 13. Group 6 on the racetrack right now, and that is sports and GT cars, 1973 to 1999, over 3.5 liters. So what was it when you were 13 years old that got you hooked on the automobile?
I slipped off and went to a dirt car race. Me with this white blonde hair. I came home and it was red when I got home. Red Georgia Clay.
You couldn't lie about that one.
And my mother says, "You're going to get another whipping." So every Saturday night I'd get a whipping because I had to go to church on a Sunday. So finally one day she goes, "Well, I'm going to go down there with you and see what you're getting a whipping for." And I took her down there and she got hooked, and my mother became a part of my world. And when I won the contest, I took her with me.
So did you not get the whipping?
Not that night. She absolutely
not that night.
Not that night. I got a whole bunch of them before that. But I grew up, it was a man's world. It was a boy's world. I was the only girl in shop class.
Yeah.
I loved that. I was the only girl in shop class. She goes, "Why are you taking to shop?" I said, "Mother, I'm the only girl in shop class." But I loved cars.
So you love cars. You have a favorite car?
Well, my first kiss was in a 57 Chevrolet.
Good Lord, you remember all of that?
Of course I remember all of it.
Do you have a favorite car that you own?
I do. I have
What is
several. Well, I have my Hurstles pace car that James Garner drove in the Indy 500, which I know I have on the Indy 500 jacket here. It was a passion that I grew up with. My brother had hot cars, and I'd get to go. And then Jimmy Newberry was my first boyfriend. He taught me to drive a Hurst 4-speed. And I bought it at Honest Charlie Speed Shop, $5 down and $5 a week.
Really?
So I grew up here. I mean, this is coming home. And when Byron and them asked me to come back, I've been now, this is the 3rd one. I've been here all 3 times, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Won't turn down the invitation.
Oh, I won't turn it down. And I love Jim Pace. And Jim Pace has done so much to make all this happen here, and I'm here with his girlfriend today, his fiance, and we've been going around crying a little bit here and there, but it's the passion that keeps us going.
Jim Pace. I met Jim when I was an instructor at Skip Barber, and he was a student.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting on a car with him, watching cars at Sebring go through the corner, and I was getting him to tell me more about him, and he said, "I'm in medical school, but I quit to be a race car driver." And I'm like, what the hell did you just say?
And he was a heck of a race car driver.
Absolutely.
I remember the Daytona
He could have been anything.
race. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He could have been anything he wanted to
He was
be.
a great pilot,
Yeah.
a wonderful race driver, and a great friend.
So tell me about you. I think that you've got a car in your garage that you've owned for 50 years.
Somebody been telling on me. I don't tell too many people what I got in my garage, but nobody knows where I live.
Yeah.
I got a 246 GTS Chairs and Flares Dino Ferrari. I bought it from one owner, and I was at his cocktail party, a Christmas party, and a New Year's party, and I'm sitting out in the car having a glass of champagne, and they go, "Where's Linda?" And they go, "She's in the garage." I said, "If you ever sell this car, you better call
It's
me."
going to be me.
And the next year, I get a phone call, and unfortunately, he was going through a divorce, and I bought the car. 500 down and 500 months, I paid it off, and she's worth about $800,000.
So it was slightly more expensive than your $5 down.
Oh, you got
$5
it.
a month. So all you're doing is adding zeros to the end of stuff,
Well,
Linda.
same thing when I bought a house in California. Daddy goes, "What are you doing buying a house in California?" I said, "Daddy, that's a view. That's a view down there."
Expensive view.
But I don't forget where I come from, because when I sell things to come back to live out my life in Georgia, I will. This is home. This is home here. I'm so proud of Chattanooga, the things, the improvements they've made, the good restaurants, the good fun.
It's a magical
It's
city.
a
I've never
magical
been here.
city. Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And then I was just looking at the plans for the Bend area, the future plans, and it's just unbelievable. It's stunning. I mean, the vision is spectacular.
Just the Jim Pace saw all that, and
Yeah.
I think his dream has come true. He's in heaven watching us today.
No,
I
there's
guarantee you that.
no doubt about that.
But back to the sports cars. So when I became Miss Firebird, I covered all the races, and going to the 12 hours, the 24 hours of Daytona, I got to go to Le Mans with the one and only Carroll Shelby. And
Oh,
Groom,
wow.
And Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby and all the wonderful drivers. And I have a great taste. It's like good wine. I like good wine and good cars, and I think
And good
Ferraris-
company.
Oh, well, I'd love to have some company. I'm single. I have a dog now.
So when are you writing the book?
Been working on it. I did a pictorial book the past 2 years, and I'm working on the big book now.
I mean, the
because there's so many
stories-
stories to tell. There's so
Absolutely.
many beautiful stories. I'm just so excited.
I mean, and I think that's the thing that's great. And in all seriousness about a book, it's like storytellers and personalities like yourself that have lived it and seen all those magical moments.
Magical moments.
Been there through the ups and the downs of the sport. You're our conduit to the past.
Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. We were going to make a boxing a while ago, and this little guy says, "Is that Linda Vaughn on the golf cart?" And Celeste said, "Yes." And he comes over and he goes, "I met you, and you were talking with Paul Newman, and you walked away from the fence and took a picture with me." And he started naming off the year, and you left. And he said, "I got a picture of Paul Newman standing there with his mouth wide open because you walked away from talking to Paul to talk to me."
Because Paul wouldn't walk over to the
So,
fence.
so he was a sweetheart. He was over at the
That's
gate.
funny.
Stories like that make
Yeah.
my heart wonder. It really is.
I mean, I think
it's wonderful.
It's to be able to share with the spectators who don't get to see it all the time, like you and I do, and be able to kind of give some of that back. And that's the thing. I can remember Dorsey Schrader telling me he was at an autograph signing when he was doing some of his NASCAR stuff with Bill Elliott, because he was a Ford guy. And he said to Bill, they were like at a Walmart or something, and the line was, hours long.
Oh, tell me
And he
about
said,
it.
"Bill, do you ever get tired of signing autographs?" And Bill said, "I just look at every one of these autographs as like endorsing a check, because I wouldn't be here
Absolutely.
making a living if it weren't for these people." And I'm like, I think more people in sports need to understand that it may be your career, but it's entertainment for other people, and they're investing in you by
They
coming
really
to see
are.
you perform.
And that's why I love the fans.
Yeah.
I couldn't make it when I was put into the Motorsports Hall of Fame and now NASCAR Hall of Fame. I'm just so blessed.
You got 8 other fingers.
No, but these are the only 2 fingers that I didn't have any rings. I got robbed. But I'm so honored to be recognized in this way. And being a woman in the industry and one of the first race queens to continue doing this after 50 years, it's true passion. It
Well,
really
but
is.
and obviously it has to be. And Lynn was in here earlier, and we were talking about it, and I think of the 2 most iconic women I can think of in motorsports, and it really is, you guys are the face of it, showing people that, hey, you can do this too.
Yeah, well, she drove for us, and I got 13 sponsors years, and we've stayed friends all these years. Lynn's going to the Motorsports Hall of Fame this year,
Yeah.
so we're very
Yeah.
proud of Miss Lynn.
And she has a lot more to do.
Oh, she does. We're not through yet. Like I say, I'm working on this book, and I've been booked into several events this next year. And so long people want me to come, I'll still go because I enjoy it.
Something tells me that even if you didn't get invited, you might show up from time to time because you
Every
just
once
love
in a while.
it. Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm
you,
hooked.
you can't stay away.
It's my passion, it's my love, and it's my drink. I love racing, and I love the sound of the engines. And you know, I lay in bed at night and I listen to these cars, and I'm at the hotel. I'm thinking, there's a Ford.
I was going to say you probably can go. That's
It's amazing. But it's the sound, you know, it's music to our ears. There's no age limit to music. Good music is good music.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Problem on the racetrack right now for the 110. That's over in the turn 12 area, just before, I think it was just before the alley of the greats, and just kind of came to a stop on the racetrack. So some type of mechanical problem, perhaps.
Ignition, I bet it's ignition.
But I think about it, and Jeff and I were just talking about it, and he has, and so did Ray, the same sparkle in his eyes. You know, it was interesting. Jeff could tell you, just like you, he was like, yeah, I was 13 years old. My uncle woke me up on a Saturday morning. I mean, he was like, he knew exactly the moment, you know, when the hook was set. And the passion, you see the passion in his eyes, just like you, when you talk about this.
It's there.
Yeah, and I think about how fortunate we all are to be in a business that we love. We don't wake up in the morning and go, I got to go to the racetrack.
No, it's I think it keeps you young. I think it gives you a lot to live for and to look forward to. And then we have training programs now. We just got a lot of money presented to me down at Daytona at my birthday party. They're going to name it the Linda Vaughn Day, but SWAT, which is the young groups we're going to hire. We're going to have scholarships for young girls and guys who want to be in this racing industry, whether it be marketing, racing, promotion, television, social media. But the Edelbrock family presented me with a $150,000 check at the Motorsports Hall of Fame on my special day called the Linda Vaughn Day. I had no idea. Tony flew in. We unveiled his sprint car. And this is all love that we have for this industry and sport.
And the people in it that are in it, like you said, I mean, this is your family.
No,
I mean,
it is. Well, I have no children. They are my children. Mario's kids are my kids. Voight's kids are my kids. Allison's are my kids. I mean, it's just they've been my family. I think that's why I never got married and had children, because the Lord must have put me here to do what I'm doing because I actually love it.
You had a family already in the paddock, right? I mean, I think it's just awesome. And it's one of those deals that I feel so fortunate. I wasn't at this event last year, and I heard a lot about it from Justin and Tommy. And then you come and you see it, and you go, it's a magical, magical deal. And part of that magic is from people like you, from being here. And I think there's a lot more magic to be spread. I know you've got a lot of fans out here that over the next day or two are going to want to bump into you. You know you do. You know you do.
Really
so much history.
Forward.
Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm going to let you go because I know you've had a long day already.
I'm a little bit tired, but we got a gala to go to tonight, so we got to go get spiffed
There you
up
go.
for that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, my dear.
Enjoyed talking with you.
Always love to see you.
God bless America.
Yeah, absolutely. God bless America. And this event here continues to be spectacular, continues to impress. And we'll get the 110 off the racetrack, just a mechanical issue there. And then we've got one more group to qualify today. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back to more from the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival and the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend.
You see that?
He's a natural.
I just need a little bit more.
You're making all the difference out there, kid.
Für Dortmund. Was hörst du nicht überhaupt? He's America's next big export.
No pressure, right?
Pressure, pressure?
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Pressure?
Pressure.
So where do you think this pressure's coming from?
Everyone.
Don't look at me. I'm just here for the mints.
So much pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
True.
He goes! Incredible!
It's that time. You've been together for years. It took commitment, passion, patience, and a lot of love. And you know without any doubt that she's the one for you. For a moment like this, it's important that everything is perfect because you want her to look her best when you take her to her first show. Coker Tire, the perfect look for your classic ride.
Looking down at the racetrack at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, and perhaps more aptly, we could call it the Jim Pace Grand Prix at the Bend because of his great input over the years. It's a shame that he is not here and that we lost him last year, but he will be remembered for a long, long time. And other people that we have to thank, certainly Baker Donaldson, for over 130 years. They've built a reputation for achieving results with their clients nationally and internationally on a wide range of legal matters. So thanks to them, 3 Spine, low back total joint replacement developed right here in Chattanooga. Coker Tire for sure. And we've talked already about some of the great opportunities to be involved with Coker Tire this weekend. We'll talk more about it throughout the weekend. Sunbelt Rentals, Volkswagen. Make sure you stop by and see all of the displays located at the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, and also up in West Village. They're everywhere. You can get a look at the 2023 Volkswagen lineup in the all-electric ID4, which is assembled right here in Chattanooga. We talk about the foundation of the Chattanooga Motorsports Festival or Motorcar Festival. It's not just about the cars. The foundation is even more important.
One of my best friends here in Chattanooga, his father passed away a year ago after dealing with Alzheimer's for over a decade.
My mom has had a mini stroke that has onset vascular dementia, right? And so I've watched her struggle with that.
I just lost a brother-in-law to a neurological disorder.
Alzheimer's has affected millions of people. My dad had it.
There's not anyone who has not been affected closely by Alzheimer's and other neurological issues. Nobody has been unscathed.
I'm Dr. Thomas Devlin. I'm the director of the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center. The CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center and the Neuroscience Innovation Foundation are excited and proud to be the beneficiaries of this year's 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival.
Dr. Devlin is a game changer, and the Neuro Center is a game changer, and to have it in Chattanooga is just one more thing that we should feel blessed about and be proud of our community for.
Over the last 2 years, the CHI Memorial Stroke and Neuroscience Center has launched an advanced center of neurologic care in order to be able to advance cutting-edge research and to afford the people of the Tennessee Valley the very best medical care. The Neuroscience Innovation Foundation works collaboratively with the hospital to support cutting-edge research in Alzheimer's disease and stroke. The good news is, together we've made tremendous strides. We have a vision, it's a shared vision. We have our head in the clouds and we have our feet in the ground. This is what Chattanooga is all about. It's about doing world-class things in a way that can help not only our community, but has tentacles to benefit people from all around the world. Come join us at the 2022 Chattanooga Motorcar Festival to learn more about what both of these tremendous organizations are doing to help you and your family. Together, we can save lives in our area, and we can help save lives around the world.
And they are doing just that. Don't forget, there are all kinds of ways. The proceeds, all the proceeds this weekend go towards the Chattanooga Heart Institute and their Neuroscience Center. One mission, improving the brain and neurological health in the people of the Chattanooga region and beyond. And it really is and beyond, because a lot of medical research doesn't stay local, obviously, and we know that. It moves not only around the nation, but around the world. So there are therapies and different targeted drug programs that could be developed here that would find their way to help people around the world with stroke recovery and with Alzheimer's, all kinds of neurological problems. And as they said in the piece, there's not a one of us that hasn't been touched somehow, some way, whether it was via family or friends, with some kind of a neurological problem. I know certainly in my family, both of my grandparents had strokes, had a friend with Alzheimer's, and it's just, if we can do better, I think that's something that we all want, and I think it's just awesome that this goes on. Don't forget, you can go up to the Millennium auction. They're going today until the last car is auctioned off, and then they'll be closed, and they'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again, but with a new set of cars. Great to see fans out here, as well as the driver standing around in the paddock talking to people, kind of giving them some idea about the equipment that they're driving. And as Linda was just saying, sharing this with the people in the paddock, sharing our passion with the spectators, brings new people into the sport, and it kind of feeds their passion of the automobile. And that's really what this entire Motorcar Festival was built upon, and as we said, built upon transferring the proceeds to the research for Alzheimer's and stroke recovery. We'll take another quick break, and then we'll be right back to the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend.
It's a fact. You get ready to take your collector car to market and bring more money with the right wheels and tires.
My cholesterol is borderline. I figure I can worry about it or do something about it. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free with guaranteed potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic.
Treat and protect against cold sore symptoms with Herpes-L. Pain Relief's triple action formula numbs pain and itch with lidocaine, while everyday protection helps protect against future flare-ups. Take back control of your cold sores with Herpes-L.
Did you know that owning an EV is like having a gas station right in your garage? A level 1 charger works on a standard household power outlet. Just plug it in at night and your EV will be fully charged and ready to go first thing in the morning. And with a range of up to 300 miles for just under $10 a fill up, a lot cheaper than gas. Home charging may be the only charging you need, but there's also easy ways to charge on the go. For more info, watch our video series on epb.com/energypros.
Nobody can tell ya there's only one song worth singing. They may try to sell ya, 'cause it hangs them on to see someone like you. But you gotta make your own.
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan.
Chattanooga Motorcar Festival and the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend. Like we said, all kinds of things to see and do this weekend, whether here at the track or in West Village, Millennium auctions, you name it, it's around. And speaking of getting around, obviously shuttle services here that can take you all around. But what what about a free Monster Cruiser from Coker Tire? That would be a way to get around, and you can win one this weekend. Just stop by any one of the Coker Tire booths and enter to win a cool 3-speed touring bike on Coker Tire's special 36-inch tires. Coker Tire giving away 3 Monster Cruisers this weekend, so be sure to enter, and then you can get around easily enough. And make sure that while you're doing that, get energized down at the Novonics at the Bend in their family area. Cool stuff to do, cool stuff to see and do. We talk about this racetrack and the layout completely different than it was last year. It is longer, 18 turns, and it has plenty of challenges as well. The Alley of the Greats, very cool area through the existing skeleton of one of the factory buildings that was here with the banners of some of the great drivers in sports car racing throughout the world. We saw the banner for Lynn St. James, our Grand Marshal, hanging in there as well. Enzo Ferrari, Nuvolari, some other people, Ray Haroon, David Hobbs, Jim Pace down at the end, Alan DeCadenet, and more. I want to get an idea of what a lap around this racetrack looks like. In the Formula V category, which is Group 3, 17-year-old Amelia Phillips gave us a look at what the racetrack is like aboard her Formula V. One of the first laps they took yesterday afternoon, so no one's really at speed, but it gives you an opportunity to get a great look at what the drivers go through down at the end of the back straightaway. You go through turn 2 here, which is just a gentle bend, and then a long run. You can tell this is a long section where you'll reach top speed probably well before you ever get to the end of the straightaway. And then a little left-hand kink to the braking zone for turn 3. Pretty sharp right-hand corner and leads you through a warehouse and industrial area over a railroad track that they did a great job of smoothing out. Concrete barriers and the tire bundles in front of the light poles that are there. Down to turn 4. It's sharper than it looks. All that asphalt to the right side looks like you could get in there a little bit earlier, but you can't. So got to respect that corner through turn 4. 6, the left-hand bend there by the Novonics plant. Some of the best battery technology on the planet coming from their facility. Then on the brakes hard into turn 8. This is going to lead you up a slight incline back towards pit in, and also obviously to turn 9, the left-hander at pit in. In a really challenging area of the racetrack coming up. Not one of the fastest areas of the racetrack, but certainly has a challenge to it. Little left-hand bend and then a pretty tight left-right at turns 10 and 11. You can use a little bit of room to the right here as you go through 12. And get on that red and white curb, and then the big horseshoe that leads you to the Alley of the Greats. Again, across a couple of different pavement changes down through the Alley of the Greats, and you can see the banners hanging there. And then complex little corner here. Turn 13 has a lot of character. I called it a bump, and Jeff Hammond reminded me that it's character. It's not a bump. Through the right-hand turn 14, and the little right-hand kink known as 15 takes you down the back section of the racetrack. And we're about to complete a lap. Got a high-speed bend to the right coming up. And then a little tighter area, turn 17. The left, and then the right, turn 18. There it is, right there. Back onto the front straightaway. Amelia letting one of her competitors by, and then down the front straight and across the start-finish line, just coming up as you enter this left-hand bend. And that is a lap of the Pace Grand Prix circuit at the Bend. Really cool, waiting for the last group to qualify for the day. That is Group 7, modern stock cars. And you'll know when they're on track because of the rumble that you hear from those 800 and 900 horsepower V8s underneath the hood of that machinery. It has been an absolutely picture-perfect day here on day one of on-track activity. It's so much to do. It's so refreshing to come to a city that I have not been to before and see how this city, everyone here has embraced this event, and it only continues to grow every year. When I talk to the people who have been here from the beginning, they talk about the growth and how special it has been to see it grow each year. And with each year, with growth comes a new challenge. You see the things that you need to improve on, and you see the vision as you where you want to go the next time, and you build upon that. And the DeFore brothers have done exactly that, and the event just continues to improve, and you couldn't ask for any better weather either. Corky Coker was talking about it a little bit earlier about, hey, if there's a weekend that you want to come to Chattanooga, it's this weekend, both because of the weather this time of year. And Jeff Hammond was talking about coming over the mountains this morning with the sun behind his back and just lighting up the golden and yellow hues of the leaves on the trees, looking down from the Blue Ridge. And it's just been spectacular here. The city is alive with restaurants and things to do, and that's when the event isn't here. And on the event weekend, when the Motorcar Festival is here, just so many things to do. And you look at the beautiful homes up on the hills with the views that they have. You think about the rally that they had yesterday, finishing up by taking a lap of the racetrack here today, and it's just super cool. I know that I'll be back next year if I'm invited back, and maybe I'll come back even if I'm not invited back, because it is a very, very special place indeed. This area known as the Bend, and obviously the racetrack known as the Pace Grand Prix at the Bend, it's going through evolution, and when you look at the plans for the future, you cannot help but be excited for what the future holds for this area. Absolutely beautiful vision for this area. And when you think about all the partners involved in just the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival, partners like Focus Consumer Healthcare, Millennium Bank, Urban Story Ventures, you know that they'll be a part of the growth and that vision as this area expands. This area right now being pelted with the sound of these big V8s from our Group 7 modern stock cars out on track right now, and they're qualifying for the races tomorrow. Each group will run 2 races tomorrow, 7 races before lunch, 7 after lunch in the afternoon, and those will be fun to watch. And they call it an exhibition, but yeah, they're going to be pushing a little harder. 2.7 miles on the racetrack, 18 corners, full of challenges. The great thing is, great weather all weekend long. And that's probably the most important stuff. Actually, no, it's not. The most important stuff is the support for the Motor Car Festival and where that support goes in the research for Alzheimer's and stroke recovery. Like we've talked about, I would expect these guys to need a lap or so to get things sorted. Coming through 17 and 18 onto the front straightaway, and I believe that was front row Joe Nemechek, who just went flying by. It is in the 8 around turn 2 on the way down to turn 3, and he is on it. And I'm not sure that Joe understands exhibition. He had laughed and said, I'm not going to slow down for anything, and there it is, big slide out of turn 3, trying to get that monster horsepower to the ground. Down to turn 4, the right-hander. It's got a little right, left, right, and then on the way down to turn 8. Good speed down this section. He's going to need some heavy braking down at turn 8 to get things slowed down. The right-hander that leads you back towards pit in, and Joe Nemechek is on it. Toyota struggling to keep grip on those rear tires as he's in that throttle hard coming off the corner. Through 9, the quick little left-right combination of 10 and 11. Then he'll head in to 12, the big horseshoe, and that will lead him down the alley of greats. Joe Nemechek, a great one in his own right, and really an honor to have him here this weekend through turn 13. Challenging little complex, and then a little run down a short hill. Turn 14, and onto the back straightaway. Steve Kirkendall, the quickest so far. Just 1 lap in the books at 2:29.3, and with Nemechek on it the way he is, Kirkendall may not stay up front for long. We'll have to wait and see. Car's delayed just a little bit when Nemechek had a problem. No problem now, and like I just said, that time may change. Well, guess what? It did. Kirkendall, his first lap at 2:29, I would expect improvement there for sure, but Joe Nemechek threw down the gauntlet and said, here's a 204, ladies and gentlemen. See what you can do with it. A 204 flat, basically 204.006. You got to kind of scratch your head if you're Steve Kirkendall going, you know, I didn't make a living for years driving race cars. I just wanted to come have fun. So 4 Cup wins, 10 poles. Nemechek showing that he knows how to turn right and left. And great cars, great stories behind these cars. Ray Evernham, Jeff Hammond, we're talking about it. The liveries that are out there, the Intimidator, the number 3, the Monte Carlo, the 20. No driver name on it, didn't need one because the only thing above the driver's door is smoke. Because everybody knew that Tony Stewart was the master of that car. And there's a good look at the Monte Carlo, the number 3, the GM Goodrich. So much history there. And front row Joe, what can he do? Can he put a better lap in? We'll find out as he is rushing around to complete lap number 3. through 13 one more time, and then 14, he'll get back around a pretty quick section of the racetrack, turns 14 over to the braking zone for turn 17. Then a pretty tricky little right-left combination onto the front straightaway, and we'll see if he can best that lap time of 2:04 flat. There's that 17-18 combination. Going down the front straightaway across the line one more time. 2:04.7. So he doesn't go quicker. In fact, loses about 3/4 of a second, and that's really not a big surprise. You go out there, you get those tires hot on the first lap. The next one's going to be a really good one. I think that's exactly what we saw. Perhaps a little bobble in one of the corners that we saw earlier, so we'll see if Nemechek can look at the marks that he puts down coming off of turn 3. Meanwhile, Steve Kirkendall has improved. So did Scott Hawley. 2:15.2 for Kirkendall, 2:16 flat for Hawley as they complete their second and third laps, respectively. 18, Scott Dolphy flashes by. He was at a 2:16.5 the last time by. We'll see if he can improve. In really perfect conditions, these drivers right now. I can hear those front tires fighting for grip. Scott Dolphy, as he came through turn 3 that time, a little bit of understeer, a little bit of push in stock car terms, a little bit tight coming through turn 3. Gets the front end underneath him, and off he goes. These drivers faced with some serious challenges here, from the concrete sections of the racetrack like you see here to the blacktop areas, completely different grip levels, and the way the tire grips up will be different as well. So you got to kind of take into account that, hey, it's going to work one way here and another way when I get to these different areas of different blacktop. About to come into the 10-11 chicane. Quick left, quick right. That'll lead you down to the hairpin, or the carousel, if you will, turn 12, and down the alley of the grades. 18 looking inside, trying to get past. Nobody's really been down on the inside, and had to struggle to get the grip down there for Scott Dolphy down on the inside, but gets the pass done. Now beginning to set sail. Meanwhile, up front, Joe Nemechek not able to go faster as of yet. We'll have to see if anybody can close down on him. His best lap was lap 2, and really everybody's best lap seems to be lap 2 or lap 3. Nemechek with 4 laps in the book right now. Kirkendall just across the line. He doesn't go any quicker either. So it seems like these tires, they're consistent, but the second lap is consistently quick, and then they fall off to another level and then stay there. And pretty much what we've seen through all of the competitors right now in Group 7, the modern stock car group. Again, Nemechek through turns 10, 11, into 12. You can see off the pace right there, just really couldn't get the front end to bite in there in the middle of 12. Has to actually use the power that he has in that Toyota Camry to get the rear end to turn and get him kind of pointed towards the apex of the corner and then back on it. '88 of James Prater being shown in the 6th position right now aboard his Chevrolet. And it's interesting, there's a group of 4 cars, Steve Kirkendall, Scott Hawley, Scott Dolphy, Ryan Mel. They're all right there together in the 216, 217 range, and then another step back to the 22 of Raymond Webb, James Praler. They're right there together, so that twosome kind of running in lockstep. Then Gary Stevens a little bit farther back, but Stevens and Jennifer Jo Cobb right there together in the 239 range. So you got good competition kind of split up as you go through the field at different pace levels. Waiting on the 22, coming into the brake zone of turn 8, through the corner, up the hill. Again, we were talking about the number 3 earlier. Gary Stevens right now sitting in the 8th position. And if you have not driven on a walled street circuit very much, and this is your first outing, and you're driving one of these modern stock cars, it is a big car to be throwing around on some of these more narrow areas of the racetrack. I do think it's really cool and telling, though, that when you saw Stevens coming at you there in the number 3, you can really get an idea of how these cars, you can see it in the going away shot, how they're asymmetric as far as the body shape goes, because they're really designed to be running on an oval. And these teams, when they put these cars together, understand they've got a template that they've got to work with. You can see it on the number 20 as well. They've got a template that they need to work with. But those templates do allow them to kind of skew the bodywork so that you can take aero advantage of that on the high-speed super speedways. Nemechek, Kirkendall, Holly, the top 3 right now. Dolphy, they're in 4th. And as I said, there's a group that's kind of running 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But it's Nemechek who sits well out in front, and he went out and attacked this racetrack from the get-go. A slight problem when the field was originally released. He was actually stalled on the racetrack, it appeared, for a short period of time, but then was able to get right back at it and right back on it. And went straight to the front. Interesting too, the different manufacturers and the body shapes of the cars, and you can see some of these cars just a little better set and designed for this street circuit than a stock car that was designed to be driven on a high-speed oval. Look at the 18, the Ford Fusion there, a little bit more square. That might have been a car that was designed more for short track. And the number 4, same thing. Car just a little bit more square. That's a Chevrolet Camaro. And those cars may have been more short track or maybe even some road course configurations, because the cars look pretty symmetrical side to side as far as the bodywork goes. And of course, different rules packages throughout the different years that these cars would have competed. They're modern stock cars, but that really takes us back to 2000 and later. So that's a pretty good window of design and rules. Watching the 4 now through turn 13. And there's where, as Jeff Hammond said, that character is. I call it a bump. He calls it character. I get it. But now down the back straightaway one more time. And for Joe Nemechek, 6 laps in the book. Fast lap was lap 2, but staying out there so he can continue to learn this racetrack and probably put that to good use tomorrow. And typical race car driver, you want to stay out as long as you can, learn as much as you can so that you can apply that bit of wisdom when you come back tomorrow. They've got 2 races tomorrow, as we've said. The checkered flag is out. Sidney Davis-Yeagle, final checkered flag of the day. And these drivers will get things slowed down and cooled off a bit and then back into pit lane. A couple more cars waiting for their final checkered flag. So as qualifying wraps up, remember, we may be finished here at the racetrack for the day, but there is plenty more going on up in town. Remember the street festival from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. tonight. Stilt walkers, balloon artists, face painters. I'm going to get Justin Bell to the face painters and see if I can't get him painted up tonight. The Subaru rally car and driver Scott Speed meet and greet. Dueling pianos, the laser show, so much more to do. And then we'll be back tomorrow to start it all off with the Torque Show at 9 a.m. Can't thank you all enough for being here today and for supporting the Chattanooga Motorcar Festival. We'll see everyone tomorrow, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see you tonight up in West Village. For Justin Bell and Tommy Kendall, I'm Brian Till. Thanks for joining us, everyone.